Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto become the king of marine world and get married with Nami. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Naruto was awoken from his deep and peaceful sleep by a frantic pounding at his door, blonde hair mussed, blue eyes half closed. He stumbled out off his futon and placed his bare feet on the ground. He was wearing green pajama pants and a white and green long-sleeved top. He stumbled down the narrow hallway that separated his bedroom from the living kitchen room and that held the door going into the crammed bathroom and the one going outside. The whole apartment was painted a light blue. There were holes in the walls from his training. The only room that could be called roomy was the living kitchen room with his wide open windows, its greenery that hung from the window garden boxes, its soft couch, broken though it was. But Naruto ignored it all and stumbled to the door. Opening it, he found the Hokage Tsunade, who he affectionately called Bon, a busty blonde woman who wore her long hair in two pigtails, wearing a gray tank top, black capri, black-heeled sandals, and a green trench coat that said the word gamble on the back. She was out of breath, her eyes were wide. She looked frantically all around as if expecting an enemy to pop out of nowhere. Behind her stood assistant and the niece of the man she loved, Shizune. Shizune was a 30-year-old woman who wore her hair cut to her chin. She wore a loose black yuka and the same black sandals as her master. In her arms she carried a little pink pig by the name of Tenten. "Naruto," she whispered, shoving her way past him and into the small hallway. She pushed him into the living room, followed by Shizune, who closed and barricaded the door. Both were still out of breath. He tried to get them to sit down, tried to get them a glass of water at the least, but Tsunade gripped his arm as if it was the last thing that anchored her to the world of the living. Then, suddenly she let go of his arm, turned, and ran from the room. When he caught up to her, his room was in shambles. A bag sat at her feet half packed. "What the hell are you doing, Tsunade Bon?" he shouted, running up to her as she tried to stuff scrolls of powerful jutsus Jiraiya had given him during their 3 years of training into the bag. She looked up at him, tears running freely down her face. "I don't want you to die, Baka." She broke from his grasp and continued her mission. "Bon? What do you mean?" He felt, rather than heard, Shizune step into the room behind them. "Shizune, what the hell is going on? Answer me." "We were in a meeting with the elders," Shizune began. "At first it was about the Akatsuki and Team Snake problems, but it eventually led to you." She stepped away from him and pulled his regular clothes from his dresser. A pair of orange pants, a black tank top, and an orange and black jacket that held his symbol, a swirl, on the back. "They proposed we lock you up." When Tsunade-sama disagreed, they agreed with her and said that would stop the Akatsuki from gaining the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi was the 9-tailed fox that was sealed within Naruto by the Yodem Hokage. "That we should kill you and thus Kyuubi." Naruto's mind went blank. After all he had done, hadn't he fought Sabaku when the Sound and Sand attacked Konoha 3 years ago? Hadn't he risked his life to try and bring Sasuke back to the village? Hadn't he? Didn't it mean anything to them? All he had done? I won't, Tsunade cried, beginning to stuff his clothes into a bag. "Lose another precious person. You must leave, now. The Anbu will be coming for you in the early morning hours." His village, his home. But still he agreed. He couldn't die, not here, not now. He still had his goals after all. He bent down and dragged from under his bed a book of pictures that contained all of his most precious memories. He placed it atop the bag Tsunade was packing before taking the clothes Shizune offered him and going into the bathroom and changing. They risked their lives for his. The least he could do was. There was nothing he could do now. "Okay, Baka," Tsunade said as he came back from the room. She had packed everything he would need to survive out there that had been in the room. She picked it up and walked towards the kitchen, living room combo. Shizune and Naruto could hear her doing the same in there that she did in Naruto's room. A sweat drop formed on Naruto's and Shizune's head as they listened. Soon though they blocked out the noise. Naruto went to his dresser and tied his kunai holder around his leg. He stuffed in a few scrolls Tsunade had forgotten in there and attached his shuriken holder to his right leg. With the air of one who did this daily, he tied bandages around the other leg. Behind him he heard Shizune pick up the mess Tsunade caused and heard her mumbled, "No need to broadcast that you ran." He stepped from his room and followed Tsunade's trail. His bathroom door was open, his toothbrush and hairbrush missing. He knew she already packed them. "You're ready, now go," she said, running from the room carrying his pack. Shoving it into his hands, she shoved him towards the door. "When it's safe for you to return, we'll send someone for you. Ask them." "Ask them? What the bet was that you won my necklace from?" And take Taunton. As if from second though she took the said pig from Shizune and also put him into the blonde boy's arms, ignoring Shizune's shocked cries of, "Tsunade-sama. He'll be able to warn you if there are enemies about." She pulled him into a hug then. "Don't die, Naruto, become stronger, stronger than any this village has ever seen, and stay safe. Stay safe." Then she pushed him out the door and Shizune and her got back to making the place look normal. Naruto looked sadly at the door for a few moments, Tsunade's praise of, "Stay safe," still ringing in his ears. Then he turned and with a flash of his blonde hair he was in the air and on his way to the main gates of Konoha. He passed Sakura's house, sending wishes that they won't interrogate her, past the Hyuga compound, wishing for them to stay safe as well, past the Nara house, the Yamanka flower shop, Kiba's place, Shino's, all his friends, leaving his wishes with them and promises to return. He hoped they understood. Soon enough he was at the gates. He used all the skills he learned from years of running from the villagers who were intent on killing him to get over the gate undetected. Soon enough he was Ninkyuin, a missing nin. From now on he was running for his life, running from those he cared most about. "I'll be the best, like there never was. I'll make you want me back," was his promise as Konoha slid from his view. "Get back here, you monster!" One of the Anbu squad that Konoha had sent after him shouted. It was the fourth of the day. They were weaker than the other three, but stronger than many shinobi could hope to be. It didn't help that Naruto was exhausted. He had been on the run for almost a month now and there was barely a moment in which he got to rest. You would have thought they would be glad the demon was gone. Naruto couldn't help the thought from forming. He was running on empty. There were 3 enemies behind him, and it took all that he got to keep ahead of them. Luckily they were now at the border of the Fire Country. Once he crossed they would have to get permission from the feudal lord in that country before following him, and by that time he'll make sure he. One of the shinobi from behind high-flung a shuriken. Lucky for Naruto the nin's marksmanship wasn't the greatest. It grazed his shoulder before embedding itself into a tree a few yards ahead of him. Damn, it seems I have to fight. Though Naruto was no longer considered a shinobi of the village of Konoha, he still didn't want to fight Arlong and accidental end up killing off another of the limited numbers Konoha already had. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. But he had to. When he reached the shuriken that was embedded into the tree he spun around and sent a volley at the Anbu. The volley of weapons hit the Anbu with no regrets, hitting them in places that would knock them unconscious or temporarily paralyze them. Naruto drew a sword that he took from Anbu a few days after leaving Konoha. The conscious man looked up at him scared. Plural. Please. Mercy. Naruto planned all along to give the men mercy, but he wanted to strike fear in his heart, wanted him to know what it was really like when death was closing closely on him. You wish mercy from one you would show no mercy to? Oh. Orders. We were following orders. Tremors racked his body at the cold look the 15-year-old boy gave him. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at him, waiting for the answer to his unasked question, though he believed he knew already. Danzo's orders. They were root. It didn't surprise him. Why should it? He had once tried to have Sasuke killed. He was a threat to Konoha now that he wasn't there. And according to the 2 elders, Kaharu and Hamaru, he must be eliminated. He knew it was Danzo who suggested that they kill him. He knew that it was Kaharu and Hamaru who wanted to lock him up. He couldn't, allow them to. No. A 4th, hidden, Anbu shouted, attacking Naruto with a sword. Carelessly Naruto allowed the man to push him further and further back. Soon he was at a cliff and out of the tree. Far below him was the river that cut through the valley of the end. The 2 statues of the 1st and 2nd Hokages watched them in what, as it seemed to the Anbu, approval about what was about to happen. With one final push the Anbu sent the boy that held the Kyuubi over the edge. Down and down he fell, and before he could gather chakra in his feet to soften his fall and make sure he didn't go under the water. The Anbu that pushed sent the same volley of kunai and shuriken at Naruto that he had sent at the 3 Anbu, this time with the intent to kill. He plunged head first into the water, shuriken and kunai sticking out of him. There was a flash of bright light before everything went dark around him. Rika of Shell Town stood staring at the beach. She was only 6 years old, and if her mother, Ririka, found out she was here alone on the beach so early in the morning, she would freak. But it happens her mother was in the next town getting their supplies. One of their neighbors was supposed to be watching her, but the old woman was very easy to slip by. Rika had brown hair that was tied into 2 cute little pigtails. Today, like always, she wore a blue and purple striped dress. She carried a purple bucket in her hand as she looked for shells that she and her mother could use to decorate the tavern they owned, and ran. Then she saw it, the most beautiful shell ever. It was a little bigger than the side of her hand. It was purple and blue stripped like her dress. It was shiny and perfect, not a blemish on it. It would look beautiful in their apartment. But the tide was about to come in and it was right there, and she couldn't swim. It was too perfect to resist. She ran to it, never seeing the wave coming towards the shore till it was too late. Till it pulled her in and under. Clutching the shell to her chest, she tried to swim, but, to her at least, it was pointless. She couldn't swim one-handed even if she was one of the best swimmers. Help! Naruto came to on a beach. In some deep crevice of his mind he wondered how far the river carried him. He found he could breathe easier. Did he have that many holes in him? He looked down, all the shuriken and kunai were gone. Probably pulled out by the river's current, and the wounds were healed. Better thank me, kid, the Kyuubi said to him from its cage deep in his mind. If I didn't use my chakra to soften our fall, we would be dead. So that was the light? He questioned, sitting up and looking around. The soft, sandy ground where he lay was covered in shells of bright colors, but there was no river that he could see. Surely if he was unconscious and in the ocean, he would be dead. Right? We fell into another world, Kit. Another world. Imagine what we can do here. Naruto ignored him and sat up straighter. He could have sworn he heard someone scream for help. Help! The person's voice came again. A child, he realized. Naruto stood up quickly and looked around, when he saw her, bobbing in the water, flapping her tiny arms. Kit! What are you doing? The Kyuubi shrieked at him as he stripped off his clothes till he stood in only his boxers. Without regards for his own safety, and ignoring the Kyuubi's, he jumped in, doing swift, strong strokes towards the girl. You can walk on water, you baka. Ignoring the Kyuubi, he swam as fast as he could towards the girl, disregarding how chilly the water was, how cold he was. Only thinking about the tiny girl in the water who might not make it very longer. Hold on to me. He shouted over the ocean's waves as he reached the girl. She did as she was told. Baka! Get on top of the water. The Kyuubi screamed in terror against the cold water that seemed to seep into his cage. Naruto sent a mental shut up at him, but did as he was told. Don't be afraid, he cautioned the girl, but found out she was unconscious. On top of the waves, barely able to keep his chakra steady and keep himself up on top, he ran to where his clothes lay. He shrugged on his orange pants when he reached there, gathered his stuff in one hand, and wrapped his orange and black jacket around her and set off to where he hoped civilization was. Tenten trailing behind. My baby! Came a shriek as a woman of medium height, short brown hair like the girl's cut to the chin, wearing a green dress, as she ran forward from the gate of the town where she stood by a cart and took the girl from Naruto. She was in the water, he explained as the woman began to lead the way through the town. I heard her scream and... You jumped in, she cut across him, leading the way into a dark tavern. Dumo arigato gozaimasu. You saved my baby. Is there anything else I can do? Anything at all? Not knowing, he shivered from the cold, not caring. All he wore were pants that were bright orange. It didn't matter right now. What mattered now was the little girl might die. Too bad you're not a medic, nin, Kit. Shut, Kyuubi. The Kyuubi snickered as the young mother led the way behind the tavern counter and laid the child onto a bed. You've already done so much. She began to turn him down but noticed the worried look on his face. Will you fetch the doctor? He lives 2 streets down. Just tell him Ririka. Just turn right outside. He lives almost right below the marine base. Instead of wasting precious time asking what a marine was, he ran out. Using his chakra-enhanced speed, he was at the doctor's house in minutes. There was a long line from the end of the street to the beginning. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. He said, pushing his way through the line till he was at the top. It's an emergency. He shouted angrily as several men and women tried to stop him. Then the doctor appeared. His hair, what was left of it, was white and thin, cut close to his head. His eyes a deep blue color. He was a tall, thin man. "What is going on?" he screamed. Everyone, besides Naruto, began to talk at once. Naruto didn't waste his breath, but tried to find a way at the man. Silence. One at a time. Everyone froze, Naruto included. Then a man, taller and more muscular than Naruto, picked him up by his underarms and hoisted him in the air for all to see. "Yoshi?" the doctor questioned and looked closely at the boy. "Name, boy?" "My name doesn't matter. The little girl. The little girl. She was in the water. You have to go to Ririka's. You have to help her." The man laughed and Naruto had to work to make sure the Kyuubi didn't take over. "I like you, boy. Straightforward and to the point. Like me, grab my medical bag and we'll go." The man disappeared back into the house onto his butt, muttering, "Lucky brat," before disappearing. Soon the whole crowd was gone. When the doctor came out, the two set out to Ririka's at a fast pace. Naruto's making sure his matched the doctor's and he wasn't going at his normal chakra-enhanced speed. The doctor left them 4 hours later after looking at her. "She would be fine," he said. "She might have a small cold, but it should go away in a few days' times. You did the right thing." Ririka changing her straight into her pajamas. "Boy, you should change too or you'll get pneumonia." Naruto laughed. "I've never been sick a day in my life. There's a first time for everything," and he left. "I can never thank you enough. She would have drowned if it wasn't for you," Ririka told him, tearing up a little. "She's all I have left. Is there anything I can do for you? In return?" As if on cue, his stomach growled. "I'll go make us some soup. The guest room is down the hall, to the left. Dress in something warm, you must be freezing." Ririka and her daughter lived comfortably in a 3-bedroom apartment above their tavern. The walls were light and cheerful colors. Ririka's daughter's room was a cherry yellow with curtains of white and a red carpet. The hallway that led out was painted a forest green, the carpet was a darker green. There were 5 doorways leading off. One was an open one and lead into the kitchen, another room that was painted yellow, though a darker one, beyond that he knew that led into the living room, a room where the walls were a deep red, the carpet a soft white. Pictures of the girl and her mother and a man Naruto assumed was her father hung along the walls, shelves lined with knickknacks and shells. The other 3 doors were closed, but he found the guest room all right. Ririka had already placed his stuff inside. His black tank lay on the bed, his pack sprawled on the floor. Without thinking, he sat down on the bed, pulled his sandals off and his pants, dragged over his pack and dressed in clothes considerably more warmer than the ones he had on. He dragged on a pair of thick black pants and a white t-shirt. Over the t-shirt he zippered up his jacket. He left the room with his stuff slung over his shoulder. "There's bread on the table. Help yourself," she called from the stuff. He put his stuff by the door to the living room before he took one of the 4 seats at the table. "You'll be leaving then?" She had noticed his stuff at the door as she turned around carrying 2 bowls of soup. "You should stay, you need rest. Before he left, the doctor made me promise to take care of you. It looks like you haven't slept in days." Smart woman. Naruto didn't answer the Kyuubi, but stood up and took the bowls of hot soup from her. Placing them on the table, he said, "There are men who are after me. I have no idea when they will catch up to me. Some of them will kill anyone who gets in between us. I can't place anyone else in danger anymore. I have to continue to move." "You're not a pirate," Ririka said, commenting, "You're too kind. There are no wanted posters of you. What could someone your age have done?" "I was born far away from here, in a village called Konoha." The woman shook her head, saying she never heard of it. "The day I was born, a great monster." "Who are you calling a monster, Kit?" Naruto ignored him and continued on. "Attacked our village. The monster was unstoppable. Nothing anyone could do would stop it. Not the Hyugas, not the Usahas, not anyone. Till a great man, only known to my generation as the Yodem Hokage, came and sealed the beast in a newborn baby. Me. Konoha recently ran me out and are sending men to kill me, and I'm being hunted by a group known as Akatsuki. I won't have anyone else get hurt because of my problems." "Why did you tell her, Kit?" "Because. Thank you for being honest with me, but that does not change that you should stay here. I know Rika will wish for you to stay." "I do." A small voice came from the doorway. "Onichan, Onagai, stay." She ran forward and clutched at Naruto's hand. "Onagai?" His eyes were big and round and he couldn't look away. Onegai. Kit. Look how adorable she is. You just want the rest. If we don't sleep soon we'll die. Stop being overdramatic, we sleep. Barely. Secretly Naruto had to agree with the Kyuubi. Maybe. Maybe I'll stay for the night, yes. Great, I'll take your bag to your room. She ran to the bag and dragged it from the room. It wasn't that heavy, so Ririka and Naruto just sat there staring after Rika in shock. I guess that settles that, Ririka said as Rika rejoined them a moment later. Except that we have yet to know your name. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Well, Naruto, welcome to the family. Yes, Kit, welcome to the family. Shut up, Baka. How did you like the first chapter? I'll update if you'll review. Find out if Naruto stays or goes in the next chapter and what's going on in Konoha. Has anyone found Uzumaki? The elder Koharu asked Tsunade a month after the fact that Naruto had run for his life. Tsunade smirked at her and shook her head slowly, from side to side. Koharu scowled at the Hokage. She knew it was Tsunade who had warned Naruto to run for his life. The only thing she lacked was proof. How can one demon spawn be so hard to find? They sat, one behind the Hokage's desk, the other two in front of it. The walls were painted a pale yellow, the floors were plain varnished wood. Bookshelves lined the walls behind the Hokage's desk, books about medicines, jutsus, and other ninja techniques. Papers were piled mile high on the desk, some in the out bin, most in the in bin. Maybe because he's one of my top ninjas at stealth. Tsunade commented, sitting back in her chair, looking at the two elders in front of her. Maybe because he has years of experience, almost as long as he's been alive, in running and hiding from those who wish to kill him. Maybe. Maybe he's hidden here in Konoha. Hamaru, Koharu's old teammate, said as if they were talking about something as mundane as the weather. It would make sense. The Hokage adores him. Why? I don't know. But she still does. He smirked and moved closer. Where did you hide him, Tsunade? That's Hokage-sama to you, Oja-san, she said, drawing up to her fullest height as she stared down the two elders. Why would I have any idea where one ninja is at all times? Strange, though, isn't it? Koharu commented lightly, making the Hokage raise an eyebrow in question. That the day the Kyuubi Brad disappeared, so did your pet pig Tenten. Yes, it is, she agreed, sticky and cold sweat sliding down her back. They had been asking her the same question for a few weeks now, but Tenten often disappeared on his own when we traveled. He'll come back when he wants to. Of course, Hamaru said, ending their conversation as a knock sounded on the door to the Hokage's office. Come in, he called. The door opened and Shizune led three cloaked figures in, one shaking, the other two standing firm. Shizune left a moment later, giving Tsunade a pointed look. Hiyashi-san. Hinata. Neji. Why are you here? Tsunade asked, shaking as well as the figure as the three let down their hoods. The shaking one was a girl of around 15. She had midnight blackish blue hair that reached her waist. She wore blue capri with a kunai holster was tied around her right leg, a bandage under it, to stop it from cutting off her circulation. She had on a black net shirt, over it was an over-large purple and white jacket. Around her neck was tied her leaf headband. But her most distinguished feature was one she shared with her two other companions, were the white eyes of the Hyuga clan that held a tint of violet. The other two were almost identical except for their ages. They both had chocolate-colored brown hair that was tied back loosely behind them and of course the usual Hyuga eyes, white with hints of violet. Neji, the younger of the two men at 16, wore the traditional Hyuga robes of gray and brown. The leader, Hiyashi, leader of the Hyuga clan, wore white Hyuga robes. A brown jacket lay over his shoulders. He carried a CA. Didn't you summon us here? Hyuga Hiyashi asked, curiously. No, I didn't, but... She glared at the two conspirators before her. We did, Hiyashi-sama, Koharu admitted. It's concerning the KY. A glare from Tsunade made her swallow what she was going to say. Uzumaki Naruto. Instantly the three Hyugas tensed, each had something to be grateful to him for. We have reasons to believe that he may be hiding here in Konoha. The two elders were no longer facing Tsunade and, she just couldn't help it, she rolled her eyes at their backs as if telling the Hyugas how crazy they were. Hinata smiled lightly at her antics. Hiyashi and Neji smirked. We were wondering if you could use your 360-degree vision and search for him. Tsunade. Stop rolling your eyes. Maybe you should have the 360 vision, Neji commented lightly, smirking. Kaharu Obasan. She was not amused. Neji-san. Hiyashi scolded, though secretly amused at how open his nephew has gotten in the past years. Of course we shall do what we can for the sake of Konoha. Kaharu Obasan, Hamaru Ojisan. Ignoring the snarls that had appeared on his daughter's and nephew's faces. He nodded sideways at them, and without further ado the three activated their bloodline limit. They searched to their limits to catch any sight of the blonde idiot, but, thankfully, there was not a hint of him. A Hyuga's eyes can see through all disguises. There is no sign of that baka anywhere. Neji couldn't help but say with the relief evident in his voice, a smirk on his lips. Identical scowls appeared on the faces of the two elders. A smile of triumphant appeared on Tsunade's. Soon after the two elders left, leaving Tsunade alone with the two Hyugas. You would think, after countless Anbu came back beaten up from Naruto, they would clue in that he was no longer here. Where is Naruto? Tsunade-sama. Hinata stammered out at the blonde Hokage. I have no idea. We got a scare earlier today when an Anbu squad of 4 came and said that Naruto fell into the river at the Valley of the End, but they were unable to find his body, so he's alive, somewhere. Hopefully that's not only wishful thinking. Hiyashi commented, I have a strange feeling that we will need him sometime in the future. Everyone silently agreed. Oni-san. Do you really have to go? Rika asked Naruto early the next morning as he was about to set off. Ririka nodded her agreement from besides her daughter. Ririka and her daughter were seeing Naruto off at the edge of the town. Most unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll meet again, he assured mother and daughter, bending down, smiling his foxy grin, and ruffling up Rika's hair. When? She whined, clutching at his hand. I haven't thanked you for saving my life. How can I thank you if you're not here? Simple. He stared up at the dawn sky, the smile falling from his face. Live. Live to your fullest. Enjoy the life you have with your mother and be grateful for all you're here. Enjoy your time in this world to your fullest. His wide smile reappeared as he looked back down at the girl. I'm going to do the same, till I can go back home again. To my friends, to my family. Yane. He waved, hoisting the pack onto his back and whistling to Tenten, who fell onto his heels as he started back soon. Ya. Naruto Oni-san. Dumo. He just laughed and waved. If you get hungry, don't eat Tenten, okay? Hi. He did a quick turn and bowed to the girl. Soon the mother and daughter was out of his line of vision. Now, to find a ship. You know it's a sign of insanity to be talking to yourself, a voice said from the shade of a large palm tree. He raised an eyebrow and walked over. Underneath the tree lay a girl around his age. Her hair was orange and cut short, it went just to her chin. She wore a yellow skirt and a blue and white striped t-shirt. She wore thick brown boots. Hey, that's a nice necklace there. She spoke of the necklace he normally wore underneath his jacket, but he wore the black pants again and his usual black undershirt, and his jacket was slung over his shoulder, leaving it revealed. Might be worth a bit. Eyebrow still raised, he dropped his pack down on the ground and settled beside her, laying down on his back. He closed his eyes and let his features relax. It might, he admitted. Where did you get it? She was eager to know, a little too eager for Naruto's taste. Won it in a bet. She gave him a skeptical look. And you didn't ask how much it was worth? Clearly not believing him. The price was originally why I took the bet, I've just forgotten since then. She scoffed and opened her mouth to say something. Naruto, as if sensing what she was about to ask, said, I won it from Tsunade-ban almost 3 years ago, when I was 12. She nodded, still not fully believing him. You have a boat. She smirked evilly, believing Naruto couldn't see her, but he felt it. Yes. Do you need one? He nodded, reaching out a hand and stroking Tenten, who had just come and lay by him. The girl made an amused face and wondered if this could be any easier. I'll make you a deal. I'll give you passage on my ship if you'll give me your necklace. Naruto stood and dusted himself off. Picking up the pack, he said, quite plainly, no, and began to walk off. He walked 3 steps before the girl ran and caught him by the arm. Why the hell not? All she could think was that she had to get that necklace, never mind that he had almost a foot on her and had unknown fighting skills. You said you only wanted it for the money. What's the difference in trading it in for a boat? Naruto smirked at the girl. I believe I said, at first I only wanted it for the money. He shrugged as if it made no difference either way. Let's say my mind's changed since then. I couldn't, in good conscience, hand somebody their death. The girl looked at him confused, loosening her grip, allowing him to break free and move forward. Come on, Taunton. The pig moved forward. Wait. She ran and caught up to the two again and walked besides him, towards the beach and, hopefully, more boats. What do you mean? Hand somebody their death. My necklace was once the necklace of the founder of my home village. He passed it on to his granddaughter, the woman I won this from. She gave it to her brother the day he turned 12. Soon after he died in a raid on the village, she fell in love with a man a year or so later. She loved no one since. He too was given this necklace and died in a battle with enemies. She trusted no one else with the necklace, till me, at least. When I was 12, I was in the middle of learning a fighting technique. Let's say. Anyway, this technique was developed by an amazingly strong man and was a high-ranked tech. She bet me. He began to laugh her. She bet me that I couldn't master it in a lifetime, let alone a week. You mastered it in a week. Awe was evident in her voice as they continued towards the beach. Naruto just nodded, smirking lightly. As they reached the dock area on the beach, several miles from Shell City, the girl got the evil gleam in her eyes. Can you show me? Naruto shook his head. Onegai? Onegai? Her eyes become round like a puppy's. Naruto just laughed and shook his head some more. Onegai 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 one guy. But it still had no effect from Naruto. Geez, what are you, cold-hearted? Ignoring such a kawaii girl like me? Experience, he laughed, remembering all the torture Sakura had always put him through with those eyes. Lots and lots of experience. Puppy dog eyes mean nothing but trouble. She smirked and stuck a hand in front of his face. Watashi wa Nami desu, and you? Smiling at her, he shook her hand. Watashi wa Uzumaki Naruto desu. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, I decided that you'll be my bodyguard in exchange for passage on my ship. He snorted at her. What could a girl like you need protection from? Taunton didn't squeak and warn me when Nami's smell came in sight, so she can't be dangerous. Unless you're going to wait till I'm asleep, kill me, and take my necklace? His instincts told him that wasn't so, he just wanted. Nami snorted. Nah, I've given up on the necklace for now. You'll just have to wait and see why I need protection. Besides, I could use the company. She waved him forward past all the other ships, finally stopping moments later in front of a rather small and rickety old one. Naruto glared out at the girl through the corner of his eyes. She wanted to trade this junk heap for my necklace. I already have supplies and everything. So, what do you say? He sighed and turned to face Nami. She looked so innocent and sincere, looking exactly like someone you should trust. The very reason why he didn't trust her. Too innocent and too sincere, and yet. The two of us are companions now, for better or worse. Baka. She shouted him, hitting him upside his head. We're just traveling together, not getting married. Naruto just laughed, picked up Taunton and jumped into the boat, causing it to rock with his and Taunton's sudden combined weight. Nami, shaking her head at his antics, climbed in besides him. Onward to Kokoyashi. Where? Naruto asked, leaning over the side off the boat and untying them from the dock. She looked at him like he was crazy. My village, I need to grab something. She shook her head sadly from side to side, but then shouted, to sea. To sea, he agreed, pushing them from the dock as Nami let down their sail. So, began their journey. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Naruto asked Nami for the umpteenth time for the day. The two had been on sea for almost 2 weeks. Their food supplies were quickly dwindling, and both their tempers were high. Yes. Nami shouted. She was staring through binoculars out at the sea. There it is. Kokoyashi village. Naruto scrambled to come and sit beside her, taking the binoculars from her. No, a ship. I'm gonna get us some more food, and treasure, she added silently, having yet to tell Naruto about her side adventure. Lean over like you dead. Naruto did like he was told, sticking his tongue out in a comical fashion. No, Baka, like this. She too leaned over the side, kept her eyes open just a slit, and looking extremely pathetic. She's done this before. The Kyuubi muttered, awakening from the deep nap he had been in since before they left Rika and her mother. Who is she? Dumb fox. She's been our companion for weeks now. Nami waved him on, telling him to do the same. Reluctantly he did. Too bad you're not a girl, she muttered lowly. Naruto smirked, did the hand signs for a henge, and became a girl with long flowing blonde hair wearing clothes almost identical to what Nami was wearing today. Black leggings and a green tank top, except Naruto was wearing orange shorts and a white tank top. Nami stared at him wide-eyed and mouth open. It's better not to ask. Remember to follow my lead. In minutes the ship pulled alongside theirs. It wasn't overly large, medium-sized. A pirate sign hung from the sails. The crew wasn't that big either, only consisting of 3 men. Water. Onagai. Water. Nami pleaded, allowing her head to fall back and letting her breath to rasp out. Oh Onagai. Naruto just lay there breathing heavily. Maybe if we save them, we can play with him, a bit, one of the pirates commented to the others. Laughing, the 3 jumped onto Naruto's and Nami's ship only to hit the main mast hard. Nami's staff was out and she was smiling evilly again, and Naruto was once again a boy. Quickly Naruto dug robes out of his bag and tied them to the mast. The 2 of you will work great together. Imagine all the Kyuubi began to joke only to be cut off from a loud and rude shout of triumph from Nami. Yada. Naruto, look at how much treasure they have. Neither Naruto nor the Kyuubi had felt or seen the girl climb over the edge and onto the larger boat. Naruto looked up and over at the girl. She had a large crown on her head and necklaces of rubies, and other precious and semi-precious jewels, around her neck. In her hands was an overlarge sack. Just who is this girl? Naruto asked the Kyuubi. He was responded by a large wave of curiosity about her. Naruto. Grab out stuff and get on board. Naruto picked up his bag and Nami's 6 with ease. Gomen Nasi, he muttered to their prisoners, I'll drop in some food for you. A minute later Naruto did what he promised, dropping it at their feet, a kunai on top. Yane. He waved to them, not even wondering for a second on how they would get to the knife in the first place. When their old ship left his sight he turned to Nami and watched her, expecting her to volunteer and answer about why they did what they just did. I thieved from pirates, those guys were pirates, she shrugged it off. I'm greedy, okay. I never had money when I was younger and I want it now that I'm older. Naruto knew there was more to the story than she was letting on, but decided to let it go for now, knowing she'll tell him when she trusted him more. Are you going to leave me? A pirate, Naruto knew, was the sea version of bandits. Though he never before today encountered pirates, he couldn't blame Nami from thieving from them, as long as they had stole it first. He decided to go with the truth and said, I don't know. I might, then again, I might not. You better make up your mind, Fats, because. Landho, Naruto joked around, teasing Nami and her thieving hobby. As the island of Konami came into view, Arlong's park, and beyond that, Kokoyashi village. So, how was it? Shush, don't speak, review and tell me. Naruto jumped excitedly from the boat laden with their bags and the treasure. Nami quickly scuttled over the edge of the boat and onto the deck besides him, Tenten under one of her arms. Finally, a chance to stretch. Just not for long, Naruto finishes his stretches and begins to set off down the main path towards the village. Not that way, Baka. She pulls him off the path and through some thick green bushes onto a smaller, less cared for dirt path. This way, my family's home is this way. They start up the path in silence for several moments. I'm not allowed in the village anymore. I was exiled 5 or so years ago. Naruto just nods as she gives him an extra large smile, but he sees the pain beneath it. It's something silly really, but what can you do? I've been exiled too, same thing. Just a dumb, silly thing out of my control. People never understand dumb, silly things that are out of someone's hands and just blame the person anyway. I learned that at a pretty young age. Nami led Tenten down on the ground as they started up a slightly higher ground. Wah. Nami began to ask before a blue-haired girl came bounding into sight with a shotgun on her shoulder aiming at Naruto's head. Hey Najiko, lower the gun, he's a friend. A pirate friend? Najiko asked, not lowering the gun. Naruto quickly shook his head back and forth. He didn't know much about guns, except that they destroy anything they rip into. Nami laughed and stepped in between the two and Najiko lowered the gun. Najiko Nichan, this is Uzumaki Naruto. He traveled with me here. He's to be my new bodyguard. Hey, we hadn't agreed yet. The Kyuubi roared from his cage, banging against it with his shoulder. Let me out and I'll set that girl straight. Naruto mentally shrugs, eyeing the gun as he walked forward and offered his hand in greeting to Najiko. She was a rather beautiful woman with blue hair cut just as short as Nami's, held back by a red ribbon. She wore a tight beige shirt and blue capris. Much more endowed. Naruto blushed at the Kyuubi's comment as Najiko shook his hand. Briefly she laid a hand on his forehead. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dumb fox, you do such things on purpose. Now Nami's sister thinks I have a goddamn fever. Or worse. That I'm a pervert. Prove it. The Kyuubi snickered as he settled back down for another long nap. Wake me when something interesting happens. Damn Kyuubi, Naruto muttered under his breath, causing the sisters to give him strange looks. Suddenly noticing the weird looks he was getting from Nami and her sister, he giggled nervously and rubbed his hand through his own. Somewhere deep inside of him the Kyuubi gave a dark chuckle. Naruto, why don't you follow me with the treasure? Tenten, the pig, she added aside to her sister, can stay with One-ichan. Nami gripped his upper arm and began pulling him through the rows of tangerine bushes. Your sister grows tangerines? Yeah, they are really tasty. Our mother Belmere started the farm. That was a long time ago, really. Naruto nodded in understanding. You know, you're a strange guy. I feel like you understand me better than anyone else, but I don't understand you. Weird, seeing as I only knew you 2 weeks, right? Naruto shrugged. Okay. Just drop the bags here and go back to the house. My sister will take care of you. I think she thinks you have a fever. Don't trust me? He asked, pouting and putting on the most innocent face he could muster. She picked an orange off from the nearest bush and threw it at his head. He caught without truly glancing at it one-handed. Bringing it to his lips, he took a rather large bit of the tangy fruit. This might be the best orange I ever tasted. He laughed good and loud. Then again, this might be the only orange I ever tasted. Yah, he waved and set off back towards the house. Set back in between tall oak trees and set back far enough from the grove of oranges to give them room to grow. It was simply made, but it radiated of comfort and home, what Naruto never had. The house was a pale yellow color with a front porch covered by a white roof. On the porch were simple wicker furniture. Najiko sat there sipping on a tall glass of some orange liquid, a tray with 2 more sat besides her. Tenten sat besides her chewing on a piece of spare wood. Nami ordered you off, huh? She joked. Come sit down and enjoy a drink. Made it myself with some of the oranges you're eating now. Well, if it's made of these oranges, how could I say no? Naruto said, smiling, taking the offered glass. Will Nami join us soon? Najiko shrugged, watching as Naruto bent down and feed the remainder of his orange to the pig. Ouch! Tenten had bit his hand in his eagerness to get the peach. You dumb pig, you did that on purpose. Instead of acting on revenge like any other teenage boy would do, he pulled his hand up and wrapped it in a handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. Hold on a second, Najiko said, pushing open the swing infg doors and going in the house. From where Naruto sat he could see practically everything in the house. It was one roomed with a medium-sized bed in the corner opposite the kitchen, and it was just as plain as the outside lead him to believe, but he still couldn't deny the obvious love that radiated from within, from which the 2 girls had been raised. He saw Najiko go into the small kitchen and dig around in the cupboard under the sink before coming back out carrying a rather heavy-duty looking medical chest. Give me your hand. He hesitated a second, so she dragged it over to her and unwrapped it. It's... She watched in shock as the wound healed itself before her very eyes. I'm a fast healer. Naruto tried it out on her. Najiko shook her head, still too much in shock to speak. I've been like that all my life. Never had a single cold in my life. Because of me. Aren't you glad I'm here, Kit? You should reward me by setting me free. The Kyuubi tried from deep in his cage. Dream on. It's also because of you I was run from my own village and I don't have parents. The Kyuubi swished its tail in a way that said, and your point is? I'm sick of you. That's like saying you're sick of yourself, Kit. Naruto groaned out loud in frustration. Do you always have to be so hard to reason with? Najiko stared at him and nodded in the way people do when they think their companion isn't all there. The Kyuubi chuckled and curled back up. Damn. Are you always this eccentric? Najiko asked, wiping the blood completely off his hand. Naruto shrugged. I don't mean to offend. Offend me? That's actually kind compared with some of the insults I endured. Not to mentioning the rocks and knives that have been thrown at me over the years. Who would throw a rock at a child? But Naruto shut his mouth, realizing he said too much. A schoolyard enemy probably, Nezuko commented to herself, packing back up the first aid kit. What are you two talking about? Nami asked as she made her way towards them, slightly sweaty and covered in dirt. Taunton squeaked and ran out to greet her. Hi Taunton. Nami bent down and rubbed the pig affectionately between the ears. Well? Just trying to find out more about your friend. Was everything okay? It was where I left it. Naruto watched the exchange with little interest, like he was someone watching a TV show in a different language. It's not wise, you know, leaving your treasure buried beneath the orchard. It's a simple deduction to figure out where it is. Something even the pirates on this island could find. He commented, taking a deeper sip of his drink. Nezuko, what did you tell him? I thought we agreed to keep it a secret? Nami said, turning on her sister, anger evident in her voice. Do you want to put the whole village in danger? She didn't tell me, you just did. He got up and walked down the porch steps till he was standing in front of her. I had figured it out the day we stole treasure from those pirates. I saw a strange tattoo on your left arm, one I recognized from a poster I saw in Shell City. I couldn't figure what you were up to, till I saw the pirates' place. You aren't gathering the money for them, so you must have a purpose for it. Why don't we go inside and talk? Maybe we should tell him the story, Na-chan. He might know of something to do, besides he's already in it being on the island. Nami opened her mouth to protest, but Nezuko cut her off. We can't pretend from him like we do with Kokoyashi. Besides, he'll most likely stay to protect you if he knows the true story. Naruto nodded in agreement. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Nami nodded and took Naruto's arm and led him inside. The two sisters sat him at a large square table 2 feet from the kitchen and took similar stances facing him. One arm crossed over their chests, gripping the other that hung straight down with their hips cocked at a right angle. If we tell you our story, you must tell you yours, Nami said. Naruto thought a moment. The worst Tehi could do to him was throw him out or scream. Nothing he couldn't handle. He nodded his agreement and held out his hand. Nami shook it in a quick formal way to seal their agreement. Well, it started 5 years before. Nami started going into the kitchen and starting to clean her sleff up. Back when I was 10. And Nezuko a young 13. He nodded to show he was listening. Back when Belmere-san was still alive. 0000 a younger Nami wearing a green dress glanced quickly around the small bookshop in the center of Kokoyashi. She stood in front of a small step ladder that will allow her to reach up and get the green leather-bound book with a picture of a compass and a sailing boat. After making sure the coast was clear, she quickly climbed the step ladder to the top and pulled the book from the shelf. Climbing back down, she started back towards the front of the store. Na-chan, is there anything I can help you with? The kind, gentle elderly owner asked as she turned the corner around the bookshelf. Nami jumped a little in shock, hiding the book down the back of her dress. Oh, I was just browsing. She chuckled nervously and began to back up towards the door. I'll see you later. She hadn't been watching where she was going and backstrat into a stern-faced man wearing a marin suit and a pinwheel on his head. Gen-san, she said through her shock as the book fell from the back of her dress. Nami, Gen-san said as he hopped her over the head. Why did you steal that book? He demanded as he carried her up the streets of Kokoyashi village towards her mother's tangerine farm after he had paid for the book. Little Nami didn't answer him, just turned her head away and started to kick her feet trying to get free. Well? Belmere, I found your little cat, he shouted stepping onto the porch. I'm not a cat, Nami shouted back at him as he plunked her back on the ground. Oh, what did she do this time? Belmere, a woman with dark pink hair shaved at the sides wearing a plain blue plaid shirt and jeans, said as she stepped through the swinging doors and onto the porch. She was followed closely by 12-year-old Nezuko, her blue hair still cut short and held back by a red ribbon. She wore a light blue t-shirt with a darker blue overall dress. She wrapped an arm each around both of her daughter's shoulders, leaning down to her head was level with theirs. She stole this, he scowled and tossed the book of navigation onto the small wicker table. You paid for it, correct? He nodded. She grinned bigly at him, light a cigarette and putting it into the corner of his mouth. So then what's the problem? What's the problem? He shouted back, shock causing him to stutter a little. I can't always buy everything she steals. I can't always be there to bail her out. Alright, I'll pay you back, she said, leaning forward till her face was just inches from his. With my BODY. She said it with her most seductive voice she could conjure. Wah. He shouted quickly, backing away from her and down the porch's steps, much to the enjoyment of Belmere and her daughters. Laughing loudly at him, he started to scold her. Belmere-san. It had no effect, so he just shook his head and walked back down the path, muttering to himself what a bad influence she was to those girls, remembering just last week when Nami said the same thing when he caught her stealing a candy bar from the Kokoyazi's general store. After General was out of sight, she whooped both of her daughters on the head. Ow! What was that for? Both cried in sync with each other. You, she said, pointing at Najiko, for laughing, and you, pointing now at Nami, for stealing again. She bent down in front of her daughters and both flinched, thinking she would hit them again. Na-chan, I would have bought it for you if I knew you wanted it, so why did you do it? Because. She started, beginning to cry, we can't afford it. Baka. She shouted, hitting Nami again on the head. If I say we can afford it, we can. No, we can't. Najiko said, earning a hard rap on the head. Well, we can't. Belmere gripped each of her daughter's arms and led them inside. She settled the two of them before their lunch on one side of the table and sat down on the other side with a sewing basket and a pink dress. They sat silently at the table for a while, the girls eating their meal and Belmere working on the dress. Why aren't you eating, Belmere-san? Najiko finally asked. I'm on a diet. She glanced quickly at the girl and then back down at her work. I'm getting fat. No, you're not. Nami shouted, slamming down her fork. You're giving us all the food and starving yourself. 0. I did not say that. Nami cried indigently, coming over and smacking her sister and sinking into the chair besides Naruto. Tenten leapt up onto her lap and curled into a ball. That was you. Najiko waved the dismissal. Nami pointed across the table at her sister and mimicked how she believed her sister's voice was 5 years before. Number, you're not. You're starving yourself to feed us. Does it matter who said what? Naruto asked, butting in before this turned into a brawl. Well, I guess not, Nami agreed as Najiko laughed, pleased to meet someone who could actually, sort of, control her. Anyway, Najiko started back up when her laughter died down. One of us said that, and then Belmere-san exclaimed she was down with Nami's new dress. It wasn't new. Nami tried to scowl, but she couldn't hide the small smile. It was your old one. A light pink one with a sunflower that she turned into a lion. Must have been cute. Wonder if she ever wore it. When did you wake up, Fox? When the story started. The Kyuubi said simply. I'm invested in this as well, seeing as you're gonna spill our secret. Naruto decided it was best not to answer. Well, anyway, Belmere-san and Nami get into this huge argument, Nami proclaiming she wished someone rich had adopted us so that we could have nice things. Naruto smiled, thinking this was just like Nami. So, Nami ran away. To the village. I went to Gen-san's in the rain. 0000. It was pouring heavily when Nami ran out of the house crying. Belmere's harsh words ringing in her ears. If you don't like it here, then leave, so she had. Belmere-san. Najiko scolded their foster mother lightly as she sank back down in her chair. We both know you didn't mean it. Yeah, why don't you go find her and I'll make us a big dinner for an apology. We can afford that. She muttered the last part lowly so Najiko wouldn't hear. She ran out in the now dwindling rain after her sister, who was already in the village. 00. Nami. Why did you steal the book? Naruto cut across his new friend. Oh, that, Najiko said, smiling. She went over to the shelf that contained their china and pulled a dirty piece of paper out. She tossed it to Naruto, who caught it one-handed without looking at it. She wants to travel the world and make maps. I want to be the best. Naruto unrolled the map and saw a very detailed map of the island he was now on. He whistled lowly. I have no idea what it means, but it's good. Did you make this, Na-chan? Nami ignored the Na-chan and nodded. When you were 10? She nodded. He gave her one of his trademark foxy grins, flashing his teeth. Then I know you'll be the best. She alternately smiled and scowled at him, petting Tenten. Can we get on with the story now? He nodded a little sheepishly. Well, as I said before, I was a Gen-san's. I told him what happened, still crying a bit as he dried my hair off with a fluffy white towel. Scowling at me, he told me the tale of how my mother came to adopt us. I hadn't realized you two were adopted, he said, smirking, leaning back in his chair. Both sisters stared at him for a really long moment before shouting, together, at him. Have you been listening at all? He nodded. Naruto, you're a dumbass, Nami sighed, patting Tenten as if she felt bad for him. I've been called worse. Back to the story, he began the tale back when Belmere-san was still in the Marines. Najiko took back over telling the story. She was on an island not very far from here, helping to fight off a pirate's raid. Belmere-san was badly injured, on the verge of death. Naruto knew what this meant. He had been to that point a time or two, or more, himself. When she saw me, I was only 3 years old and I was carrying the 1-year-old Nami. She had stumbled to her feet and over to us. Dried blood a line from her mouth. I remember her asking me if she was my sister. I had said no. The next thing I know, we were on a small boat on our way here in a horrible storm. She covered us beneath her cloak. But even so, when we arrived here, both of us had terrible fevers. She was still badly injured, but she demanded that the doctor treats us first. The next day, when we were better and she was treated, she declared she was going to be our mother. She said she wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for us. Kawaii, Naruto couldn't help but say. He was always for happy endings. Nami gave him a strange look. He laughed and waved them on. So, Najiko finds me at Gen-san. And the two of us set back up to Belmere's, weaving through each other and chanting, eggs over rice, or some such thing, but then. A giant bang was heard from the docks just outside the village and roars of triumph were heard. A man came running up shouting, Pirates, pirates in the harbor. The two sisters stopped and stared back as chaos broke open in the villagers, leaving Gen to take charge. He quickly gathered the girls and hid them in a bush, praying the pirates wouldn't notice. It wasn't long before the ugliest pirates anyone ever saw came into the general view's sight. They looked like fish but walked and talked like humans. What do you want here? In front of him with his arms crossed as their messenger scurried back. What do I want? The leader asked, laughing cruelly. He had a long, sharp nose and wore a dark blue shirt and matching pants. He walked barefoot and as they were webbed. His hands were also webbed and they had these weird jewel things embedded in them. Listen, I am Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, the first of them all, and I claim this village. No, this whole island, as my base. And, my first law as your leader is that you have to pay me a certain amount of money each month for living here each month, and anyone who can't pay will be killed. Let's see, he said, smiling evilly at the crowd of people, 50,000 berries for each child and 100,000 berries for each adult. Angry murmurs rose in the crowd, but one glare from Gen shut them up. He knew Belmere could never afford to pay. His only hope was if they missed her and they could sneak them off the island later. Everybody gathered around the mermen, dropping in their money as they checked names off the lists. Children cried, but, with silent agreement, they'd ECIDED to protect Belmere and her girls. Soon, they had collected all fairy money and it seemed like the mermen would skip right over Belmere's house when an octopus saw smoke raising from Belmere's chimney. Like the spineless fish he pointed it out to his boss ADN Arlong led the way to the house. Once there Arlong, smiling, knocked politely at the door. He grinned back at the boys aiding for the unsuspecting. 0-0. Belmere-san had been inside, preparing our dinner when they had arrived. Najiko cut in across her younger sister. Naruto, would you like a drink? Both Nami and Naruto fell over backwards. Hi. Naruto said, picking himself up off the floor and straightening his chair before helping Nami. That was a little random, he said low in her ear. You're telling me? Nami sighed before she went into the kitchen and helped her sister bring out a fresh round of tangerine juice for all of them. Belmere wasn't as helpless as they thought, Najiko said, jumping straight back into the story without warning. She heard or sensed them out there and drew out the rifle she used to keep locked up in a cabinet so it was out of our reach and jammed the rifle up that stinking fish's mouth. But Arlong broke it and kicked her away. Nami took over for her sister. By that time we were running up to the house by the same path we used earlier today to get here and heard what was going on. We got there in time to see Arlong demanding money and asking why there were 3 plates. Gen-san interrupted him and said it was him and a friend joining her for dinner, that it was a long-planned engagement. Gen turns to Belmere in 0. How much money do you have saved up? He whispered as Hachi looked through notes and reported to Arlong that she wasn't married and had children. 1,000 berries. She forced herself into a sitting position and drew the money from her wallet. Arlong snatched it from her hand and greedily counted. He and his man turned to go but was stopped by a shout. Matt, that isn't for me but for my 2 daughters. Crying, the 2 girls ran out into her arms. Oh. Arlong raised his gun and pointed it at the woman's heart. Belmere held up her hand, asking for a moment before her death. She bends down till her face was level with theirs. I love you too, you know that. Follow your dreams, girls. Nami, become the great navigator I know you'll be, in Najiko. Stay Najiko, but no matter what, stay a family. Promise me. The girls nodded, clinging to her legs, crying hysterically. Belmere shook them off and placed them in Jen's care, placed another cigarette in the corner of her mouth, and stepped away from her daughters. Without hesitation, Arlong raised his gun and shot her in the chest. She fell, already dead. Belmere-san. The girls cried, running to the woman who was much like a mother to them. Belmere-san. A piece of paper floated on the wind and was caught by Arlong. What's this? A map. It was Nami's map of Kokoyashi. Give that back. Nami screamed, attacking him. It's mine. Why did you kill her? She was an example. He muttered, taking in the fine details of the map. Did a child, and a human child at that, really make this? Who drew this? Nami glared at him defiantly and pointed at herself. Arlong picked her up by the scruff of her neck and held her up. Well, well, well. Boys, looks like I found us a new nakama. 1. Jen-san. Help me. Nami screamed. At this, the villagers went mad and Jen attacked him but was quickly slashed down by one of Arlong's men. Arlong got his way and carried a screaming Nami away. They stared in shock at him after he told them his tale. He couldn't help but laugh a little at their faces. After all, it was hard to believe that he's not only from another world but that he also had a powerful demon sealed within his body. Plus the fact that he had killed already at only the age of 15, and when added to the fact he was trained to do that. Well, he wasn't surprised they took it this way. What he was surprised about was Nami and Najiko both pulled him into giant bear hugs and started to say, poor baby. He wasn't sure if he liked it. How could you have survived all those years alone? Nami and I had each other even when we weren't together. Not to mention Belmere's for a long while. Naruto took a long gulp of the tangerine juice before answering, by telling myself that I would become Hokage and prove myself to them. The village was all I had. And no matter what happened, I'll always fight for it. Nani? After all they did to you? Why would you? They should mean nothing to you, Nami angrily told him. Naruto smiled at her. I have a lot of good friends there and they've stood by me through a lot. Besides, isn't like you standing besides Kokoyashi even though they've turned their backs on you? It isn't, she screamed, but it was, and the 3 of them knew it. Is it really? You have love for you villagers and I for mine. He patted her head a little. There's nothing wrong with either of our reactions. But I had love from all of them for years and I know I'll get it back again someday, but you never had that, and yet you're willing to throw away your life for them. If it comes to that. They sat in silence for several moments more. Ah! Nami suddenly screamed, standing up. I forgot that I have to go to Arlong's. She started to run out the door but was called back by Naruto. Matt. I'm going with you. He bowed to Najiko. Will you please watch Tenten till I get back? She nodded, wondering what the hell he was up to, and watched as he dragged the shocked Nami from the house. You don't have to come, Nami told him, stealing glances at him as they walked onward to Arlong's base. It could be extremely dangerous. They're one of the most feared pirates in this world. He's been through so much already and I don't want him to have to go through even more. Especially because of me. He barked out a laugh and shot her a quick smile. Are you scared for me or of me? He walked at a slow, leisurely pace besides her, with Nami trying to hurry him along. Either way, I'm fine, he said, shrugging off her worries like they were nothing. She had to remind herself they were to him to keep herself from pulling out her staff and hitting him back into his own world with it. He smiled at her, conveying what she wanted to do. Anything they can do, I can do better. He suddenly stops and steps in front of her. Her places a hand softly on her shoulder and smiles even gentler. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not dangerous or that I've never been really close to death before. Because I can, and have, lost control of the Kyuubi, And I've been beaten down lots of times in my childhood. But I would never, and I repeat, never let anyone, including myself, hurt one of my precious people. Except maybe Sasuke Teme. His smile grew larger and he began to walk forward again, crossing his arms behind his head ADN looking up into the darkening sky. Me sense knocked into and I'm the only one for it. Nami stood somewhat behind him, staring at his back in mild shock, watching him as he walked ahead and continued talking about how he had to teach the Teme a lesson for hurting Sakura, just absorbing what he said. I'm not afraid about what he could do, but what he will do, and... Matt, did he just count me as one of his precious people? She couldn't understand it. How could he count someone he met 2 weeks ago, especially someone who tried to trade him a carpy boat for his expensive necklace, as someone important to him? But tears of joy still filled her eyes. She ran up to him and hugged him from baying. It had been so long. Are you all right? She laughed a little at the small amount of panic that was present in his voice. Na-chan. Naruto could feel her tears soak the orange and black material of his jacket. He thought desperately on how he could calm her down but came up with nothing. So, he improvised. Is it something I said or did? His only answer was her tightening her grip on him. I'm sorry. He tried but still got no verbal response, so he turned around and her AMRSADN lifted her face to his. Tears were running widely from her swollen brown eyes, but she was smiling. It's been a long time since anyone said anything like that to me in such a long time, not since Belmere-san. She let her sentence hang and Naruto absently hugged her closer to him and started to rub her back in small soothing circles. Nami quickly dried her tears off using the back of her hand. I'm fine now, my emotions just got the best of me, we should hurry or Arlong will be AMD at me and won't give you a chance to plead your case. They started back down the path, walking for moments in comfortable silence till Nami couldn't withstand curiosity another moment longer. What? Exactly. Is your case? I mean. What is it? Well, you plan to do. He gives a rather evil-sounding chuckle. Depends. She raises one of her eyebrows in question at him. It depends on what you want. I could eradicate them for you. She shook her head in desperation. She wanted them dead, but she didn't want them taking any of the villagers with them. Didn't think so. He smiles proudly at her. I guess then I'll convince them to let me join for practical reasons. Like? Naruto's answer was to grin even broader at her and continuing to walk onward. Like what, Naruto? If practical reasons don't work on me, there is no way in hell they would work on Arlong. She snorted exasperated as Naruto shot her one of his infamous foxy grins and pulled a crumpled sheet of paper out of his pocket and tossing it to her lightly. Nami, curious, quickly unwrapped it to see a picture of a 12-year-old Naruto wearing a completely orange suit with 3 other people. 3, including Naruto, stood in front of a man with oddly shaped silver hair who was pressing his hands on top of Naruto's and a boy's, with blue-black hair that stuck up in the back, heads. Both boys stood on either side of a bubble pink-haired girl that was sticking her tongue. The boys glared at each other angrily from the corner of their eyes, but not even Nami, who hadn't Kanwan the other boy, could mistake the sense of companionship that radiated from them. She knew these were his old teammates Haruno Sakura and Usagi Sasuke and their teacher Hitaki Kakashi. What does this have to do with convincing Arlong to let you stay alive and join him to protect me? She asked, staring at Tay picture and memorizing their faces as they continued on to Airway, Naruto leading the way despite the fact he had never been to this island before. He was silent for so long she thought he hadn't heard or didn't want to answer. But then, what do you see? His voice was oddly chalked as he thought back on all the good and bad moments of his life. Ones he may never see again. Anger, from both of you. A bit of jealousy too, but, without a doubt, there is kinship. She stared back down at Tay picture before holding it out to him. He shook his head and waved it away. Nami, understanding it must hurt to carry it around, carefully folded the picture back up and put it in one of her pockets. Yeah. He sounded sad and a little regretful. I couldn't convince him not to go. I tried and he almost killed me. I was so weak and, yet, so strong when compared to him. He exhaled a deep breath very slowly, trying to calm down his sudden jumpy nerves. He looked ahead as the red and yellow tower of Arlong Park came into his view. It was surrounded by high gray walls on the sides. It wasn't protected from harsh, jagged rocks and the sea. I vowed I would bring him back no amtter what, even if it killed me. But that's not going to happen now that I'm here, but I can protect you. If it means joining Arlong, I'll join. Till you're safe and happy, I'll go full out to protect you. He smiled fully at her, a soft natural smile, and walked backwards in front of her so he could see her face. Because you're already one of my precious people. He shouted the last part, causing her to giggle outright. Who's there? Came a slightly dumb voice from over by the rocks along the wall. An octopus stepped out the shadows, waving his arms above his head. He wore a red and white striped bathing suit, and Naruto was instantly reminded of Lee and Guy because of the rather unusual clothing choices and personalities, but knew that this guy wouldn't spar jokingly with him like the two beasts and could be a greater danger if not treated seriously. I am Hachi, great swordsman of AR. Nami-chan? Is that you? Naruto watched as Nami's smiling face put on a cold, hard, indifferent mask as she nodded to show it truly was her. You look so pretty, Nami-chan. Finally growing up. Huh? Who's this with you? He asked, noticing Naruto for the first time. Naruto took this as his cue and stepped forward, bowing slightly to the octopus. Uzumaki Naruto, Hachi-sama. I came to talk to the feared Arlong in hopes of joining your crew. If Nami hadn't gotten to know him quite well in the past few weeks, even she would have believed it as the truth. Join us? Hachi said, stepping forward and circling around the Kyuubi container. A pitiful human. He shook his head in amusement, his spiky white hair not moving, making Naruto wondered what held it up. Arlong would never, could never, allow such a horrific act to occur. You should leave now while you can, or he'll kill you. Naruto didn't move but continued to glare at the fish. Nami fought to keep her face smooth and calm, but watched Naruto nervously out of the corner of her eye. The two continued to glare at each other for several moments before Hachi nodded in admission. Very well, you've made up your mind. Hachi lead the way over to the open archway and lead them through. Captain. Nami is back and she brought a visitor. Arlong's cold, cruel voice threaded out to them on the wind, causing Nami to shudder in a rather unnoticeable way to one not trained to notice such things. Naruto looked unaffected on the outside, but, inside, he and the Kyuubi were making a backup plan, just in case. It's the only way, kid. Take my word for it, if this plan of yours fails, take him out. I'm planning on it, Naruto assured the demonic fox, following the octopus and Nami inside. Arlong, for it couldn't be anyone else, sat in a throne-like chair in front of the tower, looking out at the sea gates and the two concrete pools of ocean water, one leg crossed over another. He wore an open yellow tropical holiday shirt and loose, long blue shorts. His eyes glinted in a sinister way as he stared down his long, sharp nose at the blonde boy. Nami-chan, he tsked, you should know better than to bring strangers into our humble abode. Arlong stood to his fullest height, hovering over Naruto's height by a good couple of feet. Adien strode over to the two teens. Especially a human, he sneered. What's your name, slime? He had been called that numerous times, among other things, by Anko, but she said it in a slight, if it's even possible, affectionate tone. But Arlong took cruel and meal. Uzumaki Naruto, he bowed even lower to Arlong than he did to Hachi, gagging on the inside. It would be my greatest honor to become one of you subordinates. As if the great Kyuubi Kitsune could ever truly be a subordinate to anyone. The Kyuubi growled from deep within his cage, despite the fact that he knew Naruto had been planning on saying this. Like they figured he would do. Arlong smiled smugly and bid the bow to stand upright. Naruto complied but kept his head bowed slightly in a sign of continued respect. I just might keep you, my boy, but, then again, I might not. You'll have to prove yourself in let's say a spar against Hachi. You beat him, you can join. If you can't. Arlong slowly slid a finger across his throat to demonstrate. Nami ed in a breath of shock. Even with the Kyuubi, Naruto couldn't beat Hachi. What do you say, kid? You can always back out now. But a smile told him he couldn't. There is no need, Arlong. Nami cut across Naruto before he could consent. Naruto wishes to be my bodyguard. He heard of your deeds and agrees with your philosophies. He wants to help you by protecting me while I make your maps. Oh, and why would that be, Naruto? Naruto fought from shouting Nami a glare. That was the worst thing she could say in this situation. She practically gave away his intentions. The challenge would be harder because Arlong's men knew where to hit him hardest, his desire. For practical reasons, sir. He paused as if to think and clasped his hands behind his back. To make your maps. Nami-sama often has to go into areas that are infested with enemy pirates that would mean her harm. She could get hurt or killed. I'll send Hachi or Chu. Then, Arlong growled. I mean no disrespect, sir, meaning completely the opposite, but that wouldn't be the wisest course of action. If either of them, both clearly mermen, were seen with her it would be known she was yours. And, while mermen are incredibly stronger than a human, even a single merman could be overpowered by massive groups of attacking humans. Not to mention it would be harder to get around. With your enemies looking out for them. Arlong nodded in agreement as he thought over Naruto's words. You're an intelligent boy. From somewhere inside of him the Kyuubi gave a snort. I can see the meaning in your words clear as day. He started to pace back and forth in front of the two humans. I'll need your promise you will protect her. I will never let anything, or anybody, hurt her again. I swear on the grave of my hero, the Yodem. No one will ever make her cry. The last sentence was said so lowly no one but the Kyuubi heard him. So, you don't have to test him. Nami tried. No, I most seriously still do. Now more than ever. He grinned at her and she barely stopped herself from cringing. Still wish to go through with it, kid? Yes, he smirked and finally stood to his full height, barely making a dent to the merman but impressive for his age nonetheless. There was no one Arlong threw at him that would be harder than his previous fights as a shinobi. Arlong nodded and slunk back up to his chair and sunk into it. Prepare yourself. Nami muttered in his ear before stepping into the shadows beyond Arlong's throne. Naruto stood near the edge of the water for several moments before Hachi appeared in front of him holding a sword for each of his 6 arms. Rokutoryu, 1. I won't go easy on you. Naruto promised, settling into a simple taijutsu stance a second before Hachi charged. Almost too fast to be seen by the eye, Naruto performed the hand seals for the replacement jutsu. Tiger, boar, ox, snake. Not a second too late as Hachi chopped a bit of rock in half. This guy's strong, Naruto. Be careful. It was rare when the Kyuubi called him anything but kid or brat, so Naruto knew he really had to take this guy seriously. We can't die yet. I still have too much havoc to create and I haven't extracted my revenge yet. Like I could lose to some fish freak. Naruto smirked in amusement from his hiding space about 5 centimeters out on the ocean. He saw, just barely, Hachi looking around anxiously for him. His nerves clearly showing his weakness. Never show weakness to your enemies, Hatchan. Naruto tsked deep in his mind, feeling the Kyuubi smirk in reply. This is gonna be fun. Give it to him. The Kyuubi edged him on, sharing a mental laugh with Naruto, too. Anybody who hurts pretty young things are evil. Like me, for instance. Oh, I'm so going to enjoy this. The Kyuubi added as Naruto began to form the Rasengan, a blue cyclone in the center of his palm made of complete, pure chakra. It was an attack the Kyuubi and Naruto had been theorizing about for weeks in the confines of his mind. It was such a simple attack that Naruto was shocked he never thought of it before. Before he commenced his attack he made sure he was really hidden when he took aim and threw the ball straight at Hachi. Clouds of dust and rock shards surrounded the octopus as the ball of condensed chakra exploded near the base of his feet. When he dust cleared, Hachi was mostly unfazed, but seriously scratched up from the raining remains of the concrete. Naruto was shocked, but not the least bit upset, when he saw that his explosion only caused 2 of the 6 swords to crack and only severely damaging the others. While Nami and Arlong were busy trying to cover their shock. Only 2. Could have sworn I had gotten at least 5 of them. Naruto commented as he began to climb the outside walls using his chakra and dropping to the ground below. He started forming another Rasengan, Wallach NG, towards Hachi as if he was just taking a stroll. Without shinobi training he is a sitting duck. Shat, do you think we should use this time, Fox? That one. The Kyuubi answered, smiling sonorously as he told in descriptive details on how to do the jutsu he had in mind. It seemed extremely powerful, and if he hadn't had almost unlimited chakra supplies he would have been afraid to use because of the enormous chakra it would drain. Though compared to how much chakra it would use, the seals were rather simple. Just being the seals of snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. The fire jutsu known the blazing fireball jutsu. Naruto continued walking forward towards Hachi, allowing his chakra to slip back into his skin. Hachi and Arlong relaxed, A big mistake, and Naruto quickly did the signs for the jutsu and blew the giant ball of fire towards him. Hachi tried scrambling away, but it was no use as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him and held him in place. The ball of fire hit Hachi full force, and when it dissipated it was to find Hachi on the ground twitching and Naruto standing over him without even a scratch on him. He turned to Arlong and shot him a sly grin. "Have I won, or shall I kill him?" "You have won," Arlong said, sounding slightly shocked that a mere human could beat his top swordsman. Naruto grin turned to a smirk as he bent over the octopus and quickly did up the burns in treated bandages. He should be fine after a few days of rest, but he should take it easy nonetheless till they're completely healed. Not fatal, too bad. I'll need to work on that. He turned to Nami and winked to show he was joking. No human should be that strong, Arlong muttered before he told Naruto the way to Hachi's room. 0000000. Are all shinobi that strong? Nami asked as she walked with Naruto back to the gate. He had requested, and gotten, permission from Arlong to explore the island and familiarizing himself with his surroundings. But truthfully, he was going to make his way back up to Nejico's and check up on Tenten. Naruto snorted for an answer. That would be rather silly, wouldn't it? Nami couldn't help but giggle. If everyone was the same strength, no one would live past their genin days, or there would be constant war. But we do make ourselves strong in our own unique ways. Do you understand? Nami nodded. Then, I'll go. Night, he called over his shoulder as he started back the way he came. Good night, Naruto-kun, she said lowly to herself, not wanting to rile the merman as she watched the blonde Jinchuriki container disappear in what seemed thin air before turning back into the park and her nightmares. Without Nami with him, it only took him a matter of seconds to make it back to Nejico's. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner for 3 people. Herself, Naruto, and the scarred man that sat at her table, who Naruto figured was General So. Nejico wasn't surprised when Naruto walked right in and sat heavily in the chair across General. Instead, she waved hello absently at him and continued preparing the meal. You're Naruto, then? Naruto nodded to Gen's question. The one who will be protecting our Na-chan. By this time Naruto had already figured out that the villagers knew about Nami's deal with Arlong Adn, that they were behind her 100%. He, also, knew they didn't tell her they knew just in case she ever wanted to quit, and he was glad he wouldn't have to knock some sense into them. That's me, he said as Nejico came over and placed a plate in front of him and Gen before bringing her own over and sitting on Gen's side. There's something special in you, Nejico snorted in agreement, but didn't say anything. We, the people of Kokoyashi that is, would be forever grateful to you for helping her, but we will kill you if you betray her. Naruto smiled widely at the man and said, if I betray her you won't have to kill me, I'll kill myself. 2 days later Nami and Naruto set back out to sea. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at his teammate and friend, Nami, as she wandered about the crowd of rich ers that they expected pirates to attack and pick their pockets, pulling out fat wallets. Nami wore a tight yellow dress that showed how much she had grown into a woman in the past 3 years. The neckline was just low enough to tease men with a tad bit of cleavage. But all Naruto could help wonder about was how she could move in 3-inch heels. Naruto was dressed plainly so as not to be remembered too much. Plain black pants that hung loose enough around his body to allow him to have fight, but tight enough to show his butt off to the curious ladies, and a dark blue shirt that brought out the blue in his eyes with a white coat hanging over it. He no longer wore blue shinobi sandals but black boots that allowed for maximum movement. His blonde hair had grown out a bit so the ends were just brushing his shoulders, but his blue eyes remained as open and friendly as ever, if you ignored the slight mischievous glint. A sword was strapped at his waist and his shuriken bag, now patched and frayed, was hidden under the coat's tails. And around his neck was the same old necklace that he won from Tsunade, but with the new addition of a charm for protection that Rika had made for him, with his clan symbol of a swirl on one side. Naruto leaned against the wall beside some brown-haired waiter. Hear any interesting rumors recently? Naruto asked, crossing his legs in front of him and his arms behind his head till he was in a relaxed position. He watched as the young waiter pulled a gold pocket watch out of his coat pocket to check the time. It's too expensive for a waiter to afford. It could be an heirloom, but I doubt he would bring it to sea where pirates might steal it. Unless, of course, he was a pirate himself. Inwardly he smiled. It seemed as if Nami was right, as per usual. They weren't on a luxury cruise ship to have fun like most of the people were. They were here to carry out a business deal, just not a run-of-the-mill suit and dinner type. Nami had heard, through Arlong, about this luxury cruise ship. Nami and Naruto, somehow, convinced Arlong to give them money to buy 2 tickets. Naruto tacked it up to the power of persuasion, but Nami figured he was up to something, and, when he was up to something, it usually made bad news for her, the people of Kokoyashi, and, occasionally, Naruto, but only when Naruto extremely annoyed him. Which was all the time. Nami had figured pirates would attack here, seeing as there were a lot of easy, rich prey that would, undoubtedly, be carrying a good portion of their money and jewels. This way they had to do was wait for the unsuspecting pirates to show up before they boarded their ship amidst the chaos and hoard their treasures. Nothing much, the waiter finally answered, just the usual pirate stuff. The waiter flashed him a cocky grin. Scared of losing your precious goods or something? Kid's gonna get himself killed. Too cocky, the Kyuubi commented, looking up from his cat nap. Naruto agreed silently and began to glare at the man. Why would I be afraid of some puny pirate? Alvi. I mean, not all pirates are as weak as you seem to believe. Bingo, Naruto and the Kyuubi said together. Naruto pushed himself off the wall and onto the dance floor towards where Nami danced with a man with flaming red hair. Excuse me, he said, tapping the man on the shoulder and smiling apologetically at the man, but may I cut in? The man nodded before bowing to Nami and kissing her hand. Once he was out of sight, Naruto pulled Nami to him and placed his arm around her waist. She smiled at him as she placed her arms around his shoulders. He bent down till his mouth was close to her ear. You were right, like usual. Alvidia's pirates will be attacking sooner or later. Heard it from an underling disquished as a waiter. Baka. She chided softly, hitting him atop the head. Was there any doubt that I would be right? Naruto laughed lightly with her and bowed her body in a low bow. What does Furry have to say about all this? Naruto snorted as he twirled her around. That the kid is going to get himself killed, but other than that. Naruto shrugged and pulled her back tightly against his body. You know how. Furry. Has been lately. Kinda lazy and giving up on the whole revenge against Konoha for locking me up in a puny little boy thing. Nami laughed and patted her back a little. Anyway, I think we should make our way to the edge of the dance floor to make it easier to get away when Alvidia comes. She nodded in agreement and Naruto began to lead them across the dance floor, making it look like they were just overly enthusiastic about dancing. So, did you steal anything interesting? His voice was low and against her ear, making her blush very slightly. Nothing much, she said, trying to shrug off the sudden feeling of embarrassment. Several fat wallets, a couple of pocket watches, nothing they'll miss. They'll just believe the pirates took him. She watched him from beneath her eyelashes, trying to gauge what kind of mood he was in. If there was one thing he hated, it was stealing from the innocent. Normally Nami agreed, but seeing as they would lose them. Nami's train of thought was interrupted as a sudden loud banging was heard on the deck above, followed quickly by loud cheers from pirates. Instantly the crowd dissolved into panic. Smirking, the two friends slipped out into the hallway beyond, holding hands as the captain and the various crew members tried to restore calm. Nami quickly shed the dress and pulled out clothes from the pack console beneath her dress and pulled on the short-sleeved blue t-shirt and bulk shorts. She tied her hair back with a plain blue bandana, letting a single orange strand hang loose. She dropped the dress where it fell, deciding it wasn't worth the effort to carry around. She did this in under a moment, not caring if Naruto saw her semi-form. While Naruto released the mild henge he was under and revealed his rather larger pack. The two quickly hurried to the deck, and staying under the cover of shadows, swung over onto the heart-shaped, pink deck of Alvidia's ship. It was mostly deserted, minus a pink-haired boy talking to a barrel. The two ignored him and snuck below deck to the bottommost floor where there was a locked door. Naruto pulled a thin needle out of his shinobi's pouch, also known as a senbon, and inserted it into the lock. A few twists to the left and right and the lock gave a sift pop and Naruto was able to push the door open and step inside. The room was small, barely large opal. The walls were light pink and the floors were bare. The treasure was piled against the far wall, the single bulb making the gold and jewels glitter. Nami hurried into the room and started to throw the gold into burlap sacks unceremoniously, making as little bit of noise that she leaned against the wall, looking out the door. His sword was drawn and he was ready to attack any unwelcome people. But he saw nobody, but did hear two people walking down an adjacent hallway, talking lowly. Naruto found no reason to bug them, so he stayed where he was. "I'm done," Nami whispered, as she stuffed the last of the treasure into her bag. Naruto nodded once to show he understood as he took the large sack from her hands and swung the heavy sack easily over one shoulder. He led the way back to the deck and, keeping to the shadows, reached one of Alvidia's lifeboats. Nami slipped past Naruto and untied the boat. She slowly, and carefully, slid the boat down into the water. Once the bottom touched the ocean's surface, Nami let go of the robe and jumped onto the boat below, with Naruto following after. Why is that always so much fun? Probably because there are two of us. Naruto dropped the packs, the Tro's and his own, down besides Nami and picked up the oars. With quick, decisive strokes he began to row them away from the about of the way to the Inarist island when there was a small explosion of water and another lifeboat landed not far from them, carrying the pink-haired boy that was talking to the barrel and a boy with a stalk of messy black hair wearing a starve hat and laughing crazy. Naruto and Nami looked and said, "What the hell was that about?" They fell into silence for several moments with Naruto rowing and Nami silently counting the money. Naruto watched the other tiny boat head back in the direction of Shell City with its passengers looking like they had no idea where they were going. "Did I miss something?" the Kyuubi asked, watching the tiny boat through Naruto's eyes. Naruto snorted in annoyance. "Damn lazy fox. How much did we make in this round, Nami?" "Quite a bit," she said, pulling the bandana off and running a hand through her hair, "but we're still quite a bit short. 1 or 2 more rounds and we should have enough." "Kami, do you know what I'm going to do first when I'm free?" she asked Adi, and Naruto smiled and shook his head. "I'm going to make a map of the world." Naruto had heard it all before, but he let her retell him whenever she was in the mood. "And you, Naruto-kun? What will you do?" "Travel, maybe. Learn new fighting skills. Anything. Maybe I'll go WITRHU. She smiled and swatted his arm playfully. "Where to next?" "Well, I heard Buggy the Clown had a map of the Grand Line. If we get that we can get the money faster. There is surely a lot of treasure there, and it'll help me in my ultimate goal. So, I guess to Port Town." "Bara bara no mi. 1, Naruto whispered, leaning back against the ship as he laid down the oars allowing them to drift. "If you hooked up the sail, it would take us a day to get there." Nami nodded and began to put the money back in Toddy bag. "I think I'll go pick up Tenten at Najiko's, then and meet up with you at Port Town's dock." He stood and picked back up the treasure and leapt over the side and onto the lapping ocean water. "Yaw. Naruto. You better hurry back, Yubaka. Bring me back some tangerines as well," she yelled after him as she watched his laughing form disappear over the next swell. "Yaw. Naruto-kun." She whispered into the wind before standing up and setting up the sail that sat in a box at the end of the boat. 000000. It didn't take him long to reach Kokoyashi village and, when he did, he didn't bother to take one of the back roads he would when with Nami. BT strode down the main street. People called out greetings to him and children threw balls and toys at him without fear of being killed. And, like usual, Jen joined him before he was halfway down the streets. This time, stepping off the single-story blue house that held the bookshop. "Hello, Naruto-san. Where is Na-chan today?" "On her way to Port Town. Buggy the Clown has something she wants." Naruto flashed him a smile before slowing his strides to a pace he knew the elder man could keep up with. "I'm meeting back up with her at the docks of the town, but I'm grabbing Tenten first." He didn't mention anything about the bag of treasure he carried over his shoulder. It would be a waste of time for both of them, going through the story of how they got it when General would decide either way that he didn't really want to know. And for a quick drink of Najiko's famous tangerine juice. Gen Jsut gave him a wondering look. Though the villagers had come to accept him as one of their own, Naruto knew they wondered about him and had questioned Najiko. He also knew that Najiko had to them he was from a place very far from here. They had asked, how did he get here without a boat all time? Najiko's answer had been around the lines of, why the hell should it matter? He protects Nami. And that's that. And that was the last time any of the villagers questioned Naruto. But that didn't include Arlong and his crew. They constantly were trying to discover how a mere human could be that strong as he was constantly beating, and severely damaging, Hachi in friendly spars. And Chu can't get a scratch on him. Even when he tried surprising him from under the water, Naruto would either turn into a rock or some other type of inanimate object or, occasionally, disappearing in a puff of smoke. And, for a variety of reasons, Naruto decided it would be best to keep who he is, and where he's from, a secret. "Who's there?" Nezuko asked a few moments later when they reached her house, coming out holding her rifle, looking much, except a little older, than she did on the day when she first met Naruto. Still wearing the same style of clothing, a beige tank top and blue Bermuda shorts. Tenten, now wearing a green vest and the same purple beads, followed on her heels. "Gen-san. Naruto-san. Come in, come in. Geez, how much treasure did the two of you get?" Naruto smiled and laughed, but turned down her over to come in. "I'm going to stash this stiff, but you two go in. I'll join you when I'm down." He dropped his pack on the ground and disappeared in the rows of tangerines, whistling for Tenten to follow after him. "Have a glass of your juice waiting for me." "Nay, Nezuko-chan." She nodded after his retreating back. 0000 should I wait? It was hours later and Naruto still hadn't caught up with her when she reached the island that housed Port Town and Buggy's crew. She debated against herself about whether to wait for Naruto or not. If she waited she would have an ally in case she was caught. And if she didn't there was a chance she could slip in more easily and have a lesser chance of being caught. Unfortunately, Naruto would be angry at her if she did that. Nami smirked and jumped over the boat's edge and tied it to the dock. Who was she to give up the chance of angering her best friend? Even if he was one of the most dangerous humans alive and had a Paishko demon sealed within him. She would just argue back with him like she had done countless times before. She had done this for 5 years without him and could do it this time without him as well. Sighing, she began to walk along the building's shadows, learning how to properly sneak somewhere from Naruto long ago, for 3/4 an hour before reaching a rink circus tent at the edge of the city. She could see some blue-haired guy with a red nose, Buggy, sitting in a large chair and talking to two guys, one on a unicycle with black hair with a green shine to it and that was shaved in stripes on his head, and a guy covered from his chest to his head, in shapes like ears, in white fur sitting atop a yellow lion with purple eyes. Nami gave them a disgusted look and shook off the thought of why anyone would go out in public like those three were. She smirked and made her way to the edge of the red tent, keeping to the shadows, before peeling an edge up and sneaking in. Much like a real circus tent was. 5 rings where random crew members were practicing fighting techniques. The only real difference between a circus's tent and this was that behind the tents was a wooden hallway that led to a short wooden stairwell where Nami knew she would find the crew's treasure trove. There was a sweet smell of sweat in the air as Nami made her way along the tent, sticking as close to the cloth as she could. She cringed when a green-haired man threw a brown-haired man almost directly on her. She had to suppress a scream when the thrown man threw a club at the thrower, and missed, that almost hit her atop the head. By time she reached the wooden hallway she was regretting her decision to go on without Naruto. But she shrugged it off and went down the crickety staircase. Dust motes danced around the single bulb that hung on wires from the ceiling, and a drunk guard sat beside several large rum bottles, snoring the day away. Pathetic, Nami thought as SHJE slunk by the guard on tiptoes. Like on Alvidia's ship, the trio room was small and dingy. The walls were bare and covered with midlu. The floor was cold, hard stone that hurt her feet even through her shoes. Unlike Alvidia, the gold wasn't piled neatly and there was a lot more of it. Nami smirked as she pulled a couple of empty sacks from the small bag and beginning to stuff treasure in. The 2 bags were stuffed to the brim, as well as her pockets when she realized that the treasure map wasn't there. That Buggy was carrying it with him. Now, she knew she needed Naruto. She had the brains to go up against Buggy, but Naruto had the brawn and, unfortunately when facing against a powerful enemy with numerous numbers, you need both brains and brawn. Kuso, too. She whimpered to herself. I'll have to go back to the boat and wait. Nami stood to go when and turned towards the door. There, shadowed in the doorway, was the drunken guard, a drawn sword in high hand. Who the hell are you? She smiled nervously at him before drawing her staff and hitting him across the knees. She dashed past him as he called, "Intruder! All men, stop the intruder!" Naruto! She screamed as she burst out of the tent and dashed around Buggy and his 2 freaky underlings. "Help me!" 0000 He was annoyed but not the least surprised when he reached the docks of Port Town and found their ship but not his favorite orange-haired girl. He threw his pack and the small bag of tangerines onto the ship. He then stooped down, picked up the pink pig named Tenten and placed him down by the bags. I'm going to find Nami, you stay here and guard the boat. Tenten snorted his agreement as Naruto pulled a couple of tangerines out and placed them in front of the pig to enjoy. That's a nice pig you got there, a voice said from behind him, placing a rather owny-looking hand on his shoulder and squeezing lightly. Me and my mate will take him to our boss. His mate chuckled from behind him. Oh, will you? Naruto said, brushing the hand off his shoulder and turning around to face him. There were 3 men. 2 were facing him like they were his worst nightmare come alive and the third was busy tying up a tiny boat. 2 of the men were dressed like circus clowns and were the stereotype of a piet, unshaven and smelling of urine and other rotten unidentified smells. The third had green crew hair and green eyes. His white shirt was clean as were his dark green pants and thick green boots. The 3 swords that hung at his waist were quill made. Naruto knew he wasn't nakamas with these idiots and, if it wasn't for the trio of golden rings hanging from his left earlobe, Naruto would be sure this guy wasn't a pirate. Come and try me, Buggy pirates. And, like the cowards they are, they rushed him at once, drawing rusted blades. Naruto didn't bother to draw his sword, it wasn't worth the effort, but dodged around the blades like he was dancing. Finally, the 2 pirates started to wear down and Naruto pulled his leg up and kicked them into the ocean water with a single kick. Oi, you want to give me a hand? The green-haired guy called. Naruto shrugged and went to help him tie up the boat. Thanks. Rorono Zoro, he said holding out his hand. Naruto took it and gave it a fierce shake. Bounty hunter, right? Zoro nodded. Uzumaki Naruto. Bodyguard to a pirate thief. Uzumaki Naruto, I heard of you as well. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This guy was untrained in chakra control was easy to tell, but that didn't mean he wasn't a shinobi. When I was in Shell City a girl named Rika showed me a picture of her Onisan. I thought you looked familiar, but couldn't place where till you told me your name. Cute little jacket she wears, too. Naruto couldn't help but growl. 2 years before he and Nami had stopped by Shell City to see Rika and her mother. Ririka had offered to lengthen his pants and jacket, but when it was off Nami ordered him to keep it off, saying his orange outfit clashed too much with her hair. When he wouldn't consent, Ririka had hidden his pants and jacket and Nami took him shopping. While shopping, Rika had found the jacket and it became her new favorite thing. Naruto didn't have the heart to take it back and, in exchange, aimed him his protection amulet. It took me months to find a new jacket, he told Zoro, moving his shoulders in his, now comfortable, white trench coat. Zoro laughed. I understand. She tried taking my bandana. He tapped a finger against the green cloth tied around his left forearm. And Luffy's. Speaking of Luffy, you didn't happen to see a gaint bird carrying an idiot, would you? Naruto shook his head, laughing a little, but deciding he didn't wish to know. City looks deserted. Doubt I'll get much information there. I'm looking for my partner, as well. Why don't we go in the city together? There's a chance she might have seen something. Zoro nodded and the two set off in the city, talking lightly about their favorite sword techniques. 0000 She couldn't believe two were still on her tail. If she was Naruto she would be able to do some complicated jutsu and get away. But she wasn't and she couldn't. So, she ran till she thought she couldn't run anymore. Her breath was going in short and uneven and the stitch in her side was growing larger every minute, but she still hadn't lost them. What is that? She heard shouts from behind her as she came close to collapsing. She, and the men behind her, stopped and gasped as a giant bird came flying over them carrying a thrashing boy. Another man raised his shotgun and shot the bird. The bird dropped its cargo in shock, but still aimed unhuet. It growled in annoyance and swept at the men, causing them to cower and duck, before flying on looking for a new meal for its nest of babies. Woo! That is fun. Zoro, the black-haired boy with a straw hat, asked as he looked around, confused. He wore a button-down red tank top and baggy jean shorts with straw sandals. Zoro, where are you? Where am I? All Nami and the three pirates, who were still following her, could do was stare at the boy in shock. Nani? Who are you? Nani. It sounded like her name. She smiled evilly inside as she ran up the boy and threw her arms around his neck, dropping the treasure to the side. Boss. I knew you would come for me. I'll just go ahead to the ship with the loot. Take care of them for me, boss, Nay? She shouted as she picked up her bag and started to run away. Out of guilt, more than anything else, caused her to go around the back of the yellow house, where she had stopped, and climbed to the roof. The black-haired boy was standing in front of the pirates and dusting himself off. He seemed unaware as the three pirates closed in on him holding their drawn swords, but then he drew back his arm and it began to stretch behind him. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. And let it fly into Tama and send them skidding back against the ground. It took them several minutes to get back their coordination to get on their feet. And when they did, it wasn't to attack him but to run back screaming the way they came. The boy Satnd clutched at his stomach. I'm hungry. I want meat. Nami valuted over the roof edge and landed on her feet in front of the boy. You're a decent fighter, she told him, walking over and lending a hand. Come on, I'll get you some food as a thanks for helping me out. The boy didn't bother to take her hand to get up but just sprang right up. I'm Nami, and you are? Monkey D. Luffy. Where's the meat? Nami sighed and shook her head at the antics. She knew him only a few minutes and was already reminded of Naruto's single mindset about something. 0000. So, you work as a pirate now? Naruto asked as he led the way towards Buggy's base. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. A pirate hunter being forced into piratehood. A deal's a deal, Zoro countered, shaking his head at the logging blonde boy. And what about you? You were forced into protecting a thief. She steals from pirates. Besides, I wasn't forced. Naruto thought back onto the events of 3 years past. Okay, maybe at first, but as time went on I could have left if I wanted. Naruto shook his head to rid it of thoughts of Arlong's words of, leave now, while you can. I would rather be forced to be a thief of thieves than to be a pirate. Luffy's not bad though. He has Rika's heart. Zoro pointed out, as Buggy's tent came into view, allowing them to see the clown and his goons but not be seen themselves. And beyond it Nami leading a boy with black hair towards Buggy and dragging a bag of treasure along behind her. Luffy. What's that girl doing with him? Naruto couldn't help but to chuckle in amusement. Seems Na-chan is giving him to Buggy. We have to help him, Zoro said, drawing his swords and rushing forward. Right behind you, Naruto called, drawing his own. 0000. She heard Naruto's footsteps behind her before she had reached Buggy and she barely went 2 steps more when he and another man caught up with her. Naruto. You made it. Naruto rolled her eyes at her before waving in question at the bound-up Noah. Monkey D. Luffy is his name. She laughs nervously and rubs the back of her head. Kinda, am going to trade him in for the amp of the Grand Line. Zoro starts forward with his swords outstretched but it was at this time that Luffy decided to notice him. Oi, Zoro, meet our new navigator L, Nami-chan. She agreed to it if I would do one little favor. Nani? He asked looking around Zoro's form and at Naruto. Is he a friend of yours, Zoro? Is he joining us too? I missed something again, didn't I? The Kyuubi asked as he looked up from his nap and at the black-haired Luffy. UKNWO something, kid. I think we just meet something you may be more of a baka than you. Naruto only silently agreed and continued to watch his black-haired counterpart in amazement. Naruto leaned over to Zoro. I don't think he realizes he was going to be traded in. Zoro nodded, wondering how he could have gotten such an idiot to convince him to join his crew. He turned to Luffy and gave him a half-smile. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Nami's friend and nakama. If she's joining you, then, yes, I'm joining you as well. Welcome, aboard, then, Luffy says pulling one hand out of the ropes and shaking Naruto's hand before slipping it back could only wonder how anyone could be so. Luffy. Let's go get the map. He strained against the ropes and started dragging Nami forward, the 2 swordsmen following closely behind. Na-chan, Naruto said, tapping her on the shoulder and dragging the rope back so that Luffy wouldn't hurt her if he tried to drag her onward. She looked up at him and smiled. Don't you think we should untie him? He waved in Luffy's general direction with one hand and took the rope from her with the other. Why? She asked, watching as he untied Luffy and coiled the rope back up. She leaned down till her mouth was even with his ear. He's a pirate, like Arlong. Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation at the sky before jerking his thumb in the direction of the green-haired swordsman. He's a pirate too, but that doesn't mean he isn't trustworthy. Nami opened her mouth to say something, but Naruto cut her off with a wave of his hand. I know where your dislike comes from and I understand that. But I also know that not all pirates could be bad, just like not all Marines are good, or all shinobi, or... He continued to rattle off random occupations to get her to answer before she cut him off by hitting him atop the head. All right, I get it. She took the coiled rope Naruto offered her and tied it onto her pack. So, do any of you have a plan? She asked the three guys. Her hands were on her hips in expectation. Well? Can't we just attack them? Luffy asked, scratching his head with his forefinger in confusion. Everyone ignored him and conversed quietly between themselves. Nani? Didn't anyone hear me? No one even looked up at him. Luffy shrugged and walked off towards Buggy. Oi, Red Nose. He called out as he approached the buggy, waving his arms high above his head, alerting Buggy to his and the other's position. You have something we want. Hand it over. Behind him the others stared at him with their mouths open in shock. They were surrounded by some of Buggy's weaker men in seconds. Naruto and Zoro looked at each other once and nodded before they drew their swords and attacked. Naruto used quick short japs to knock down his enemies. Zoro used longer slashes that either heavily damaged the underlings or killed them. But, either way, it wasn't long before all the underlings had fallen, leaving only Buggy and his two higher-ups. You are strong indeed, Rorona Zoro, the man on the unicycle said, rolling forward with two drawn swords in his hand. But not as strong as I, Kabji the acrobat. He straighted forward on his cycle, slashing the swords widely from side to side. Zoro glared at the man as he drew his other Toho swords, putting the one with the white handle in his mouth. 3. He did a style that Naruto did not recognize before he rushed into the heat of the battle. The last remaining member stepped forward. My name is Moji and this is my faithful lion Richie. I don't know who you are, but I don't care as long as it's a challenge. Naruto saturated forward, but Luffy, quite literally, beat him to the punch as he pulled back his fist till it received far from his body and sent it crashing into the other man's face. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. He snapped back to his full height before he ran and punched the lion in the face in quick hard japs. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Before long both the lion and its tamer were out cold while Zoro and his enemy were still exchanging blows. Zoro was being pushed back and being pushed back fast. The guy was fast and it didn't help that he resorted to trickery when he thought he couldn't defeat an enemy through regular means. Zoro soon found himself with several cuts across his chest because of ink that was sprayed into his eyes that effectively allowed Kabji to catch him off guard. Naruto, by this time, had made his way to Buggy with Nami trailing slightly behind. Luffy. Help Zoro. He called back to the raven-haired boy before fully facing his demon. And you would be? He asked Naruto, though he was looking the orange-haired thief up and down in mild interest. Nami and Naruto. We want the map. Naruto said, cracking his knuckles and stepping into his stance. Left leg forward a little back from the right and his sword arm at angle at his side so it can defend from any side. Smirking, Buggy stood from his large golden chair and drew a sword that hung as he stepped in front of him. He ate the bara bara no mi so he must relay on it quite a bit. If I can find a way to stop him from using it, it could make this fight a lot easier. Bara bara no mi is the devil's fruit that allows the user to detach their body parts, correct? The Kyuubi asked from deep within his cage. The smartest thing you could do his situation would be to wait till the body part detached and tie them up or something, so he has less to work with. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes at the Kyuubi, deciding not to stroke his ego by agreeing with HTHE Clown asked, taking a dirtied, old piece of paper from inside of his coat and waving it in front of his face. Well, you can't. Nani. Where did it go? While Buggy was distracted, Naruto had performed Bunshin no Jutsu and had the single clone he formed sneak behind Buggy and stole the map right from him. Buggy turned around and faced another smiling Naruto. The Naruto from behind him sheathed his sword and raised his fist, sending it crashing into the bottom of his chin, effectively sending him flying. Or I could do that. Naruto smirked at the Kyuubi before turning to the awakening crew and cracking his knuckles menacingly and advancing on them. Captain Buggy. The crew shouted just as roars were heard outside the town, followed by a mop of people. Let's get out of here. Naruto and the others were soon surrounded by the people of the village as the remains of Buggy's crew ran away. Who are you and what do you wish of here? The mayor of the village asked, stepping into their line of sight. His white hair was curled a little at the sides, He wore a yellow and brown plaid shirt with a badly made vest over it, and black pants that ended a little above his thick brown boots. Luffy ran over to Zoro and helped him over to the two blonde boys. Naruto. I didn't know you had a twin, Zoro said as he looked back and forth between them, trying to tell which was which. I'm Rorona Zoro. The girl is Nami, the black-haired is Luffy, and they are the Uzumaki twins. He jabbed a finger at the boys. Naruto didn't know what to do. He couldn't very well poof his twin away and hoped they wouldn't notice, but, unfortunately for him, Nami had an idea. We were traveling at sea when Buggy's crew kidnapped me and the twins came for me. She got little stars in her eyes as she took a hand each in her own. Oh, Naruto, Tsuko. How can I ever thank you? Tsuko. Both Naruto's and the Kyuubi thought together as the twins exchanged looks. There is no need to thank us, Na-chan. We're your friends. Nay. For, Naruto. Naruto's clone brother, Tsuko, asked the real Naruto. Naruto nodded, still unsure of what was going on. Then, you two boys, and your other companions of course, are this town's heroes. You have saved this village from the horrible pain of spending another day under Buggy's rule. The man began to tear up and the group all looked at him in confusion. Yes. Well, we must be going now. Come Naruto, I mean Tsuko. She grabbed the boys' arms and began to drag them off. Zoro and Luffy hobbled behind them a few paces. Tsuko, why don't you go ahead? Don't you have to get to your new job? My new. Oh. Yeah, blanked out there for a second. Tsuko said, Naruto and him finally catching on. I just got a new job at a restaurant. It was a pleasure to make you acquainted, black hair, green hair. He quickly dashed down the street and once he deemed himself far enough out of sight he paraformed a seal adn disappeared in a puff of smoke. That was close, Naruto whispered. Zoro and Luffy looked at him, waiting for further clarification. I wouldn't want Suso to be late. He didn't cath that he used the wrong name as he went over to Zoro's other side and supported him. Nami slapped her head but was relieved to see that neither boy noticed Naruto's miss-up. Oi! Nami-chan, Luffy said, dropping Zoro's one-side ADN leaving Naruto to suddenly have to support Zoro himself. This means you'll join our crew now, nay? He jumped up and down eagerly as they approached their tied-up boats. Nay? 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 Yow! Luffy screamed trying to shake off Tenten who had jumped from the ship when he thought one of his masters was being threatened. Tenten, down, Naruto ordered the pig. Tenten dropped from Luffy's ankle and pranced over to sit by Nami's feet. Sorry about that Luffy, he can be. Luffy, what the hell do you think you're doing? While Naruto had been talking, Luffy had crawled up to Nami and Tenten and started nibbling on Tanten's ear. Knock it off, Baka, he said, punching him on top of the head feeling much like he pictured Sakura did when he was act. Zoro fell hard onto the ground. Meat, hungry. He ignored Naruto, who continued to try to knock some sense in him with his fist, and tried to eat the pig raw. Zoro? Naruto. You two want some? He asked, suddenly looking up at the two of them and holding the pig up. Tenten squeaked and tried to get away. No. They shouted together as Naruto wrenched the pig from his teeth and Zoro propped himself up onto his elbow and glared at his captain. Luffy, get off your lazy butt and help me onto the ship. Luffy gazed longingly at the pig for a moment before hastily doing what Zoro begged. Kuso. This wound hurts. I'll check you out once we're on the ship, Nami said, before pausing to look thoughtful. Which ship should we use? Naruto's and mine is larger, but I'm not sure if we can keep Luffy from eating Tenten. Simple, then, Naruto said, as he placed Tenten back in the boat before going to help the struggling Luffy place Zoro back into their ship. We'll take both. So, you're coming too, Naruto? Zoro asked as Naruto helped Nami into their ship to help Zoro with his wounds. Nami, with practiced ease, quickly bound up the bleeding wounds. Naruto shrugged as he and Luffy untied the ships and jumped aboard, Naruto dragging the treasure with him. I have to. I made a promise to Nami's sister that I have to keep. Naruto set up the seal on his ship before jumping over and helping Luffy with his. Till then, you're stuck with me. That's okay, Luffy said, as Naruto and Nami climbed back onto their ship, but we get to eat the pig. He started to stretch his hand over to grab it, but Zoro hit him over the head with the butt of his sword. "So, then, navigator. Where to?" Zoro asked as he settled down for a nap. Nami rolled her eyes and pulled out a map. "Let's see, the nearest settled island is." Naruto shrugged as he and Luffy untied the ships and jumped aboard, Naruto dragging the treasure with him. "I have to. I made a promise to Nami's sister that I have to keep." Naruto set up the sail on his ship before jumping over and helping Luffy with his. "Till then, you're stuck with me." "That's okay," Luffy said, as Naruto and Nami climbed back onto their ship, "but we get to eat the pig." He started to stretch his hand over to grab it, but Zoro hit him over the head with the butt of his sword. "So, then, navigator. Where to?" Zoro asked as he settled down for a nap. Nami rolled her eyes and pulled out a map. "Let's see, the nearest settled island is." Chapter 6. Battle over Riches, a new Nakama, Yada. "We're finally here," Naruto sighed out as he and Zoro swung out of the boats and continued to drag the two little boats further onto the beach. "I was beginning to think we would never get here." He paused and helped Nami out of the boat as he tried to hold back a yawn. Zoro and Luffy shoot him questioning looks as the boy climbed back into the boat he and Nami had just vacated. "I think I'll just stay here and catch up on some Z's I missed while entertaining the little monkey." He jerked his thumb in the general direction of Luffy. Nami rolled her eyes, having already expected this. He always needed a bit of extra excess sleep after a battle, whether it was big or not. She figured it had more to do with laziness more than the chakra depletion he claimed the first time she had complained about it. Not that she knew much about chakra, except that he used it in his battles quite often to do amazing acts most people could only ever dream about doing. So, she decided not to argue with him about it in front of their new companions. She bent down and picked up the little pig that was Tenten. "Looks like Naruto-kun is abandoning me, Tenten, but you won't. Right?" The pig's answer was to squeak and aim a lick at her face. "Watch for the treasure, Naru-kun." Hi, 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 hi," he muttered lazily, already half asleep. He suddenly cracked an azure eye open and eyed the girl in front of him. "Be careful, Na-chan. Call me if you need me." The last part was spoken quietly only for her four chakra presences approach the gray coast where their ship on one side of the two cliffs that surrounded the rocky path that lead towards the village. Whoever the four were stayed well hidden in the dense vegetation that sat atop the cliffs and, as far as Naruto could sense, the whole bunch was a little more than chidlin. In fact, as Naruto concentrated on the chakra, he felt that three of them were around the age of 8, but the other was in his late teens, probably around his and Nami's age. "They're nothing big." He settled quickly into a sleep deep enough SSO that you could barely see him breathing. Nami looked at him in confusion for several moments, wondering what he meant by that. Finally, she shook her head of its confusion, shrugged, and joined the other two men of her group who were waiting for it by the side of the ship. "I just don't get him," she whispered to Tenten, scratching the pig behind the ear in his secret spot. "Naruto will join us when he's ready, guys." The two looked at her with their eyebrows raised but said nothing as they began to climb up the rocky coast. "Halt, pirates. You are treading on the base of the great pirate Captain Usopp. I have 100,000. No, million men under my command. Leave now or face my wrath." As Usopp spoke, flags popped out of the bushes and started to wave around in a threatening manner. Nami began to get angry. Naruto could only mean this. Really? 100 million men. So, cool. Luffy thought as both Nami and Zoro stared at the boy in shock. He can't be this dense. Can he? They both thought, looking at each other in shock. Yes, it truly is. Maybe one day, you too will have that many under your control. Naruto snorted in his sleep and turned over onto his side. Who's that in the ship? Are you just going to abandon your comrades? Naruto sat up and took a battered-looking kunai from his leg pouch and tossed it into the bushes. From the shriek of fright his three companions could tell he barely missed killing him. Who do you think you are? Attacking the great Captain Usopp. I'm just about ready to send my men down there to flay your butts in close combat. Naruto yawned. If I didn't already know there were only 4 of you up there, I would say bring it on. Nice trick, by the way. It must have taken you hours to put up all the ropes and sticks. As Naruto talked, 3 of them stood up and ran. Green hair? Purple hair? Blonde hair? Got it and I'll remember it. Naruto thought as he watched the three children run away in fright. He watched as interest as why the great Captain Usopp stood and began to try and creep away. Hang on a sec and bring down my kunai, would ya? They're a pain to have to replace, cost quite a bit of money. Usopp nodded and slowly climbed down, carrying the knife in between his teeth. His long nose stood far out from his body, his olive overalls hung loosely about his dark frame. He wore goggles only a tad bit smaller than Naruto used to on his head. Here you go," he said as he made his way past the stunned Nami, Luffy, and Zoro and handed back the knife. "Thanks." And Naruto flopped back down into his nap, snoring peacefully a moment later. "Baka." Nami scolded the blonde boy lightly as she came over. "If you knew there were people there, why the hell didn't you tell us?" She pounded her fist into his head. Naruto rubbed the spot on his head and glared at the girl in front of him and then shifted it to the whimpering Usopp behind. "Didn't feel like it. Besides, I told you, somewhat." He smirked as Nami grabbed his arm and dragged him from the boat. "What are you doing?" "My nap." "For not telling us, you lost you napping privileges. Come on." She continued to drag the blonde boy up to where Zoro and Luffy waited. "Usopp, right?" Nami called back to the whimpering boy with a cheerful wave. "Do you know where we can get something to eat?" The boy nodded and dragged himself up to his feet. "Meat!" Luffy cried, running forward and pulling Usopp by the arm and towards the village, ready for getting the whole 100 million men. "Who were those kids?" Zoro asked as Usopp led them through the village and into the one tavern the village held. Naruto stood behind him arguing lightly with Nami. He wanted to nap and she wanted him besides her. Luffy butted into the argument between the old friends with the chant of, "Meat one meat. Meat. I love meat," causing both to turn around and put him into temporary stupors. But when Zoro talked, everyone stopped to hear what was saying. "Oh them," Usopp said, and slid himself into a boat. Naruto crashed onto the opposite side with Nami sliding and still holding Tenten in her arms. Zoro pulled up a chair and sat on it backwards as Luffy settled beside Usopp, quietly chanting the meat song. "My nakama of Usopp's pirate crew. They've been a part of my crew going on 5 years now. We've had a lot of adventures together. It's really sweet of you to play with those children," Nami said, smiling at the long-coast boy. He smiled back in a conceited manner. She smiled at the waitress as he came over to take their order. "Let's see, I'll have." "That kid probably taught them perverted and demented things they can't use in real life like you did to the Konohamaru Corps." Naruto snorted in agreement, earning stares from his party. Nami's knowing, Luffy's was blank, Zoro's was curious, and Usopp's was indigent, thinking it was about what Nami said. Naruto, noticing the irritated look, smiled widely at the boy before turning to the plump brunette woman in her late 30s. "That old be their waitress. I don't suppose you sell ramen?" he said, shooting her a wide foxy grin. She blushed and shook her head. "No, too bad, it's truly the best food in the entire world." His smile widened as her blush deepened. From besides him Nami rolled her eyes and looked ready to slap Naruto upsides the head. "Just give the baka here onigiri, too," Zoro said, leaning back into his seat and closing his eyes. "Meat. Meat. I want meat," Luffy screamed excitedly, banging his fists against the table. The woman nodded and bowed before disappearing into the purposely ignored Naruto to the best of his ability and talked to Luffy with Naruto. Nami and Zoro sat in silence as they listened with half an ear to Usopp tell Luffy obvious lies about how great a captain he was and all the great adventures he had on the seas. "Oi, Usopp," Zoro called, finally getting annoyed as he reminisced about his time fighting a giant goldfish. "Do you know where we can get a ship around here?" "You won't find one here in Syrup," he said, turning from Luffy's eager face towards Zoro's stern one. "Syrup is the only small village here on the island and, since we're so small, other islands tend to leave us alone so we never need to seal boats. Barely any of us ever leave the island. The one exception to that is my Tucson. He left to become a pirate while I was still young." Usopp began pointing to himself with his thumb and nodding proudly. Luffy looked at him before smacking himself on the head. "Now I remember where I've seen you before. I met your father back when I was little. He's the shaper shooter in Shank's crew." "Hunta. 1. You really met Tucson?" Usopp screeched, pounding his fists on the table and leaning forward till he was right in Luffy's face. No jokes. Luffy nodded eagerly back in his face. Your father is Usopp, right? Luffy continued on as Usopp nodded back a little more than stunned. Aye, he was the infamous sharpshooter for the Great Shanks crew. They were using my hometown as their base for a while back when I was a child. I used to join them in the tavern in the town and hear their stories of great adventure. Your father's favorite to talk about, of all things, was you. So much he spoke of you that I could tell the stories along with him if I so desired. By this time Usopp was crying tears of joy and repeatedly chanting, Hunta? Over and over again. Is that so? Nami whispered lowly to the other two as she looked back and forth as Luffy waved his arms widely around as he reenacted some of the tales to Tong-nosed boy. No ships. Na-chan, you're worrying too much, Naruto said, patting her arm and smiling as the waitress came back into the room carrying 2 trays full of their food and drinks. Here, let me. He stood and took the trays from her hands, still smiling gently. We could always go to another island. He reminded her as he set the trays on the table before sitting and passing out the food, managing to hit Usopp's head each time he moved the tray around. I know, Naruto-kun. But it's a pain being stuck with these two in close quarters. She said half-jokingly, sticking her tongue at the glaring Zoro. Zoro made as if to stand up, draw his sword, but Luffy jumped up suddenly and smacked him with one of his waving arms. Zoro stumbled back and crashed into the counter. Anger waved off of him in dangerous waves as he stumbled back to his feet. Jigomen nasi, Zoro-san. Nami managed to stumble out after several tense moments of trying to control her laughter as she looked upon his angered face. Besides her, Naruto had his head buried in his arms so the others wouldn't see the tears caused by barely suppressed laughter as they rolled down his cheeks. Usopp and Luffy stood on their side of the table, clinging to each other as they shivered in fear of the evil aura that surrounded the green-haired man. Zoro growled some inaudible words as he slouched back down into his seat, beginning to dig into his meal. Tearing the meat of the bones in a Luffy-like way and chugging down his ale, with some running slightly down his chin. It took several moments before the rest of the party composed themselves before they could begin their own meals. There was light bantering between Usopp and Luffy, with Naruto, Zoro, and Nami putting in scalding comments in between their own conversation of possible alternative options of getting a ship. Hey, Usopp, Nami said, suddenly. Do you think that huge house on the hilltop could help us? There were stars of possibilities as she thought back on the huge White House surrounded by high shrubs and gardens decorated beautifully with flowers from all around the world. They should have more than enough money to help some poor little kids. Usopp stared in shock before he drained his glass and stood. No, they can't help you. They aren't there currently. Naruto looked up to the boy through the corner of his eye. It was better than the majority, more believable than the tales he had been telling to them earlier, but there was no denying it was a lie. An almost unnoticeable line of sweat had broken out on his hairline and his back was too stiff from holding in slight tremors. Ah, Nami sighed out, disappointed. Is that so? He nodded, his eyes fixing on a point above his head. Oh, well, that's Eddles that then. We'll leave in the morning after stocking on some supplies. Naru-kun will take of that, nay? She asked, looking at the boy and her partner. Hi, ha. Jada Mat. Too, Na-chan. He shouted in an overly hurt and terrified way. Why is it that I always have to get the supplies? See Najiko-chan for things? Fight? Everything? Tears ran down his face as he gripped Nami's shoulders and lightly shook her. I think that I'll be going now, Usopp said, slowly backing away towards the door. Once reaching it, he dashed fully out into the street and towards the hilltop mansion. Naruto's eyes followed him till he was out of his sight, but he latched a single strand of invisible chakra to him as he collapsed back in his seat. Nani, Naru-kun? Aren't you going to argue about supply shopping some more? She asked, a bit worried as he grabbed a nearby tankard of ale and drained it in one gulp. Naruto rarely drank and only when he was brooding over something that usually would cause her and Najiko to worry as he did something that severely injured him. Naruto, what are you planning? Don't worry, Na-chan, Naruto said, smiling lightly at his friend and standing. Going to the door, he turned and locked eyes with the three at the table for a moment. I promise I won't do anything too dangerous. For me at least. And without warning, he was gone. That baka, Nami said, shaking her head and settling back into her chair. He better not do anything he will come to regret. Luffy and Zoro looked at her with raised eyebrows, wondering who exactly these two were. 0000 Naruto followed the running Usopp, staying into the shadows as the boy made his way through the town. He watched with mild interest and respect as he pulled out a carefully camouflaged cardboard box in one of the hedges that surrounded the mansion. If no one was home, why would you go through the trouble of sneaking up here? Naruto asked, smiling slyly at the boy as he stepped out of the shadow of a large oak on the grounds as the boy climbed his way out of the hole that box had uncovered in the hedge. Usopp stared at the blond boy in unconcealed shock. How? When? Did you? He stumbled over his words as he pointed back and forth between the blond boy and the hole. How? I jumped over the fence. Usopp's mouth fell wide open as he looked to the top of the hedge behind him. It towered high over both of their heads. Why? I wanted to see what you were up to. When? While you were busy going the slow way in. Naruto yawned as if this was a day-to-day occurrence for him and crossed his arms behind his head. Is that all you want? If not, let's go see the mistress. Jada Mat! Usopp shouted, grabbing Naruto's coated arm and pulling him back towards him. I won't let you bother Kaya-san with your requests. Naruto closed his eyes and tilted his head up towards the sun. I don't care much for a ship. I can get along fine with, or without, one. I don't care about this Kaya person either, but my instincts tell me that there is something wrong here and, since my instincts are never wrong, I can't turn my back here. Naruto shook his arm free and began to walk forward again. It's my nindo to help others, to not give up. So, come on. Naruto-san? Usopp asked, after several minutes of leading the way towards the Hosu. Doesn't nindo mean ninja way? Naruto stifled a chuckle and nodded. Usopp just shook his head and tucked it into the back of his mind for later as they reached the tree right by an open curtained window. Kaya-chan. It's me, I'm coming up. He said in a loud stage whisper as he shimmed up the tree by wrapping his legs as far round it as they could go and using his hands to pull himself up. Usopp-san. A blonde-haired, brown-eyed girl said in a soft-spoken said as she stuck her head out the window and looked down at the boys. Is he a friend of yours? Uzumaki Naruto, ma'am. Naruto introduced himself, bowing a little awkwardly from his perch on the branch. I just got here to syrup earlier today and Usopp-san is being kind enough to show me around. Usopp snorted thinking back on Naruto jumping out at him as he snuck his way here onto the mansion's grounds. But he forgot about his meeting with you and was forced to drag me along. Naruto gave the girl a what can you do smile. I hope you won't be too angry at him. Kaya giggled a little behind her hand. Not at all. I'm stuck here in the mansion all the time but I do enjoy meeting new people when I can. She stuck her hand out the window and watched as Naruto's larger and calloused palm encompassed her own. I'm Kaya. I do hope that you will enjoy your stay here. We would enjoy it more if that broad you insist on traveling with would allow us to take a nap. The Kyuubi muttered from deep within his cage. And after everything we have done for her, too. Don't you mean, all I've done? Naruto growled back at him, only half listening as Usopp started telling a tale about how he once wrestled with a giant goldfish. You can take a nap anytime you goddamn well want, you dumb fox. The Kyuubi snickered smugly from his cage, curling down for yet another nap. Dumb fox. Naruto added for good measure, unconsciously growling out loud. Is something the matter, Naruto-san? Kaya asked as Usopp banged his head off the tree trunk besides him in frustration. Maybe Usopp-san should take you back to the village for resting? You need not worry about me, Kaya-san. I was just lost in my own little world. Unless someone in the village knows how to kill a demon that's trapped inside a human boy, I shall always be plagued by this. Would you mind if I asked you a question? Kaya smiled as she shook her head, but Usopp growled warningly besides him. I take this a daily encounter between the of you? He looked back and forth between the two. Oh, yes, she said, clapping her hands looking at Usopp in adoration. Usopp-san has been so kind to me. Since I became ill about a year ago, Usopp-san has come and kept me company and told me amusing stories to help pass the time. Nay, Usopp-san? The boy crossed his arms over his chest and his legs crossed themselves before he nodded sagely back at the girl. But Klahadore, my butler, doesn't like Usopp-san so much because he thinks the stories will rile me up. And such, Usopp-san is not allowed in tea house. It's hard for me to believe that you are ill, Naruto said, looking down at the ground below. You're a little pale than normal, but other than that, you seem perfectly healthy to me. His words drew another giggle from her and another growl from Usopp. I know people who are a whole lot paler than you who are perfectly healthy. Some a little too much, like Orochimaru. He added silently. The Kyuubi made a small sound in agreement, but, otherwise, didn't say anything else on the topic. You are sweet Naruto-san, but I know my health comes and goes. He gave her a quick once-over before smiling in her eyes. Get some fresh air. Get out and enjoy life. Put whatever troubles you behind you. If we dwell on bad things too long, of course we're bound to become ill. She nodded at the wisdom. I would love to go outside but my Dr. Adn Clawhador says I'm still too ill. Usopp's stories are the closet I've been in a long time. Naruto nodded as the girl sat cross-legged on her bed and sat back against several pillows. Just reinforces me first impression of him. Both of them gave him inquisitive glances. He's a really good guy. Kaya giggled again as she nodded in agreement. Usopp stared in shock at the boy, not believing what his ears heard. After several moments of careful consideration he came to the conclusion that Naruto was only saying this stuff for Kaya's sake. Instead of the anger that would normally come when he believed someone was fooling with him, he felt peace and respect for the boy. Though a little bit misguided. And it was all Usopp could do not to fall out of the tree in shock. Had he really just said that? They spent several long moments relaxing, talking like the three of them were old friends. They talked over various subjects. What it was like to grow up here in Syrup, where Naruto thought the weather was best in the East Blue, their families or lack of. They talked about how each of them dealt with deaths, but only brushing the surface. Usopp entertained the two with tales and Naruto told stories about ninjas. Kaya told them all about how her father, mother, and her had made the garden. By time the end of the visit came around, Naruto had made two very strong bonds with two very different people. After 2 hours the door to Kaya's room began to open and she was first to say goodbye to the two boys and close the window. Usopp quickly slid down the length of the way as Naruto jumped down lightly onto his feet, much like a cat. Silently the two boys made their way to the hedge and, at Usopp's inconsistent probing, the two boys climbed out the hole before making their way down the street. Oi, Naruto, Usopp said just as they were reaching the edge of the village. Naruto paused and shoved his hands in the pockets of his pants, looking at him. Naruto already had a feeling what he was going to say and knew it was probably for the best the other boy got it out the way. Arigato, for making Kaya so happy. Usopp started to cry, throwing his arms around Naruto in a hug. There, Naruto asked confused. He had expected the boy to shout at him and tell him never to go around Kaya again. Or something along those lines. This told Naruto that his instincts needed some fine-tuning. He opened his oath again to speak and try to pry him off of him but a movement in the bushes to their left caught his eye. Kyuubi, do you see that? Yeah, the fox answered, uncurling from his sleep and peering through Naruto's eyes in that direction. That's no normal chakra, kid. It's no Shinpibi but be careful. When am I not? Naruto joked. The Kyuubi sighed and settled back to watch whatever happens next. Naruto shoved Usopp away and drew the sword that was strapped to his back today. Whoever is there better some out not or face the consequences. Who do you think you are to tell me to face the consequences? A man's voice rang out soon followed by its owner. He was tall and unnaturally thin. He had thick black hair that was slicked back from his face. He wore a black suit much like Naruto's except extremely pressed and with a green shirt and tie. His glasses were round and, the way the sun reflected off of them, blocked his eyes from a regular person's view. But Naruto wasn't a normal person. He had the Kyuubi sealed within him and had inherited his advanced senses. He could see the evil malice in the man's eyes as he looked them up and down, as he readjusted his glasses on his nose by the base of his hand. The eyes were black, they were squinted in pure hatred. This was the man who was the cause of the uneasiness Naruto had felt since he stepped foot in the village earlier today. Well. Clawhador. Usopp shouted before Naruto could say anything. He stepped forward and waved at the man. This is my new friend Naruto. I was showing him about the village. This can't be the same Clawhador that Kaya was talking about. He is. Naruto said to the Kyuubi as he watched Klahadore with lazy eyes-looking eyes. Like you. His eyes are like yours. He has a malice level almost as high as yours. The Kyuubi's answer was low growl and to curl up to ignore him. Naruto smirked at the man, watching his body for the slightest movement that would give away his intentions. Klahadore stepped up close to Naruto and looked down the few inches that separated their heights. His lips twitched back into a sneer as they had a staring contest. Naruto allowed some of the Kyuubi's chakra to rush to his eyes, turning the blue into red for no more than a second. Klahadore flinched away from him in shock. What is this boy? After a few more moments of watching the boy, now with shock, instead of plain disgust, and something that bordered close to fear. You and your friend had better not have been at the mansion bothering Kaya-sama. Kaya's name was said with barely concealed malice and disgust. Usopp, like a majority people who haven't been trained to catch everything around them, missed the malice in his voice. But both Naruto and the Kyuubi heard it as clear as a bell. It helped that they were used to hearing as well. Now if you excuse me, I have business to attend to. They stood there for a few minutes, watching him walk away from them. Well, I guess we should meet with you Nakama. Naruto. Matt. Where are you going? Don't leave me. Usopp shouted towards Naruto. He began to follow Klahadore. Naruto stopped, but didn't turn around. Usopp, would you mind going to my companions and tell them that I will be a little wait? He bends his legs and began to charge up his chakra. Matt Naruto. Usopp shouted, grabbing his arm before he could disappear. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I think that orange-haired girl would really harm me if anything were to happen to you. Let's go together. He talked tough even though his legs were shaking horrible. The two locked eyes, each looking for weakness in the other. After what seemed hours Naruto relented and nodded and the two set off after the disappearing Klahadore. 0-0. Those two have been gone for a long time. Nami commented sipping from her mug of Naruto's and Usopp's return with Zoro and Luffy. Zoro had long since moved into the seat that Usopp had abandoned. The two were singing with their arms around each other. Ooh, she said, frustrated, smacking the boys upside their heads to get them to stop. Come on, let's go see if we could find them. Okay, they said, allowing Nami to drag them out by their arms and out into the sunlight. Where should we start looking for them? Luffy said with his mouth of as meat as he could have gotten in as Nami dragged them out. The smart thing would be to check around the mansion. A voice said from behind them. Turning around they discovered Usopp's little followers behind them with their arms crossed over their chests. He always goes there to talk to Kaya-san around this time every day. The green-haired one said, What happened to your blonde friend? We're taking a stab in the dark and guessing that he followed Usopp. Zoro informed them, crossing his arms behind his head. We have no real clue, though. The three boys nodded and the middle one, the chubby one in the middle said, We can take you there if you want. We have nothing better to do anyway. The other two boys nodded in agreement and, after they each grabbed a hand of one of the remaining three, they set off to the house. Onion, what does Usopp do up there? Why did he tell us no one was there? Nami mused out loud to the chubby blonde. Why bother to lie? That's Taicho's specialty. The green-haired carrot said. Lying, that is. Taicho, 3, has been lying for years. He goes up there to lie. Zoro and Nami looked at the two boys with questioning looks with Luffy picking his nose in the background. Kaya-san is very ill, has been for a while now. Usopp Taicho's stories cheer her up, though Klahadore. Who is that coming our way? Carrot asked as a shadowy figure started towards them. Oh, it's Klahadore. Hide. The three children pulled the pirates into some nearby bushes and covered their mouths with their hands. Be quiet. There were silence for several minutes as Klahadore was passing by. They stayed hidden there for several long minutes, long after he had left. When they were allowed to finally climb out they were confronted by Usopp and Naruto. Naruto-kun. Where have you been? Nami asked, brushing at his jacket where she had bumped into him. Sorry, Na-chan, but Usopp and I have to hurry. He shouted over his shoulder as he ran in the direction that Klahadore took. Come on Usopp, if you're coming. Ya Nami-san, Luffy-san, Green-san, Usopp called chasing after Naruto a moment later. I'm going as well, wait up, Luffy called less than a second later as he ran off at an inhuman speed after them. He caught up with them within a minute. What do you think that was about? Zoro asked Nami, staring after the three running in mild shock. All Nami could do was shrug as she watched them as well. Do you think we should follow them? He asked after another moment. I think. She began after they were out of sight, that they are old enough to care for themselves. I'm going to finish my meal. You coming? Or are you going to follow them? And Nami vanished ABCK into the wooden tavern. Zoro stood watching the road for several moments more before he too disappeared back inside, muttering all the while about how he had fallen in a bunch of crazies. How that Luffy and Naruto had left him alone with such a high mansion swarm. Roughly about the world in general. Sighing, he rejoined Nami at the table they had just recently left just in time to order an extra large ale. 0 After roughly following Klahadore at a distance for minutes through pathways in between the trees of the forest, they reached an identical rocky slope to the one they had anchored on, the eastern one. Follow me. Usopp whispered very lowly to the other boys. Usopp led the two into the bushes, leading them up a small incline. For several moments Klahadore was out of sight, but they could still hear his boots run over the loose rubble that littered the ground. Branches tugged at loose hairs and clothing as fallen twigs and rocks dug into their skin through their clothing. Finally, they reached a clearing at the top of the cliff. The only other object in sight was a large birch tree surrounded by some low shrubs. The three boys' army crawled over to the edge and looked down, careful to stay hidden. Klahadore was back in their sights. Standing across from him was a man wearing heart-shaped glasses and a dark purple hat. Underneath the hat, his gray hair stood out from his head in two tufts. He wore matching gloves to the purple pinstrip suit he wore, with one hand clutching the brim of his hat. Around his other hand he twirled a metal ring on a hoop. His boots, purple and black strip, dragged across the ground in a moonstep as he made his way to the other man. Reaching him, he spun on his heel and did a pose like an eagle taking flight with his arms hung wide from his body. Django, you are late. Klahadore growled at the man. I have heard weird rumors about the town concerning a backwards man. Django laughed nervously, hiding his face further under the brim of his hat, but nodding his head all the same. I believe, if my memory serves me correct, I told you to stay out of sight. Django laughed again and finally brought his hand down from his hat. You are no longer the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. I am, and I wished to get a good looking at the village before we enact the plan tomorrow. Plan? Naruto thought, looking at the man closely. Kuro? Where have I heard that name before? Something tells me that it's not just a nickname. Kyuubi, you have any ideas? Naruto addressed the last thought towards the demonic fox. The Kyuubi uncurled and took a very close look at the man. He does look like the picture. Naruto allowed a wave of Kursioti to flow into the Kyuubi's cage. Do you remember that booklet of other worthwhile captains that Arlong gave to you to read? How could I not? It was so goddamn boring, Naruto reminded him, watching as Klahadore made his way forward and knocked the other man back with a quick efficient kick to the ness. That looks painful. Remind me to watch out for that if it comes to a fight. Right. The Kyuubi, surprisingly, agreed. Wouldn't want you to fall on your behind in front of pretty little Nami. The Kyuubi snickered as Naruto cursed him venomously in several different languages. But, to get back on subject, one of the captains on the list was called Kuro. He was a strategist like that friend of yours. The pineapple head? Shikamaru. Naruto supplied, half listening as Kuro went over his plan with Django, barely restraining Luffy and Usopp when they heard that Kuro planned to kill Kaya to get her fortune in a surprise attack by pirates on the Village. Nara Shikamaru, he's the only strategist who could be called my friend. That's him. The Kyuubi confirmed. Anyway, the booklet said that his plans never failed. Strange thing was, he was killed by Marines 10 years ago. Naruto mentally snorted in answer as he physically wrestled the wiggling Usopp to the ground as he tried to wiggle from his hold. Luffy, help me please. The boy did a quick salute before helping by laying across Usopp's kicking legs. And, I bet, he was the captain of one Black Cat Pirates. The Kyuubi made a sound, somewhere between a snort and a groan, in agreement on his container. That, obviously, means he's not dead. Both sat in thought, watching the two men walk their plan through, step by step. It means, all of these, was staged. including his death from the beginning. Near the end of the Black Cat's talk, Naruto, forgetting about Luffy helping him hold down Usopp, was shocked to see Luffy stand up in outrage while shouting loudly at the two men. How can you even think about doing taunt to a fellow person? Before Naruto knew it, Usopp had wiggled out from under him and was standing alongside Luffy, throwing threats. "I'll tell the whole village what you are up to. You'll never get away with it," he shouted. Naruto grabbed his legs, still staying hidden, and tried he ground. Failing, he crawled on his belly to Luffy and tried it with you. "Baka? Get out of there. We need to plan carefully to even think about standing a chance with this guy." "I know that." Naruto shouted at the Kyuubi all his mental powers. "I'm not a dumb little kid anymore. I just don't wish to see these two get hurt badly." "You really are a baka, you know?" the Kyuubi reminded him, his voice surprisingly gentle, but still fierce in a creepy sort of way. "That monkey Luffy can survive basically anything, and Long Nose will run when things get sticky." After several moments of thoughts, Naruto agreed by turning around from the two and belly crawling into the bushes that lines up beyond the tree. "Now, the villagers are bound not to believe Usopp in us, but what are you doing?" Naruto had turned around and poked his head a little ways out of the bushes to watch the scene out there. "It'll help if we knew what was going on." The Kyuubi grunted, disgruntled that his container had outsmarted him. But he agreed silently with him either way, deciding to watch what happened silently. They could plan later when he informed the other what was going on. Kuro's man, Django, held up the ring that held on the string to the two boys' inspection. In fright, having enough of weird weapons from Naruto earlier that day, Usopp dodged behind the tree and buried his face deep within his crossed arms. But Luffy stayed there and stared at the ring in shock. "Nani? What is that supposed to be? A toy?" he asked, staring at it in surprise. "Sure," Django said. "Just watch it and it'll do a cool trick too." Excited, Luffy leaned forward, watched as the man swung the ring back and forth. Luffy muttered a word under his breath, something that sounded to Naruto like cool. "Idiot." Naruto and the Kyuubi thought together, as the blonde boy ducked back into the bushes and covered his ears with his hands. But he could still hear Django's word, "Django, Django, sleep." There was a large snore that Naruto recognized as Luffy's, followed by a large banging sound as Luffy hit the ground. Naruto flinched, praying to Kami, God, Buddha and any other god above that the Kyuubi was right that Luffy could survive anything. "I only got one me to go up there and finish off the other one." Django turned to Kuro and asked. "It wouldn't help if he told the village our plan." He reminded him as Usopp edged into the bushes besides Naruto before running away at his fullest speed. "Don't bother. The boy isn't trusted," Naruto heard as he inched his way back down the slope and towards the inn. He needed to speak to Nami and Zoro. Between the three of them, and Usopp when they calmed him down, they should be able to come up with a good enough plan. 0-0, pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. Usopp shouted as he ran into the village square, passing by the walking Zoro and Nami without a glance towards them. Within seconds Naruto was there, seeming to pop right out the ground. "What happened? Where's Luffy?" Nami asked, looking around for the idiot as if she suspected he had learned Naruto's trick to disappear in one spot and reappear in another. Naruto shook his head before dragging them off after Usopp. "A lot happened. We were following Klahadore, but he isn't Klahadore but Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates." Naruto informed them as they jogged behind Usopp, only half listening to his words. "Luffy was hit with one of their attacks because of his stupidity, but I checked his chakra level before leaving after Usopp and he'll live as long as they believe he's dead, that is." He ignored their sharp intakes of breath and ran forward and pulled Usopp ABCK just as the doors were opening. "Usopp, don't bother. Kuro spent the past 10 years gaining their trust. What we need is a plan. Besides, where would they run? They can't fight, they're villagers and this island has no boats. They have nowhere to go, they can't defend themselves." "Usopp, what is going on?" a man asked, clutching a pitchfork to his chest. "Are you calling pirates again?" "This is perfectly like the boy who called wolf," Naruto commented lowly to the others. "No excuses, sir. My Nakama and I just arrived here on this island and Usopp was being kind by showing us around. He was just entertaining us with stories. We're really sorry if we disturbed your peace." The man as well as several others grumbled a bit before they nodded and disappeared back into their houses. Usopp went to run but Naruto grabbed him around the middle and pulled him back. "Let me guess," Naruto said before Usopp could say something as they reached the edge of the village. "You plan on warning Kaya. It won't work. You've been Kaya's friend for what, 3 or so months? Klahadore, the Klahadore she knows, has been there for her for years. Has practically raised her. Do you think she'll believe you?" "So what?" Usopp shouted, shoving away from Naruto. Naruto pushed him forward and the group started down the path. "I can't just let her die, what else should I do? When I was 12 one of best friends, someone who was like my brother, ran away from home. Naruto told him. Several friends and I went after him. Sasuke fell into the wrong group, people who were determined that we wouldn't see him, even if they had to kill us. We veered from our original plan, that we would take on enemies together, and split up. Because of that, almost all of us died. It wasn't anything less than a miracle that we all survived. But we didn't bring him back. To this day, I don't know if he's alive or dead. If he still hunts his brother down. All I know is that Sasuke left that group, but he didn't come home. Didn't try to live up to what he caused by leaving. Say you were to tell her without carefully planning what you would say. What do you think will happen?" Usopp's answer was to stare at the ground as the anger and desperation welled up within him. "She wouldn't believe you. If you told the villagers, they would laugh you off. So what can you sow without causing panic and havoc?" Usopp looked at him and shrugged. Naruto smiled lightly at him. "First, we get Luffy. Usopp, will you take care of that while Nami, Zoro, and I try to come up with a plan? We have more fighting experience on our side than you do." "Naruto," Usopp said, before he walked away. "Why are you doing this? Why are you three willing to help? You're not from here. You have no connections to us. So, why?" Naruto nodded. "You're right. We aren't from here. We have no connections to the people. We won't get praise for this. But I told you earlier, that I don't give up, that I help people. It's been my nindo for a long time. I can't just abandon it. Besides, I would never hear it down when I go home if I abandon you now." Usopp nodded as he turned and walked towards where Luffy lay at the base of the cliff. "If I ever get home." "Naruto-kun," Nami said sadly to herself. She knew the chances of Naruto ever going home was slim to none. Knew he would probably never see his friends again. All he had left was memories and not all of that was very good. "So, what are we going to do? You got us into this so you're going to get us out of this alive." She, also, knew that anger was better to deal with him when he was in this mood instead of sweet and candy hugs like Najiko and her used to do. "Right," he said, rubbing his hands together. "I noticed that this town has two slops where one could park ships. This one and the one where our boats are. If my memory serves me correctly, there are only several places a ship could hide safely." He went behind Nami and pulled a map out of her side pocket. "Sorry, Na-chan," he whispered to her before he sat on the ground and unrolled the map. "The island is here." He pointed an oddly shaped blot on the map. "There are several crags that surround the two shores. Both block sight from the village and are both good hiding spots. Kuro and Django, one of his men, met on this slope." His hand moved across the map and tapped the eastern side. "But there is a 50-50 chance of them using either slope." "Why?" Zoro asked, knocking his hand away and taking a closer look at 3, probably more like 70-30 that they would use this slope. "They meet here and it would make more sense to attack here. They meet here because it was the easiest way. Farthest from the village and less chance someone would come across them. Their meeting would be private," Naruto said, shaking her head. "But that's what happened. They're expecting only Usopp to show up and attack them. They won't be expecting 3, sorry, 4, he corrected himself after looking at Nami, trained fighters to show up." "I have a question," a voice said from behind them. It was Luffy, being held up by a struggling Usopp. "What are we going to do? We can't allow some innocent girl to die." "Sit and rest," Naruto said, pulling both boys down. Usopp sat grateful in the Indian style while the tired Luffy fell down on his back. "But don't go to sleep." Luffy instantly shot back up into a sitting position. "The Black Cat pirates are attacking at dawn," Usopp reminded them, but Naruto waved it off. "I say we slick this slope with oil so they can't get up." "And if they don't attack here?" Naruto asked, lining a path with his finger on the map. It's not bad, we can do it here, but here is the real plan. All four of his companions leaned forward to listen to him better as he explained the plan in detail to them. Tsunade sat at her desk with her head in her hands. To her left, a little behind, stood her assistant Shizune. Before her sat her old teammate Jiraiya in a similar position. Are you sure it's true? The Akatsuki has finished collecting 8 of the 9 Jinchuriki? How is that possible? I thought we hid the 6th tail in a mountain reclose. It's true, Tsunade. It's only a matter of time till they try tracking Naruto down. When they find him, it's the end of the world, he said, sitting back in his chair and closing his eyes. They won't find him, not even the Anbu can find him, she said, standing and pacing in front of the window. He's alive, but you taught him well. He's good at hiding. I'm not sure he's hiding, Tsunade. The hermit said, leaning forward to look at her better. Naruto is good at that, but not that good. But Naruto doesn't have much patience, much like his mother. Wherever he is, you can be sure he is living in the open. Besides, if you believed he was safe, why would you call them here? Tsunade snorted, as if to say that was obvious. They're the best. Naruto can fend off enemies but not forever, he'll need backup. They can help him. Not one would feel weird if they left. Pressure has been building for both of them. Pressure for marriage even though they're still young into their career. So, you're giving the opportunity to them and not to your student, Sakura? He smiled, knowingly as he leaned back in his chair, eyeing her face carefully. That seems strange. Seeing as she was his teammate and is needed here. If she opts to leave, don't you think they would catch on? Besides, she can't go alone. I can't send all 3 and I need them on it. I'll be sad to lose 2 of my best Junins, but I need trustworthy people to watch over Naruto. They waited in silence for several moments before a firm knock sounded at the door. Come in. Tsunade shouted, ready knowing who it was. It was them. You said you wished to see as Tsunade-sama. The more soft-spoken one of the duo asked. So, you're giving the opportunity to them and not your student, Sakura? He smiled knowingly as he leaned back into his chair, eyeing her carefully. That seems strange, seeing she was his teammate and is needed here more. If she opts to leave, don't you think they'll catch on? Besides, she can't go alone. I can't send all 3 of them and I need them on it. I'll be sad to lose 2 of my best Junins but I need trustworthy people watching over Naruto. They waited in silence for several moments before a firm knock sounded at the door. Come in. Tsunade shouted, already knowing who it was. It was them. You said you wished to see as Tsunade-sama. The more soft-spoken of the duo said as they stepped into the room. Chapter 7. Fight of your life. Tales of the Deep. I can't say I understand this plan F your kit. The Kyuubi mentioned to his blonde-haired host as they waited in the dark. This fight would be over quicker if you all joined together. Naruto ignored the demon inside of him and tested the outside with his chakra. They were hidden deep in their ship on the eastern bank with thick burlap covering over them. It was less than an hour till dawn. Till the attack. Kit, answer me. What's to understand? There is an equal chance the pirates will attack either shore. This is the safest route. His answer was, sighing lowly to himself as he counted the minutes by. My job is to protect Nami, remember? Are you scared, Kit? Of that man? The Kyuubi wondered to the blonde boy as he sat up and rubbed a hand up and down Tantan's side as he tried to ignore the fox's words. We both know we can take him. What is it? If you can't trust me, who can you trust? Roughly about everyone in the world besides you. Naruto snorted out a sarcastically, rather bitter laugh before he petered out the sound in his coat sleeve. It's weird, Kyuubi, he started a moment later after the heavy silence got too much for his impatience attitude he often showed to the world. I know I'm stronger than him. I know it, but I just don't know. The Kyuubi said nothing, knowing that Naruto would get to talking about it on his own, but if he urged him on, he might say, or do, something they both would regret. It's been a long time, I guess. The Kyuubi allowed a wave of his curiosity to wash over his container as they sat in the dark waiting for the sunrise and the beginning of the attack. Fighting someone whose speed is on par with mine. Someone who has trained themselves to use their chakra. Naruto sighed a little as he reached a hand up and rubbed it over the cloth above his head. I'm stronger, I know that. I have more training. But, yet. Baka Kit. The fox said, laughing, rolling off his tongue in almost visible waves. How can you be afraid? Of that puny man, no less. The Kyuubi continued to laugh at the boy and Naruto continued to growl threateningly. You fought, and survived, against the Akatsuki, boy. What is it about the meager man? Especially when all he has up his sleeve is speed. You don't know that Kyuubi, Naruto pointed out. You said so yourself, he's a strategist. I'm not. Strategists, no matter how little their skills, always have the upper hand. Silence settled upon the duo once more as Naruto pulled out a kunai and began to sharpen it on a rock he carried around in his pocket for this purpose. But you're right about one thing, Kyuubi, I can take him. Who am I to give up? I was the Leaf's #1 hyperactive ninja after all, and he certainly wouldn't have backed down. Since I'm older now, I still shouldn't. We're going to beat this guy into a pulp and make him wish he never came here. Thank you, Kyuubi. I needed the verbal pounding you gave to me. When this is over, it seems I'll have to train. It's only going to get harder from here on out. He commented several moments later to the fox. The Kyuubi could only silently agree with the boy besides them. The sun's beginning to rise. And, as if on cue, a loud banging of wood hitting the shores was heard from outside, quickly followed by another loud banging as the plank was put into place and a loud cheer as they thundered down the plank. It's time, Naruto said under his breath before he drew blood from his thumb by biting it and started to do hand signs for summoning. Boar, dog, monkey, bird, sheep. He slammed his right hand onto the boat and a puff of smoke appeared that cleared to show a small frog covered with purple dots. Hey, Tamaki. Long time no see. I need you to do a favor for me, Naruto informed the small frog as he pulled a small scroll from his trenchcoat pocket. Give this to Nami. Be as quick and nimble as you can. Hi, Naruto-san. The frog's little voice chirped out as she hopped over to Naruto and into his outstretched the edge of the tarp and dropped the frog onto the top of the sand, covering his eyes with the edge of the tarp against the sudden raising sunlight. The water glittered in golden colors of red and orange as the frog hopped on the sand cheerfully despite the amount of sand that was gathering on her skin. I'll be back as soon as possible, she said over her shoulder as she hopped away. Naruto gave her thumbs up before sliding off the boat himself on the other side and onto the water's surface. He got onto his belly on the water to allow the boat to hide him from view of the pirates before he belly crawled to the boat's edge and peered around it. The pirates were gathering on the stretch of beach before their ship, drawing their weapons. In common terms, to attack unsuspecting prey. Naruto, being a ninja, could see the logistics of this. He, too, had used guerrilla attacks on various missions, but he couldn't wrap his mind around why they would attack innocents for a man who was no longer their leader. A man who would kill them all when he fulfilled his plans without a moment's hesitation. It's now or never, Naruto and the Kyuubi shouted together as Naruto charged up a Rasengan in his right hand before using his chakra to appear right in front of the invaders. Hey, chumps, he said, instantly getting both their attention and anger right to him. I hope you have a nice afterlife, and he drove his Rasengan into the nearest pirate's gut, bursting his backside open in a minute as well as splattering blood all over his comrades nearest him. Naruto smirked as the pirates froze with fear and began to develop another orb of chakra in his hand. 1 down, 33 to go. The pirates dropped their weapons and quickly scuttled back on board their ship. Only scum would leave the body of a fallen comrade behind, Naruto muttered to the Kyuubi, frowning as he started up the gangplank after them. It's past time someone taught them that lesson. The Kyuubi quietly agreed as he settled back to enjoy the entertainment that was delivered. Now, who that is disturbing my men? Who are you? It was that Django man from yesterday that had hypnotized Luffy and put him to sleep using the strange metal ring. What did you do to Kenichi? Django hurried down the plank, but Naruto wouldn't let him pass him by. He tried several times, but, upon failing, stared in shock at the fallen body. He was one of my best. He growled at Naruto when he returned from his stupor. I bet you don't even realize what you've done. Do you? Django shouted as he drew the metal ring from a pocket within his coat and began to twirl it around his forefinger. Faster. Faster still. Till it was so fast that it looked like it was standing still. Then, Django threw it as hard as he could at Naruto's head. Naruto smirked at him and lifted his left hand, catching it at its tip before it even had a chance to cut him. He twirled it lazily about his finger as he continued on his way up the plank till he stood right in front of him. "Please inform me what I did," he said lowly, tossing the ring as far into the ocean's deep waters as he could. Django looked at the boy in front of him in shock. "Is Kuro going to be angry at me?" he joked. Django's only reaction was to gulp in fear as he looked at the boy. Nami sat atop the bank looking down at the boys as they worked in the dark to dump the oil down the bank. She was fuming mad that she had been left in charge of the troublesome trio while Naruto was at the other bank, probably taking a nap. She sighed heavily as she watched the rising sun in the distance. It could only be described as beautiful even by the most narcissistic person in all of the worlds. It dyed the waters a golden color in some places, a creamy yellow and orange combination in others. The sky, itself, was painted brilliant shades of purple, gold, and red, each mixing together to create all new colors. It was the type of sunrise her and Naruto used to stay up all night to watch just to be reminded that there was still some good left in the world. It was the type of sunrise Najiko used to watch when she was in the dating phase with whoever her current boyfriend was. It was the type of sunrise Nami loved best. "We're finished," Nami, Usopp and Luffy shouted together as they popped out in front of her, hands to their heads in a salute to the girl. Angry, Nami stood and pounded them both on the head with equal force each. "Ow!" Nami ignored them as she stepped over their bodies to look at their handiwork. Zoro stood before her with his hand on the hilt of one of his swords. "The idiots say you're finished?" He nodded stiffly back to her question as he stomped around her and to the two idiots, and pulled them onto their feet. They joined her at the edge of the liquid and finished watching the sun rise together. "We need to be careful not to." Nami screeched as a small something crashed into her back and sent her flying towards the ground. Zoro reached forward and grabbed the back of her blue and white striped shirt before she could crash into the oil and slip down it. "You were just saying?" he asked, smirking a bit as he set her right on her feet. She ignored him by quickly dusting off any dirt that may have gotten on her before turning from him and turned to face what had caused her to almost fall face first into a slide of oil. "What the hell is that thing?" Zoro muttered before Nami could get a look at it. "Tamaki," Nami said happily. She got down on one knee so that she was on the little frog's level so that she was eye to eye with her. "Do you have a message from Naru-kun?" Tamaki the frog nodded as she pulled a rolled-up scroll off her back and handed it to Nami. "Well, we wasted all that oil for nothing," Nami informed the others as she wrote Naruto a quick reply before helping Tamaki tie it to her back. "They've attacked at the opposite bank. Naruto says that we should join him as soon as possible, but not to worry. He's more than enough for them." "Nani? Is something wrong?" she asked the three dumbfounded males in front of her in mild confusion at their questioning looks. Finally, realization came and she giggled nervously, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment for not realizing it sooner. "Gomen, I forgot you three never met Tamaki before. She, basically, works as Naruto-kun's messenger when the need arises." Another nervous giggle escapes her lips as she notices that the boys still looked confused. It nodded. Luffy finally said, pointing to where Tamaki had stood a moment before. All Nami could do was let out another giggle and nod. Frogs don't nod. The other two nodded in amazed agreement. It seemed to understand Nami as well. Zoro and Usopp nod again, still in awestruck silence. "Nami, does it talk too?" Nami collapses to her knees and gives a sarcastic sort of laugh. "Nami? Why did he have to choose no to become smart?" she thought to herself as she began to think of what to say to Luffy's surprising insight on something not meat or fighting. "Luffy," she started several moments of quiet later, "are you forgetting about Kuro? We have to hurry and help Naru-kun." Her words seemed to shock everyone out of their stupors as they ran off into the woods along the path they had decided to use the night before. "Naruto, when this is over you're going to have a lot of explaining to do to these three," Nami commented to herself as she began to chase after them. 0 Might I inquire about what you wanted to see us about?" A woman with dark brown hair tied in twin buns atop her head asked as she sat down in the chair farthest from Jiraiya, her deep brown eyes scanning quickly around the room for signs of danger as only a hard-trained fighter can do. She wore a rather simple outfit, made specifically for her and her fighting style. Tight black leggings under a long silver tunic that hung past her knees with slits up the sides with plain black sandals. She wore several kunai and shuriken holders on her legs and had a large scroll looped across her back. Her toenails were painted the same shade of silver as her shirt while covered by a clear coat. Irritation of being disturbed from her training was clearly written across her rather pretty features. Tenten. Tsunade greeted her as Jiraiya and Shizune both gave her nods. Tenten nodded back to Jiraiya, but sent Shizune a small smile as the other Junin settled beside her. The other Junin had her long raven hair hanging loosely about her shoulders, with two small braids pinned to the back of her head to keep the majority of it out of her face. She wore a rather simple white and purple tunic that ended mid-thigh and white capri that accented her figure in a modest way with black sandals much like her teammates. Her lavender-white eyes set on her Hokage expectantly, waiting to hear what her new mission would be. Hinata-san, it's been a while. Hi, Hokage-sama. On Atuzan's insistence I've been taking on missions that come through the clan with Nissan and Hanabi-chan. She kept her voice soft, low and soft, much like music, as she explained why they hadn't seen much of her. Sometimes with several other cousins, not often though. Tsunade nodded her understanding, biting back questions till later. You look unusually cranky today, Tenten. Jiraiya commented, tapping on hand on his chin as he looked around the Hyuga heiress at Konoha's weapons mistress. Not at all as perky as you usually are, he added, letting his eyes settle on her most female characteristic. Ticked off, Tenten reached around Hinata and pounded the sennin on the crown of his head as hard as she could. Defiantly not in the mood for some flirtation. Hinata giggled a bit as Tenten, once more, slouched down into her chair with her arms crossed firmly over chest. Damn straight, I'm ticked off, she muttered lowly under her breath, loud enough, though, for the other shinobi to hear. Hyuga acting like a prick again. Who the hell does he think he is? Just because he made Anbu before I did, doesn't mean he's better than me. She dropped off there, glaring off into space as she grumbled incoherent words under her breath. Hinata smiled shyly at the Hokage as a sign of apology for her friend. It seems her and Neji Nissan had a bit of a disagreement earlier, loudly, too, for all the clan to hear. Tenten just snorted angrily again and looked away from Hinata, a bit embarrassed with her actions from earlier that day. The two senins looked shocked as they stared at the bun-haired girl. As long as they had known, the two sane members of Team Guy had been close friends and rarely argued in public. Tsunade, knowing Tenten, knew that they probably argued quite often in their daily spars. Does it have anything to do with him being on missions with Hinata more and more frequently? She tried, trying to feel out the girl's feelings. Tenten shook her head. Tsunade looked confused for a minute as she stared up at the ceiling, thinking. Ah, I know now. A smile broke across her face as she leveled her head so her face was dead even with Tenten's. He proposed again, didn't he? Tenten didn't bother to answer as Hinata giggled out in agreement. Oh, well, that explains everything, she added, laughing a little under breath. It was become something of a natural occurrence here in Konoha. Old teammates were pairing off together, getting married and having children. It wasn't always with teammates either. Shikamaru and Tamari of the Sand had something going on. The problem is, with the Akatsuki running around, stirring around trouble everywhere they go, they rushed with their relationships. The younger generations of shinobi were already considering marriage. And, in clans like Hinata's, marrying means that a woman must give up any career they had taken before marriage. For Tenten, who had worked non-stop to get where she was today, it would be nothing less than torture. He actually believed I would say yes, she muttered lowly to herself, but how could I? I'm too young to marry, and, even if I wasn't, I couldn't give it all up for him. Not now, anyway. Part of me doubts I ever could. Her words confirmed Tsunade's thoughts. If that's the case, Tenten, I'm sure you wouldn't mind doing me an itsy-bitsy favor. You as well, of course, Hinata. Tsunade started her prepared speech. Shizune, get me the folders. Shizune nodded to show she understood her order and bent down onto her knees to the filing cabinet set into Tsunade's desk and pulled out 3 folders. She handed them to her mistress before stepping back into the shadows, crossing her fingers, praying they would agree. These, she said, throwing one each in front of each girl, hold your ninja transcripts since the day you were made genin. Look and learn. Curiosity getting the best of the high-class ninjas as they reached out and grabbed their folders. Inside there were their genin pictures, their chunin pictures, and, finally, their junin pictures. There were their first ever mission reports all the way up to their current reports. Inside was their whole shinobi career. laying out in front of them, exactly like Tsunade said. Jada Mat. There is something wrong with my transcripts, Tsunade-sama. Tenten said, quietly as she stared in shock as at the papers in front of her. Besides her, Hinata made a small noise of agreement. And if my ears serve me correctly, Hinata have never asked you for resignation. Tenten suddenly glared at the people around her eye suspicion. Tsunade-sama, what is going on? She said lowly, her voice full of unsaid threatens. Is this something Neji cooked up to get me to marry him? No, Tenten, it isn't, Tsunade said, trying to calm her down. Neji hasn't a thing to do with this currently, he knows not of this, actually. Tsunade stood, taking their folders with her and putting them back in the filing cabinets. Standing in front of the windows, looking out on the village, with her back towards her shinobi she continued, I did it for several reasons. She turned back to face them, holding the spare folder. I need you two to do me a mission that can't go on in the books, a mission that would require you to leave the village for a while. I need you to after Naruto. She slammed the folder onto the table in front of them, her hand flat across it. I cannot go any farther unless you agree to the mission. If you don't, I will wipe the request from your folder and this meeting from your minds. Will you do it? Silence enclosed the room as the two Junins thought her proposal over. If we agree, there is a high chance we can never come back, Tsunade-sama. Hinata whispered lowly so only those in the room could hear her. And I can't truly understand why you choose us. Hinata, your Byakugan can come in great need for seeing enemies from far off. Besides, you're always saying you wish to get away from your clan's expectations. Tenten, your skill with weaponry can now take down numerous enemies and you can fight on par with mostly anyone these days. You've always said you wished to travel. Both girls sighed at their Hokage's logic, but, because of some urging inside of them to see their old friend, they agreed to the terms. Good, as you know the Akatsuki are beginning to move. I need you to find and protect Naruto. We can't allow them to get their hands on him. Tsunade sighed, and looked over her shoulder and out the window. With it, they could destroy the world. Tsunade, obviously, can't put this in the records because the elders would want his head, Jiraiya said, taking over for his former teammate. They would say that would be the easiest way to stop them from gaining the Kyuubi. In all honesty, it would, but that wouldn't be in the best interest for Konoha in the long run. Shinobi take vows to protect life. I can't see how they could just kill him off like that. Shizune muttered from her spot behind Tsunade. The others in the room nodded, avoiding each other's faces. They all had to kill before, even when they didn't want to. Well, anyway, off such gloomy subjects for a minute, Tsunade said, waving a hand dismissively in front of her face. Everything you both need to know is here in this folder. Look it over tonight together tomorrow. The two shinobi stood to go, bowing lowly to the woman in front of them. And remember, no one is to know the truth about this. As far as the council, or anyone for that matter, this meeting between us was about you leaving active shinobi work behind to travel abroad. As far as anyone is concerned, she said, right before they could leave the room. They nodded, the folder tucked under Hinata's arm and left. You have no clue what you're going up against, Django shouted at him, pulling out several more metal rings, ready to throw them at high speeds towards Naruto's head. Kuro is a master strategist, his plans never go wrong, he added, throwing his first at Naruto's leg. Naruto jumped into the air, dodging the blow. Django threw another one, aiming this time for his head. Naruto couldn't dodge it as it rammed its way deep into his forehead. Django smirked in satisfaction a second before the Kyuubi container disappeared in a rather loud puff of smoke. What happened? Django asked, looking wildly around in search of his opponent. One of the first things we're taught as children in my village is to never let your guard down, Naruto said, chuckling a bit, from above the man's head. Too bad you never learned that. He added, crashing his clasped hands onto the man's head, effectively knocking him out. He restrained himself from killing him, a bit of mercy for a man who didn't deserve it. Naru-kun. A loud shout came from behind him. Naruto turned around to see Nami and the others running down the slope towards the ship. What happened? Naruto waved an arm towards them to tell him it was all right. Isn't that the weird backwards guy you and Usopp told us about last night? Nami asked as she and others stopped beside him at the foot of the plank. Yeah, I just knocked him out a second ago, he informed them. Most of the crew is cowering in fear somewhere on their ship. He added smugly, as his companions, minus Nami, watched him in mild confusion. Smirking slightly, Naruto pointed to a spot close to their ship where the body of a deceased crewmate of the Black Cat pirates lay at an odd angle. They didn't really enjoy that sight. No one in their right mind would. Naru-kun. Nami told him dryly without bothering to look behind her to see what the others gasped in shock about what they saw. A bloody corpse with a huge hole in his chest. A sight she had seen more than once in the 3 years she had known him and seen him fight. But, unlike her new crewmates, she actually knew the attack he used and its destructive power and, was thus, less affected by what lay behind her. But you've never been in the right state of mind. She teased playfully at the boy. He rolled her eyes, as if saying, and that's my fault how? Nami agreed with the boy silently, but still slapped his head in an annoyed gesture. Naruto, Luffy started, staring at the other boy in front of him. Naruto nodded to show he was listening to what he had to say. You are, awesome. With his last word, Luffy jumped forward and threw his arms around the Kyuubi container. Your destructive power, wow. Wherever did you get so much power? He spun both of them around by pushing off with the heel of his foot. Quickly, Naruto freed himself from Luffy's hold before he got too dizzy and jumped away from the group. It's not over yet. Don't let your guards down, Naruto had time to shout as 3 figures appeared around them, 2 from the deck and 1 at the head of the trail leading to the village. Well spoken, brat. The cold voice of Kuro rang out from the cliff top. Too bad it'll be your last, boy. And he charged a fist rose right for the boy. Mary? Klahadore. Kaya quietly shouted in the hallway, her young and, rather, innocent face showing her confusion openly. Mary, her family's oldest butler, hadn't come into her room this morning with her medicine like he had done for the past year now. She was even more worried when Klahadore hadn't come into her room with breakfast. Hello? There was no answer. She stepped further out into the hall, bypassing all the lovely expensive heirlooms and looking into the darkened rooms. She didn't like being alone for long periods of time ever since her parents died. Sometimes, it was just the thought of being left behind that did in her illness. Made her cough up blood or get raging fevers that worried even the doctor. It hurt her deep in her heart that Mary and Klahadore had forgotten about her so easily. Kaya sighed deeply, pulling her light pink robe closer to her body for warmth. If Mary was here, she would ask him to brew them both up a giant mug of tea. Her feet shuffled in a dreadful manner as she wondered what life had in store for her today. It can't be good. How could it be when the 2 people her thoughts were interrupted when a low-ing sound came from a darkened doorway somewhere to her left further along the hallway. She recognized the sound as something Mary would do when they played cards and she won the jackpot, which was normally a pile of freshly made cookies, and, scared as to why he would be making that sound, she gathered the bottom of her nightgown in one hand and sprinted down the hallway towards the sound. It came from a dark room that served as a sitting room back when her parents were alive, but hasn't been used much since. In the back of her mind, she remembered Mary mentioning something about a fuse breaking and having to fix it last night as she read quietly in her room. Did he fall off the ladder as he fixed them? Was he so hurt, he couldn't move? A dark figure lay in the center of the floor, not far from the large bay window that looked out onto the garden, with a pool of some dark substance beneath it. Kaya bent down and lightly touched Mary's shoulder, feeling what the dark substance was before she raised her hand up to her face. Klahadore. Klaha. Mary's hand crawled up and clamped itself over her mouth. Run. Kaya-sama. Get away from here and don't look back. I'm not going to leave you, Mary, she said when she finally pried his hand from her mouth. I'll go find Klahadore and we'll get the doctor and we'll find who did this to you and put him behind bars. You don't have to worry. I'll care for you as soon as we find Klahadore and... The hand covered her mouth again, holding itself there tighter than before. No, Kaya-sama, Mary rasped out, free hand catching hers in his and clinging to it, as his gray eyes began to search her honey ones. You must not try to find Klahadore, he is. His breathing got heavier and his eyes began to close as his weariness snuck up on him. It was him. He's coming for you. Run and never look back, Kaya-sama. Don't let him kill you. She stared at him in shock as his hand fell from her mouth as he lost consciousness. She couldn't believe it. How could her oldest friend do this? But it was true, she saw the proof of it. Mary lying in a pool of his own blood, in front of her eyes. She stood determinedly. There was only one thing her mind could settle upon. She had to stop Klahadore before he could hurt any more people she cared about. Well-spoken brat, Naruto mimicked Klahadore in a high voice. Too bad it'll be your last one, boy. Naruto blocked the incoming fist with the palm of his hand, grasping it in his own. I doubt I'll even get a workout here. Kuro growled deep in his throat, throwing his free hand and catching the boy by surprise in his gut. After a small grunt of pain, Naruto looked up into Kuro's eyes and smirked before his body disappeared in a puff of smoke that encompassed the whole clearing. I could have sworn you were faster. His voice came from Kuro's left, but the swift punch came from behind. It was quickly followed by a sweeping kick that collapsed his legs from beneath him. A sharp pain floated through his nervous system as a large blue orb was slammed into his legs. Klahadore. The soft voice of Kaya called out as she lightly ran down the slope. Please answer me. Kuro smirked in the direction he believed Naruto was in, but he couldn't see anything but fog. Naruto was making his way to Kaya, to warn her, as his cage buncheons surrounded the helpless Kuro to finish him off. Kaya-chan. Naruto whispered, appearing behind her. What are you doing here? The girl turned to him with her soul in her eyes. Tears of heartache clouded her honey eyes as she tried to see past the fog and to the man who had hurt her. You found out, but, how? He patted her shoulder, comforting her as much as he could. Mary, dear Mary. Klahadore hurt Mary badly. I must stop him before. Naruto shushed her quickly by putting his finger on her lips. Naruto-san, she whispered in shock against his finger, not understanding what he was doing. Damn, he took out number 2 and 3. He glared off into the direction he knew where Kuro was fighting against his buncheons. Listen, Kaya-chan, you need not worry. Usopp and I will take care of him. I promise he'll never go after you again. I just don't understand. She coughed a little, bringing her hand up to cover her mouth till the fit passed. As she coughed, Naruto rubbed her back comfortably. Why would he do this? Money, Kaya-chan. Money makes a lot of people go crazy. He patted her back on last time before he rushed off to help his failing buncheons as the fog cleared to reveal the scene. Zoro fought some distance away from where Kuro was being beaten with an overly weight guy wearing green striped pants and a cat ear-shaped hat and a too thin to be healthy guy wearing an abundance of cloths. Zoro had numerous cuts on his body but seemed to be enjoying himself as he parried attack after attack with one of his 3 swords. The other 2 laying abandoned and cracked not that far away. He made some twists in on his hand, his sword in his free one, and knocked both of their clawed hands away as he made a dive for his swords. He reaches them and grabs one in his hand, transferring the sword in his other hand into his mouth before grabbing the 3rd sword. Grinning manically now, he faced the opponents and stepped into a form with all 3 swords on one side of his body. Naruto knew he wouldn't have to help him, so he turned from him and his opponents towards his own fight. He slowly continued making his way towards Kuro and his clones. Clone number 1 saw Naruto coming and motioned towards the 6 others, and they began to poof till there was only the real Naruto and a single clone. Kuro, not noticing Naruto making his way towards him from behind, sneered at the cone in front of him. What, tired already? The fake Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and smirked at the man smugly. Still believe you can beat me, boy? I hate to tell you this, but you tire all too easily. Kuro reached deep into the pockets of his black pants and pulled out a pair of black gloves with claws covered by material at the end. He slipped them on, putting one foot behind the other, with a flash shoot forward and slashed downward at the faux Naruto. Kuro smirked, believing he had killed the boy, but there was no blood on his blades, and no sooner than he jumped back did the fake Naruto burst into smoke, giving his vision a light screen before it cleared. I see the weakness in you, Speed. Now, Naruto's voice floated from behind him. There was a soft scraping as Naruto dragged his sword out of his sheath. You can only hit randomly, you have no choice in what you hit. Kuro could imagine Naruto point at the various markings his blades had made into the ground. Too bad, this fight is over. You didn't even give me half the workout I thought you might too. Because F your chakra difference to other humans, I would have thought I would have to fight harder, but I guess not. Wait, you don't wish to kill me? Kuro said, his voice shaking at the thought of what this boy could, and would, do. I can give you anything you wish, F. His last words was cut off when he felt the cold steel of Naruto's blade against his throat. Naruto-san, wait, Kaya shouted, running forward till she was facing a captured Kuro and his captor. Please don't kill him. She bowed down to Naruto in plea. Kuro smirked at her bowed body, obviously believing his plan still had a chance. I know he deserves to die, but he did so much for me and my father. Even though, all along, he had been planning on killing us for our money, he was always there. Please, Naruto-san, just let him go, please. Kaya, are you sure? There is always the chance that he would come back and try it again. Naruto had moved forward and whispered it into her ears so lowly that she could barely hear so as not to give Kuro any ideas. Hi, Naruto-san, I realize all that, but it's a chance I must take. I do not wish to see someone die in front of me, someone I had cared for greatly. So, please, she folded her hands in front of her chest in a pleading manner, looking similar to a girl praying which, in a way, she was. Spare him. Her head bowed, pleading with him. Naruto placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and squeezed in what he hoped would reassure her. Then, he turned from her and shoved Kuro down the beach, pressing the balls of his hands into his wrists, so that they gave a nasty crunch. Kuro grimaced but said nothing as he was shepherded up to the deck of the Black Cat ship. Call off your men and leave or die a painful death at my hand. Kuro opened his mouth to snap an answer back, but Naruto twisted one of his bent wrists in a painful manner. This is your only chance I'll give you. Throw it away and you will die, don't ever come back, because I will find out and that will be the end of Kuro Taiko, one of the Black Cat Pirates. Butchie, Sham, Gather Django and set us to sail, we're retreating. The two said pirates quickly dropped their fight with Zoro, much to his disgruntlement judging by the glare he shot Naruto's way, and gathered together Django, dragging him onto the ship by his arms. And you? He growled, turning on the other members of his crew. Cowards. Earn your keep and get us out to sea. Naruto, I was enjoying my fight. Did you have to scare them off? Zoro shouted from behind the Kyuubi container, sword in his mouth and panting slightly as he tried to catch his breath. Two of his swords, cracked, clattered to the ground. The third fell gently onto his open palm and slipped into its sheath. Naruto turned to him and smirked in a proud manner. Kaya-san, he asked questioningly to the girl who stood just beyond him, clutching his arm. Kaya nodded, her brown eyes wide and her face pale. Kaya-san, are you all right? Naruto said gently, taking his arm from her hold and leading her to a rock to sit that was undamaged from the two's battles. Usopp and the others quickly rushed forward, after standing in the background for several long moments with nothing to do, still in mild shock at what had happened. Na-chan, Usopp-san, take over for me, will you? I'm going to. His eyes shifted quickly to the man he had killed, wondering how he should put it so that Kaya didn't see it. Nami watched as his landed on the dead body and saw the horror of it flicker through his eyes as he remembered Kaya. Without missing a beat, Nami stepped forward and laced her arm through Kaya's, drawing her away from Naruto and the other guys and a little ways up the slope. You said Mary was hurt, didn't you? Why don't you, Usopp, and I go check him out? Kaya's answering smile was wobbly and, even as she followed Usopp and Nami up the slope, her eyes shifted back to the ocean to watch the retreating ship. As soon as the three were out of sight, Naruto turned towards the two remaining pirates and smirked. So, which one of you wants to help me dispose of the body? Luffy and Zoro shared a disgusted look before looking at each other with a strange look and, pointing at each other, shouted, "Him!" at the top of their lungs. Eventually, Naruto had to recruit a more reliable source than his new companions. Namely his bunshins. 4 of them in fact, as the real Naruto continued to chase around his nakama. Is there anything I could ever do for you? We have ale, meat, and, Naruto-kun. Ririka hurried around the Kyuubi container into a hug. It's been such a long time. How have you been? How's Nami? The most interesting thing happened a few months ago. Rika will tell you every little detail when she gets back from the Marine headquarters. What's Rika-chan doing at the Marine headquarters? Isn't she friends with horrible disgusting pirates like Monkey D. Luffy and Roronoa Zoro? He asked, teasingly as Ririka pulled him to the counter and settled him on a seat. I met them in my travels, he answered her unspoken question. Na-chan got into a bit more trouble from some pirates. Luffy and Zoro helped us out a bit. Well, Zoro helped me out. What is your view on them, Naru-kun? I think they're both good boys, as do the Marines in this town. But, they're pirates. It would help if you told me some of your views on them. Luffy's an idiot and Zoro is a little power-hungry. Ririka placed a bowl of steaming noodles in front of him along with a single mug of tea. Oh, Ririka-san, you know me too well. Thanks very much for the deliciousness in advance. She laughed as he quickly downed the bowl in less than half the time it would take a normal human being. We're traveling with them for a little while. Well, Nami is. I'm here. I need to do some training and they swore they would take care of her till I was done. They're good guys, truly, besides being pirates and all. Ririka opened her mouth to reply, most likely to say something that would wipe out the frown line that appeared between his eyes, when the outside door opened and in came Rika wearing Naruto's jacket trailed by two boys. The girl squeaked happily as she caught sight of her surrogate brother and quickly ran at him. Naru-kun. When did you get back? How long are you going to be here? Is Nami-chan with you? Guess what? Guess what? I bet you'll never guess. Betcha I could. He bent and swung the girl up and into his arms. She giggled and wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a small peck on the cheek, which he wiped up like it had cooties in a teasing manner. You're one. If you win you can even have your jacket back. Let's see, he tapped his chin in overly exaggerated thinking pose. Suddenly, he grinned, tickling the child's stomach. I believe some spoiled marine kid came in with a giant cat and Zoro took your punishment and then he was saved by a pirate named Luffy and there was a big fighter between them and the corrupted marines. Yes. How did you know? Her nose wrinkled as she visibly tried to think of ways Naruto could possibly know. After several minutes of that her nose unwrinkled as her eyes grew wide with surprise. Naruto-nichan. Why didn't you ever tell me you were psychic before? The two boys, still standing in the doorway, chortled at the gullible girl and soon the whole pub was joining in, regardless if they knew what was funny or not. I'm not psychic Rika-chan, just a good guesser, or you had a good informer. A boy with sleeked back blonde hair and a weak-looking chin muttered. Did you meet those pirates after they left here or something? Naruto laughed at the boldness of the younger boy in front of him. Sure did. Luffy and Zoro helped a friend and me out of a bit of a tight spot. What were you doing this time, Nichan? Rika asked with what she thought was a "I'm disappointed in you" type of look. Naruto pouted and tickled her neck with the tips of his fingers, getting a giggle and a bright smile from her. Na-chan went and stole a map off of some pirates and I, of course, had to go save her. She almost got her and Luffy killed. But is Luffy-san alright? The pink-haired boy squeaked out. Naruto barely spared him a glance as he nodded. That's good. I don't want Luffy-san to be killed before I can have a go at him. It was only then that Naruto looked at him and, upon seeing how small he was, how weak he looked, promptly burst out laughing. What? You don't think I can do it? Not as you are now. Naruto answered. Maybe after a few tough training regiments you would stand a quarter of a chance, but you'll have to train long and hard and I can tell you, that is exactly what Luffy is doing. Naruto paused in his lecture and just stared at the boy. I'll bet you're Kobe. The pink-haired boy nodded. Then, you'll be Helmeppo, I'm guessing. The other boy nodded, unsure of what to expect. Do you wish to become strong enough to beat Luffy too? He hurt my daddy, and daddy has been thrown in jail. Yes, I wish to beat him and bring him down. If you keep those dreams in check, don't let revenge or other emotions get into play. Well, I'm sure you'll do what you want to do, but not without help. I plan to stay right outside of town for a little while to train. If you wish, come and find me. I'll help you train for the little while I'm here. But come prepared. He shot an evil-looking foxy grin at the boys. I won't go easy on you. With that, he shouldered his pack on his back, ruffled Rika's hair, kissed Ririka on the cheek, and strode out the door, without glancing back. This is typical of Naruto. Tenten commented to Hinata as they jumped through the treetops. Hinata's Byakugan activated so they could see the trail Naruto had taken 3 years before. We've been on the road for 3 weeks and all we've done is run around in circles. The other girl laughed, silently agreeing with her friend. Silence descended then, a comfortable familiar silence. Tenten-chan? Tenten nodded to show she was listening. I was wondering, have been wondering since we set out actually, what did Nissan say when you told him you were leaving? He said, enjoy yourself, come back safe. Tenten smirked, proud and yet sad. Then, he bent forward till his mouth was level with my ear and whispered, tell Naruto hi for me and that Konoha isn't the same without him. He touched his lips to mine briefly and then, just disappeared. She didn't realize what she was doing when she picked up a hand and lightly ran her fingers over her mouth. I miss him. And Lee, of course, she added quickly, afraid Hinata would see something that wasn't there. Or, rather, what she didn't want to be true. What did your father say? Nothing. He just smiled knowingly. I think he's proud of me. Everything will be different now, won't it? Hinata nodded. Will anything stay the same? Naruto-kun will. We will. I'm sure Nissan's feeling for you will too. Nothing and everything will change. And, with that, everything was said between the two of them for now. Did anyone manage to find a clue as to where the Kyuubi child hides? A rough cold voice called out into the echoing chamber. It came from a wavering figure made up of all the colors of the rainbow with eyes rimmed by gray. No one dared answer the question for fear of rebuke. Nothing? We searched straight for 3 years and nothing. Pain-sama, another equally voice called from a figure several feet away. A figure with dark black eyes that looked red if you saw them at a certain angle. One of my informants have informed me a little while ago that 2 of the Kyuubi Cantainer's old friends. The sneer and disdain was obvious in his voice as he spat out the word, left Konoha, under the pretense of it being for good. There is a chance that they'll lead us right to him. And as they really left for good? Another figure, a female one, asked from besides Pain. Why would they be running about the fire country with the Hyuga girl's Byakugan activated? He shot back. Pain nodded from besides the woman. Good, Itachi. You and Kiyoshimi will be given the task to watch their every move and, if they truly have left, ask them to join so we can use them to our advantage. Not as you are now. Naruto answered. Maybe after a few tough training regiments you would stand a quarter of a chance, but you'll have to train long and hard and I can tell you, that is exactly what Luffy is doing. Naruto paused in his lecture and just stared at the boy. I'll bet you're Kobe. The pink-haired boy nodded. Then, you'll be Helmeppo, I'm guessing. The other boy nodded, unsure of what to expect. Do you wish to become Strophe too? He hurt my daddy, and daddy has been thrown in jail. Yes, I wish to beat him and bring him down. If you keep those dreams in check, don't let revenge or other emotions get into play. Well, I'm sure you'll do what you want to do, but not without help. I plan to stay right outside of town for a little while to train. If you wish, come and find me. I'll help you train for the little while I'm here. But come prepared. He shot an evil-looking foxy grin at the boys. I won't go easy on you. With that, he shouldered his pack on his back, ruffled Rika's hair, kissed Ririka on the cheek, and strode out the door, without glancing back. 00000000. Everything will be different now, won't it? Hinata nodded. Will anything stay the same? Naruto-kun will. We will. I'm sure Nissan's feeling for you will too. Nothing and everything will change. And, with that, everything was said between the two of them for now. 00000000. Pain nodded from besides the woman. Good, Itachi. You and Kiyoshimi will be given the task to watch their every move and, if they truly have left, ask them to join so we can use them to our advantage. Chapter 8. As the danger rises, soft pings were heard as dripping water hit a bigger surface of itself. The darkness of the room was overwhelming, half seeming to devour a person alive where they stood. The room was empty save for the mat made of straw where Uchiha Sasuke lay, sound asleep. Dirt and bits of the straw stuck against the remains of his white shirt. His baggy black pants were wrinkled from the curling and moving about in his long sleep. He had spent another restless night searching in vain for his elder brother or clues to his brother, or even to Naruto. But to no avail on both counts. Itachi might as well be dead, for as little information Sasuke had. And Naruto had vanished into thin air in the Valley of the End. Right near where they had had their fight 6 years before when they had been no stronger than Nat. Right where the founder of Konoha and the founder of the Uchiha clan had fought for the leadership of the village. He groaned lowly in his sleep, shifting over onto his back and opening his onyx eyes. He was still bone-dead tired, but he could feel one of his teammates approaching at a rapid pace. It was Karen, a raven-haired girl that had served under Orochimaru, and he knew the easiest way to deal with her was straightforward, with no pretenses between them. She was much like Sakura in that aspect. Sasuke. Karen shouted, bursting into the room only seconds later, her red hair, short and messy naturally on one side and long on the other, in a bigger mess than usual, and her glasses near the bridge of her nose. Upon seeing him sitting upon the makeshift pallet bare-chested, She pushed her glasses and straightened to her fullest height, a light blush gracing her cheeks as she avoided looking at his chest. Ito. 1. Sasuke. I. Anyo. 2. His eyes shifted from black to red faster than she could blink. Before she could draw enough breath to try to say what she wanted once again, he was right there in front of her. His face just inches from her own and his one hand wrapped threateningly around her throat, his other hand was on the hilt of his sword. Karen, you should know by now that I hate it when you act like a fangirl and keep me waiting. Whatever this meeting is about, it better be important. Sasuke moved away from her, letting his hands drop down to his sides and his eyes shift back into the usual black abyss. It's about Itachi, Sasuke, she managed to say without stammering, dropping down onto one knee in front of the leader of her team, Team Snake. Suigetsu, she spat the name in mild disgust at the feet of her leader before she continued on, and I were patrolling the upper northern regions surrounding our temporary base, here in Southern Fire, when he saw them. 2 Konoha shinobi, without their head protectors. One was the Hyuga heiress, of that there could be no doubt, she had her Byakugan fully activated and they seemed to be following an invisible trail. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this and settled back on the pallet, leaning back on his hands so he could search her face as she gave her report. And the other Konoha shinobi? We're not that sure, Sasuke. All we know for sure is she moved like a shinobi and, as she was with the Hyuga, figured she must be from Konoha. He shot her a glare filled with distaste at her lack of information. She wore her hair, dark brown or black, in twin buns atop her head and slung across her. Sasuke hissed, cutting off whatever she was going to say. You call yourself a skilled shinobi, Karen? She nodded, her red eyes latched on his as she nodded, almost shyly, but overly flirtatious. And, yet, you can't tell Konoha's famed weapons mistress from a commonplace ninja? That girl was Tenten. Karen snorted in amusement, refusing even to consider that the girl was who Sasuke said she was. She looked like nothing special. A glare from Sasuke had her giggling nervously, rubbing her hand across the back of her head. Ha ha, what I mean was that the Baka and I were planning on ignoring, but, then, we noticed Itachi and the fish dude, Kiyomi, following them. The Baka continued to follow them while I reported back to you. What is that you wish? Karen, you tell me about Itachi first, not the Hyuga girl and Tenten. Sasuke glared at the girl as he scrambled about the room and gathered up his stuff that he had scattered about the night before. Go. Ready, Jugo, we leave in an hour. We're catching up to those girls and using them to get to Itachi. Even if it's the last thing I do, I will see the end of Itachi. Hinata-chan, why are you slowing down? Tenten asked, yawning as she watched the girls slow to a stop in front of the gorge that marked the beginning of the Valley of the End. Hinata? Hinata came to a complete stop and shook her head, her Byakugan fading from around her eyes. The trail ends here, Tenten-chan. It goes down the cliff like in the Anbu reports, but, after that, nothing, like he just disappeared. What are we going to do? It goes down the cliff. Hinata nods, leading right up to the edge and positioning Tenten in the exact spot Naruto had been on before he had fallen down. Then, we recreate his fall. Naruto couldn't have just disappeared. The trail is there, somewhere. We just have to find it. And, like most good shinobi, use techniques off the norm. She grabbed Hinata's hand and jumped off the cliff. Yells, joy from the fall from Tenten and pure fright from Hinata, was heard all about the woods and, then, in a flash of bright light, they were gone from this world and into another. Itachi-san. What do we do now? Follow them to wherever they went? Kiyomi asked his partner. Contact Pain-sama and let him know what happened. We await his orders. Kiyomi nodded and, with a poof, they were gone. 000000000. He felt their chakra pressure pulse the second they landed here. He knew who they were in an instant. He wondered why they were here. He knew he was going to have fun finding out. When was the last time he had played with childhood friends? Smirking, he stood from his leaning position against a rock and crossed over his temporary training grounds to where Kobe and Helmeppo were sparring. Okay, you two, we're finished for today, or I am. I've decided it's time I moved on. In fact, I believe I'll go say goodbye to Rika-chan and Ririka-san before it gets too late. I'll catch you later. Is it just me? Helmeppo started, staring after the retreating Naruto, or is he acting stranger than usual? Kobe's only response was to nod in agreement as they continued to watch. Oh, Manny left us to clean up the mess we all made by ourselves. Again, laughing, Kobe and Helmeppo began to clean up the mess their training exercise had made. Naruto, though, quickly made his way to the clearing he had set his camp in. Like always when he visited Shell City, he lived outside the city. One of the reasons was that he didn't like to impose himself on Ririka. But the main reason was that if an enemy from hired here, he would have enough warning to escape without causing trouble for any of the citizens. The only question remaining was whether or not they came as friends or foes. Once at his temporary camp, it didn't take him long to pack up his belongings and shoulder his bag, only a matter of a few minutes despite the fact that they were strewn all over about the clearing. Clothes had strung from branches of the trees that enclosed the small patch of dirt that made up his home. Food had been tied into a bag and hung from the highest branch on the tallest tree. His books and scrolls were stacked haphazardly against a large boulder on the east side of the clearing. His training equipment, makeshift weights and mats made out of sticks for push-ups, leaned on another boulder on the opposite side of the clearing, and his sleeping bag had been already rolled tightly in the center of the clearing. Smirking as he was finished, he used his chakra to jump out of the clearing and into the treetops and made his way back towards Shell City. His pursuers were still at a loss as to where to go from where they were at the beach, so he figured it was safe enough to go say goodbye to Rika and Ririka. He didn't plan to stay longer than that. Let them approach him somewhere far away from Shell City. Naruto-kun? Ririka asked as he stepped into the tavern, her brow furrowed in her concern. Aren't you supposed to be in the middle of training with the boys? Naruto laughed nervously at that, rubbing the back of his head with one of his hands. Is Rika-chan here? Ririka shook her head, her eyes still searching Naruto's in concern. Can you tell her goodbye for me? Something came up and I have to leave. Leave? Naruto-kun? Her eyes widened in unsuppressed surprise. You barely had even gotten here. You've only been here about a week. Hey, don't be mad at me. I was planning on staying longer than this, but, as I said before, something came up and I need to take care of it, far from here. Naruto-kun, Rika-chan is going to be so sad to find you're gone again. Ririka picked up a glass from beneath the bar and began to clean it out. But, will you wait just one more minute? We had a surprise already for you when you and the boys came home from training. Rika-chan would want you to have before you left. Wait right there. Without waiting for him to answer, she rushed from the tavern and up the stairs behind the bar that lead to their apartment. She came down a moment later carrying a large, slim white box. Curious, Naruto took it from her hands and set it down onto the bar and opened it. Inside lay a trench coat like he almost always wore these days, but it wasn't black, or white, or brown, as he had taken to wearing lately, but a subtle orange. Black flames licked up from the hem of the coat to the waist and, on the back and the sleeves, were small symbols. On the right sleeve was the kanji for love, on the left was the kanji for friendship, and, on the back, was Konoha's symbol. Ririka, this, beautiful. It must have taken a long time to make. Whether it did or didn't isn't the matter, all that matters is that you like it. Like it? I love it. He shrugged out of the black trench coat and into the orange one. Not sure Nami will though. He added, going behind the bar and hugging her. Tell Rika-chan that I love it and give her a kiss and hug for me. I'll write and try to visit as soon as I can. He made a hand sign and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Will that boy ever grow up? Ririka chuckled to herself sadly as she looked at the place Naruto had been on a second before. Stop right there, Uzumaki Naruto. The voice called out to him seconds before he left the city. Sighing, Naruto turned around to face the two shinobi behind him. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Hinata-chan, Tenten-san? 000000000. It's so boring without Naruto, Luffy said without any emotion from his spot on the goat head. Oh, Nami. He called back towards the ship without looking towards the orange-haired girl. Are you sure Naruto will be able to find us? Completely Luffy, she sighed out in that she had had response in a way that was obvious his conversation with him many times before in recent times. Now, how are we going to go about finding a cook? And a musician? Luffy called over his shoulder again, this time with more enthusiasm evident in his voice. Don't forget about our musician Nami. Using his hands he gripped his knees and turned himself so that he was facing the others. Nami was bent over a map in the middle of the deck. Usopp was painting the crew's flag on a black square of cloth. Several bumps on his head from when he tried to make it his own sign. Zoro was practicing his sword skills on the upper deck, and Tenten was snoozing in a square of sunlight not far from Nami. What about Baratie? The floating restaurant, Zoro muttered, fluidly moving from one sword stance to another as he carefully avoided eye contact with Nami. I had eaten there a few times back when I was still a pirate hunter. They may have a cook there that is willing and able to travel with us. Nani, Zoro, Nami shouted, standing and striding up to the upper deck and hitting the green-haired swordsman on the top of his head. Why didn't you say so earlier? By the gods, you could have saved us a hell of a lot of trouble if you just mentioned it earlier. Well, you orange-haired nymph, 3, I had forgotten, so, excuse me for being only human. He rolled his eyes up at the sky in either annoyance or exasperation. Maybe even a mixture of both. He growled, then, deep in his throat as Nami wrapped her hands around his neck and began to wring it dry. Baka. 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 How do you forget something so important? By now even Usopp had stopped what he was doing so that he could watch Nami and Zoro. The paintbrush dripping a sterile white onto the black cloth as it hung loosely from his fingers. It's like you all have lost what little intelligence you had when we left Usopp's home earlier this week. It's not like you're much better, you silly orange-haired monkey, Zoro countered, breaking her hold on him and twisting away so that he could glare at her from a safer distance. I don't see you coming up with any ideas. Well, I would have thought of something eventually, but the only baka I know who could come up with a great idea on the spot was Naruto. She added his name hesitantly at the end of her sentence, so soft and low that the others on the ship barely heard it. Naruto had left rather abruptly sometime during the night after their fight with Kuro and the Black Cat pirates without saying a word about his plans to Nami or any of the others. All he left behind was a note to Nami that she refused to show to any of the others. Her only reply when asked what it read was that Naruto would join up with them sooner or later. It made the others wonder if he did this to her often. And what he could possibly be up to that would make him do it. And, then, they left. Much whining on Luffy's part and wondering on Zoro's on how Naruto would find them if they left. Nami didn't answer past Luffy on the head and dragging the two onto the ship the Going Merry that Kaya had kindly donated top the Straw Hat crew. Only minutes later, Usopp had joined them. Captain, what is it you wish to do? Nami asked, turning swiftly towards Luffy with a fake smile plastered on her face. Go towards Baratie or towards another town. Either way, I'm sure we'll find a cook. At first, Luffy didn't answer, but stayed in a thinking pose, a hand on his chin and his elbow propped on his knees. Nami truly believed he was thinking it through thoroughly. Hey, Zoro? Even up to this point she believed in him. Is the meat any good on Baratie? She should have known. Baka. She raged at Luffy, once again striding across the deck towards a crewmate and smacking them across the back of their head. In this case, Luffy. Luffy pouted cutely up at Nami and rubbed the back of his injured head with his hand, but he was smart enough to know that it would be unwise to say anything more. I can't believe we're mature enough to use your head, but... No. You have to be a complete ignoramus and think only with your stomach, for crying out loud. None of her crewmates paid much attention, only Zoro did, and only so he could answer Luffy's question at the end of her rant. Just its smells will make your mouth water with hunger and her bellyache for the need of food. Yosh. Set sail the Going Merry, Nami. Luffy shouted, turning back towards the sea, an arm held high over his head in a pose. Meet. Here I come. Prepare yourself. Nami let her head sag low on her shoulders as she hurried, with a sorely creeped out Zoro on her tail, to the tilt to turn the ship around. Up above on the deck, Luffy and Usopp were dancing with their arms wrapped around their shoulders, chanting, Meat. Meat. We love meat. Nami and Zoro rolled their eyes at the heavens. Zero-O Tsunade stood at the threshold of the Hokage's tower, surrounded by several of her most trusted Anbu. A storm raged outside their protective shelter, lightning crashes loud and strong throughout the surrounding town. It was the perfect place and time for a meeting. Hyuga, Nara. Report. Neji and Shikamaru both stepped forward and took off their masks, revealing faces hardened by time and scenes that would have driven lesser men crazy. Did the Akatsuki take the bait? Are they following Tenten and Hinata? It was Shikamaru that spoke the report first. They were indeed following up till the point where Tenten-san and Hinata-san jumped over a cliff and just, well, disappeared. What do you mean disappear? Neji, weren't you watching them like I ordered you to? You just let them disappear. Neji's forehead creased from barely restrained rage and worry. Tsunade-sama. My eyes had been firmly locked on Tenten and Hinata-sama and, just like Shikamaru said, they were gone. A flash of blue light and, then, not a trace of their whereabouts. Their chakra trails ended there and the bug's Shino. He jerked his head to the third and last of the Anbu Tsunade had called for this mission, just suddenly stopped sending back communications to their mates. Tsunade-sama. Shino too stepped forward, taking his mask off so his emotionless face was visible for his Hokage. Unlike the other two, he had barely changed, sunglasses hiding his eyes from view and a high collar hiding the majority of his rather longish face. His thick dark hair still spiked the same way and, if he wasn't in the Anbu, he would probably dress very much like he did when he was a Chunin and a Genin. The type of bugs I had placed on Hinata-chan and Tenten-san are of the type that stay mated for life. The bugs, even when separated from their mates, are constantly in communication with their mates. Only in death do they stop communication. There are no other circumstances. Are you implying that my shinobi are dead, Shino? Tsunade demanded, stepping forward so her face was aligned with the Aburame clansman. There was no anger in her voice or across her face, only desperation, fear, and guilt. Is that what you're saying? It is a possibility, Hokage-sama, that we can't rule out without further evidence. If that is true, Tsunade, that also means Naruto is most likely dead as well. Jiraiya stepped out of the shadows from an eave across the street from them. Everyone jumped in shock besides Neji and Tsunade. Neji remained as impassive as ever as Tsunade got angrier and angrier till her bursting point came and she stalked through the rain towards Jiraiya and walloped him on the head once. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The perfect, Tsunade mentioned to her Anbu as she rejoined them, jerking her head back towards the Sennin, has a point. For now, move forward as if they are just lost teammates under the assumption they are alive. You find a clue, report it back to me instantly. Dismissed. The next second Tsunade was alone on the street besides from Jiraiya. Please be alive. I don't want three's deaths laying on my consciousness as well. Naruto. Hinata. Tenten. Come home soon. People love you and miss you. It didn't take as long as Nami feared to reach Baratie, but she didn't react as loudly as happy as Luffy and Usopp who started their meat dance across the deck again. She, also, didn't react as impassively as Zoro, who continued to practice his swordsmanship as if there was nothing going on. She, though, just leaned up against the railing with rather sad-looking smile on her face. She missed home. If she and Naruto were visiting Nejico, they would be in the orange groves filling baskets to the brim with oranges or taking naps by her mother's grave under the bright sun, but that wasn't to be. Not yet. Not now. Defiantly not now. Now she had to find a way to save her village. Unfortunately, the only way to do that would be. Yahoo, we're here. It's time for the meet. Before they were fully docked, Luffy catapulted over the edge of the railing and onto the floating pink and green and white deck of the floating restaurant the Baratie. Usopp soon followed and, with a sigh, Zoro sheathed his swords and joined Nami leaning against the deck. I guess that leaves just you and me to anchor the ship to Baratie. Nami sighed lowly to Zoro in an anguished way, but amusement was clear on her face and in her voice. Are you okay? You've been acting weird since Naruto left? Is something wrong? You know Luffy and I'll do anything we can to help. His voice was gruff, his eyes hard, but there was no mistaking the truth in his words. There was, also, no mistaking the stab of pain that went straight to her heart at those words. Naruto's disappearance, so like the others he had made countless of times before, had reminded her that nothing had changed, everything was still painful, she still was not free. Despite her efforts these past 8 years nothing had changed. Not even with Naruto's help. There was no way she could let herself bring any more people into her problems. It's bad enough Naruto helped carry her burdens on top of his own. I'm fine. She shrugged in nonchalance and flashed a smile at him before turning her face away before it caved in on itself. Why don't you go ahead and join the others? I can take care of the chip on my own. I'll join you as soon as I'm finished. He stayed there for several moments more, staring at the side of her head, trying to find what was wrong and not finding. Finally he gave a stiff nod and left. She waited till all three had disappeared inside before she began to turn the boat back around to the sea. I'm sorry guys, I really wanted to stay with you. But I have more important things to do. I hope we meet again and you'll forgive me. Yane. And, with that, Nami sailed out to sea back towards home. It's been 3 years, Tenten muttered, glowering at the boy in front of him. By your reaction to my voice. Well, it could only be you. Not many people here know my full name. Na-chan and Najiko-ni-chan and Ririka-san are the only ones who ever call me by my full name. Besides, he added, his smile turning teasingly on Tenten. Hinata-chan could never speak so loudly or harshly. Tenten ignored the comment, only giving a low growl to show the boy she heard. Unfortunately, that was just what he wanted. I would say you already knew we were here. Naruto's face turned instantly serious as he backed up a few paces from the girls. I knew the second you landed in this world. Your chakra was a dead giveaway. So, are you running away, Naruto? Tenten teased him in return from his tease earlier. But he just smiled in return. It was then both of them noticed a difference. This wasn't the boy they had laughed with or had missions with. He was as good as a stranger. Were they the same to him? Tenten wondered. Even with the orange coat, Tenten admitted to herself, her and Hinata had problems recognizing him. But he had no problems with them. Could it really be their chakra like he explained? Could he have grown so much in 3 years? Yes, he could have. She admitted. It was possible he knew how to detect chakra even before he had left. He might have a during their training regiment. I'm afraid I have plans that don't include you. Nami has already started to move towards Arlong's base. That girl is just impatient to be free of him, Kit. I'm sure the others of Kokoyashi feel the same. The Kyuubi yawned from deep within his cage. I would be too if my every breath was being drawn by fear at the thought of a loved one dying. It's a painful thing to feel, Kit. I know that. I feel every time I leave Najiko there or go back with Nami. But, I can't bring these two in it. Undoubtedly. So, what's the plan, Kit? Well, that's easy. We'll just... Naruto allowed his thoughts to float into the Kyuubi's mind and a sinister smile spread over both of their faces. Do you actually think she'll go along with it? If I ask nice enough. Besides, she loves to baby people. Naruto-kun, are you okay? He nodded absent-mindedly at Hinata and gazed off towards the sun. It was beginning to set. Nami should almost be at Arlong's by now. We, meaning Tenten-chan and me, seriously need to talk to you. Is there any place we can go to talk? Hinata was proud of herself for being able to say that without stuttering or blushing. That is, up to the point Naruto cut her off with a dead look in his lovely blue eyes. No, I know just the place. Best food and sake in Shell City. Without waiting for their response, he set off. Behind him, Tenten mouthed the word sake to Hinata in shock. She never imagined he would ever start to like alcohol, with his childish disposition. Not that she should be shocked, with Lee as a teammate. It didn't take long for them to reach Ririka's shop. The shop was in the process of closing though, but when Rika, who was sadly helping her mother close up, saw Naruto, she jumped from her spot by one of the tables and ran out the door and into his arms. Okasan said you left. Are ya back already, Nichan? Naruto just laughed and carried her in. Kasan, Naru-Nichan is back and brought some new people with him. Naruto-kun, I thought you said you had business you had to take care of later. And what's this about new people? Some friends of yours? Old friends, Ririka-san. I ran into them on my way out of town. They wish to catch up. Everywhere else is closed. You don't mind if we grab some grub her and chew the fat, do you? Ririka laughed well naturally and ushered him into the kitchen. You know I would feed you even if the sun had fully set and the moon was already halfway across the sky, idiot boy, but you know the rules. Come help me fix the meal. Oh, no, you two girls sit down and get off your feet. She motioned the two Konoha Junin down with an absent-minded hand as they tried to follow the two into the kitchen. Hesitantly, they slid down into stools at the bar. Rika, continue closing up for me. Hi, Kasan. Rika pouted cutely as she continued to stack chairs on the table. It's not fair. Naru-Nichan will leave soon and you get him all to yourself. The two Junin laughed quietly so as not to enact the girls' anger at them. Instead they talked to each other in low voices, watching the doorway Ririka and Naruto had disappeared through for any sign of his departure. They were mildly surprised when Naruto just walked into the room a few moments later helping Ririka carrying a large tray of food. Here you go. Enjoy your meal. There was an odd gleam in Ririka's eyes as she disappeared back into the kitchen. But, for a moment there, Hinata could have sworn that Naruto had given Ririka an approving nod. But, then, she and Tenten were starting the meal. Naruto was just leaning out of his chair, whispering lowly in the little girl's ear. She giggled, he smiled, and she pranced away into the kitchen after her mother. Now, Naruto, Tenten started heavily. Her tongue felt like it was weighed down by lead, and there was a gooey taste at the back of her mouth. "What did you do?" she demanded of him as her eyesight started to blur and everything began to lose its focus. She heard Hinata thump to the ground unconscious beside her. Naruto stood and scooped the Hyuga heiress up in his arms. What? Gomen, Tenten-san." His voice reached her ears as if he was speaking to her through a long tunnel, his voice low as if it was stifled by a pillow. "There are. Need. Can't go. Gomen." And, then, she was disconnected from the world. It was final. She decided it was. She knew she had no choice. She couldn't run from the truth anymore. She was going back. Back towards the pain and loneliness. This time, no one was standing by her side. Or, so she thought. Naruto was by her side as fast as it took her to blink. "I should have known." Nami smiled through her tears. "We can end this, you know." "I know, but you don't want to." "I don't want to lose any more lives." He patted her arm and smiled at her. "I guess that's decided." He took her arms in his and pulled her into his arms. "You know I'm besides you, right? Regardless of how far away I am." And he slowly faded from sight. Nami silently calling out to him from where she stood alone on the deck of the Going Merry. And, then, she awoke. The morning was damp and cold. It pressed heavily down on her and caused her to breathe as if choking. Unfortunately, when she did go up on the deck, Arlong's palace was indeed on the horizon. And there was no Naruto in sight. "I'm coming, Arlong. Ready or not, here I'll come. 00000000. I'm fine." She shrugged in nonchalance and flashed a smile at him before turning her face away before it caved in on itself. "Why don't you go ahead and join the others? I can take care of the chip on my own. I'll join you as soon as I'm finished." He stayed there for several moments more, staring at the side of her head, trying to find what was wrong and not finding. Finally he gave a stiff nod and left. She waited till all three had disappeared inside before she began to turn the boat back around to the sea. "I'm sorry guys, I really wanted to stay with you. But I have more important things to do. I hope we meet again and you'll forgive me. Yane." And, with that, Nami sailed out to sea back towards home. 00000000. Now, Naruto, Tenten started heavily. Her tongue felt like it was weighted down by lead and there was a gooey taste at the back of her mouth. "What did you do?" she demanded of him as her eyesight started to blur and everything began to lose its focus. She heard Hinata thump to the ground unconscious beside her. Naruto stood and scooped the Hyuga heiress up in his arms. What? Gomen, Tenten-san." His voice reached her ears as if he was speaking to her through a long tunnel, his voice low as if it was stifled by a pillow. "There are. Need. Can't go. Gomen." And, then, she was disconnected from the world. 00000000. "I guess that's decided." He took her arms in his and pulled her into his arms. "You know I'm besides you, right? Regardless of how far away I am." And he slowly faded from sight. Nami silently calling out to him from where she stood alone on the deck of the Going Merry. And, then, she awoke. The morning was damp and cold. It pressed heavily down on her and caused her to breathe as if choking. Unfortunately, when she did go up on the deck, Arlong's palace was indeed on the horizon. And there was no Naruto in sight. "I'm coming, Arlong. Ready or not, here I'll come." 00000000. Chapter 9. Where we stand. The island sailed slowly closer and closer to her as every minute passed, as the sun rose higher in the sky. Nami wasn't sure what to do. Breath a sigh of relief, she was almost home after all, or shake in fear at the thought of being so close to Arlong and his pirates once again. This time without any comfort that Naruto's presence gave her. Looking back on the past few weeks, she knew what a nice time she had had with the Straw Hat Gang. She had actually felt like a regular 18-year-old, like she had no cares in the world. Had Naruto acted any different? Not that she could see. Naruto even acted jolly with Hachi and the rest of Arlong's crew. The only one he never was comfortable around was Arlong. But, for some Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp were real. Then again, it could have been nothing but her imagination. Despite the fact one of her greatest wishes was for him to be real. On lonely nights, when Naruto was away doing heavens knows what, she sometimes can actually make herself believe that there really wasn't a Naruto. She had no friend that could make her laugh even when in sight of all her problems and feel semi-normal. That she would wake up still 15 years old and this would be nothing but a really comforting dream, filled with immeasurable loneliness. It was nights such as that when she cried herself into a troubled sleep. Using her charts and years of experience, she knew she had almost a whole day before she reached Kokoyashi. But, first, she had better take down the Straw Hat's pirate flag before Hachi sees it and sinks her ship, once again. His pet had really enjoyed that rickety old ship, probably more than she had. She slowly made her way down below deck, not the least bit hurried to take down the flag Usopp had worked so hard over, to lock the ship's wheel axle so it wouldn't go flying all over the place with the waves. Just as she reached for the bottom ring of the wheel it was jerked hard from her hand and the ship was jerked sharply to the side. She heard crashing, a scream as some wood was pulled from the side. It couldn't be Hachi, she was still too far away for him to have seen the flag. There were no rocks or any other type of obstacles that could tear even a small hole in the hull of the ship. And there was a hole, it was slowly leaking in the warm water of the East Blue Ocean. She would bet anything another ship had aimed a gun at hers. A gun because a cannon would rip a bigger hole in the hull and she would be smithereens by now. That was without mentioning how well she knew the sounds of cannon fire from all her years with Arlong and Naruto's experimentation with bombing. Like she knew the sound of Nejico's laughter, like she knew the sound in Kokoyashi's main square. Like the sound of her own breathing. She would bet anything that it was a 2 or 3 man ship on her left side about 3 meters away. Quickly, she jumped back up to her feet and locked the wheel. And, dashing back up to the deck, started screaming recklessly at the small ship. Like she had believed it held 2 people and, fortunately for them, both had been knocked out from the aftershock of the blast from their musket. Nami was very close to leaving the 2 there if it wasn't for the gray tone to one of the guy's face. She knew what it was in a second for she had suffered from soon after she was forced to join Arlong's crew. Scurvy. The bane of seamen. 1 in 10 sailors are affected of it at least once in their lives. If they survive, that is. Scurvy was highly dangerous disease. The reason it affected a lot of seamen was because of the lack of citrus, or vitamin C, that can be found when aboard a ship. The disease can cause a lose of teeth, the inability to move, and, eventually, death. There were several cures to the disease, but the quickest, and cheapest, way was to feed them a citrus fruit. Or a tea made out of eastern white cedar needles. She wasn't overly sure if she should help the guy, they did blow a hole in her hull, but she climbed down to the small ship with one of the tangerines Naruto brought back from Kokoyashi in her hand. Slowly she peeled the fruit and, using more force than necessary, peeled his jaws back. Slowly, drip by drip she let the juice flow into his mouth. Subconsciously, the man swallowed the juice and he slowly began to stir, his color turning more to normal. "Are you better now?" She practically growled at the man. The man, looking disoriented, sat up very slowly and looked around. "Where am I? Are Johnny and me prisoners to the pirate ship?" "Are you?" Johnny, the other man, began to wake up at the sound of his friend's rather hysterical voice. "Johnny, we were captured by smelly pirates." "Who the hell do you think you're calling smelly?" Frustrated, Nami balled her hand into a fist and slammed it as hard as she could in the back of the scurvy guy's head. Now, feeling sorry she had just saved the life of a man who had tried to shoot her ship down with no regrets, she slowly clambered back onto her ship. "This isn't a pirate ship." She stomped off and when she felt she was far enough away said, "At least not anymore." Only minutes after that the flag was down and she was well on her way towards Kokoyashi. "You think she stole the ship Yosaku?" Johnny asked his partner. Yosaku just nodded, tarring after the ship in a rather dazed way. "Did she hit you hard enough to knock a few brain cells out or something?" There was still no answer. "Come on, I doubt that girl will be back. We should continue on to Barati. I heard Mohawk will be there in a few days. I hope we'll get a glimpse of him." Finally, Yosaku snapped out of his little trance and turned a huge grin onto his comrade. "And, who knows, maybe we'll find Zoro too." 0 It didn't take as long as they feared to reach Baratie, a little under 2 days. But the little they saw on the sea almost sent Johnny and Yosaku running back to their old dojo. Yosaku swears to the heaven that he saw some blonde guy walking on the water toward where the orange-haired girl had gone only a few hours before. Johnny swears on his father's grave that a giant fireball came from the distance near where Yosaku swore he saw Blondie. Both swear they saw a green hair bob in the kitchen window of Baratie. They both wondered if it could have been Zoro. But they shook that thought quickly out of their heads. Zoro in a kitchen. Only if it was to eat food, and that, rarely. Sighing at their own foolishness, Johnny and Yosaku moored their ship at Baratie's portable docks and clambered up onto the deck. It took them a little under a minute to moor their ship to Baratie, but in that time a loud ruckus, a fight would be their best and only guess, had broken out on the inside. There were loud screams of women as they were almost hit, whoppings from one of the men fighting, cheering on from several of the other male customers, and cursing from either the second man or one of the workers. "Don't you know who I am, you silly little man? I'm a lieutenant of the Marines. How dare a lowlife like you treat me like this?" Johnny and Yosaku barely had enough time to switch confused looks before the lieutenant was thrown through the doorway head first by a limping man with a peg leg. "This my restaurant, boy, don't forget it, you don't go showing disrespect in my restaurant. You eat the food that is placed in front of you, don't come back here. Get on that silly ship of yours, pretty boy, and don't come back. For God help you if you ever come back, I'll make sure you can never walk again." The Marine lieutenant scrambled quickly to his feet and, after cursing the Baratie and its crew and making threats, climbed aboard his ship. "Damn kids, thinking they rule the world, in my day." The pegged man's voice trailed off as he caught sight of Johnny and Yosaku just standing off to one side dumbstruck. "Well, what are you two waiting for? If it's food you want, welcome, come right in." Without waiting for an answer, he stalked over to the two swordsmen, and taking them each up the upper arm, dragged them inside. "I hope you have enough money. The last swordsman who ate here is now working here with his companions to pay off his debt. He has a long way to go." He added with a low chuckle, Come. My men and I will make sure you enjoy your meal." They stepped inside, the pegged man leading them. "Little eggplant, come show our newest guests their seats." The jab was directed at a tall blonde man wearing a black suit and a dark blue striped shirt. He was leaning back in a chair by this tall grand wooden staircase with a smoke in his mouth, watching two black-haired boys clean up the mess of the table. The man raised one of his oddly shaped eyebrows before leaning further back in his chair and closing his eyes. "Do it yourself, you silly Ji-san. I'm certainly not." "Sanji. Are you for ground here, not you?" Without answering, Sanji stood and strode up the staircase, his posture composed but a visible mischievous smirk planted on his face. Sanji. Listen to me, you little string bean," but he continued on. "Zeph-san." This voice was full of contradicting emotions, and it was a voice Johnny and Yosaku knew very well. The voice of an old childhood friend. "Where would you like, Johnny? Yosaku?" "Zoro." The two cried together, coming forward and shaking his hand, making his drop the table he was trying to put back. It crashed loudly and splintered in two. "How are you? Where have you been?" they asked, still in sync with the other. "That is going on your EH." The pegged man and the rest of the customers staggered as a loud banging went off from the left side. The Baratie slid sharply to the side as a cannon barreled into the water besides it. "Now what? Luffy, Usopp. Go see what caused that. Try not to get yourselves killed." Aye. Luffy and Usopp saluted him and marched out of the door, arms linked. It was less than a minute later that Usopp came in screaming about the cause of the ship's panic. "Pirates." At the sound of another boom, this one undoubtedly caused by Luffy, sent men wielding kitchen culinary rushing from the kitchen. Sanji followed soon after carrying Zoro's swords. With a smirk, he drew them and rushed out to join Luffy. Moments later, Sanji trailed out. "Don't worry, old man Zeph. We'll take care of it." Zeph scowled at the blonde boy and made a playful swipe at his head. He turned to his men. "Get ready to defend. We won't let any body run over this way. Not the government, not Marines, and defiantly not pirates." A cheer rose up and they took posts around the door. The minutes ticked by extremely slowly. Each seemed to come an eternity after the other. Finally, one of the chiefs couldn't stand the weight anymore and creaked towards the doorway to peek out. What he saw caused him to gasp and stagger back inside. Zeph-san. It's Don Krieg's pirate crew. They're practically skeletons. They've broken into our food storage and they're loading them onto their ship, another called. Oh. The first one called, quickly scrambling back from the door seconds before Luffy crashed through head first. Man, he's tough, Luffy muttered to himself as he used the back of his hand to rub dirt and debris off of his jean shorts. Hey, Straw Hat, Zeph called, a rather wicked grin making its way across his face. Do you want to make a deal? The only inclination that Zeph got that Luffy was listening was a small glance in his direction. If you get rid of Don Krieg and rescue our food supplies, I'll waive your remaining debt to us. I'll even let you have the string bean. Luffy just nodded and strode back out the door. So warm. Tenten muttered in her sleep, burrowing her head further into the soft blankets she lay under. Her blankets at home weren't anywhere as soft as this. The only place she had ever been under soft sheets was when she was on a mission. The last time that was. And then it hit her. She was on a mission, one that Tsunade-sama had entrusted to her herself. And they blew it. She was drugged, of that she had no doubt. What boggled her mind the most was that it was Naruto who drugged her. Naruto who would stick up for his friends regardless of the dangers. Naruto who, at times, had a brain the size of a pea. Does that make her a prisoner? Tenten-chan, wake up, the quiet voice of her partner said from her side. Hina-chan, do you feel all woozy too? She meant to ask if she felt drugged as well, but her head was spinning too fast to form the words and her tongue seemed too swollen to hold them. Hinata giggled politely behind her hand and helped her friend into a sitting position. I did a little earlier, but I'm okay now. Hinata removed a small glass full of water from the plain bed table and carefully gave it to Tenten. Water helps. The pair was in a small room freshly painted a calm white, its flooring a varnished dark wood. Lace curtains hung from the windows that blew lightly in the wind. Several shelves in the room held an odd assortment of shells seeming to have been placed there rather haphazardly. A few pictures hung on the wall. It took Tenten several minutes to notice that Naruto was in most of the pictures with that mother and daughter. What were their names? Rika and Ririka. It took another second for her to place the soft musky, earth and sweat scent that was blowing across her face by the light breeze as it was Naruto's room. Whenever he stayed here, at least. Often enough to leave a scent. And maybe there were a few personal items left to pick over, get a clue on what Uzumaki Naruto had become. But before she even had a chance to rise from the bed and start toward the small chest of drawers tucked beneath the window, the door to the hall opened and Ririka sailed in, carrying a tray of steaming soup. Its scent, herbs and chicken, was enough to have Tenten sink back down into the mattress with a contented sigh. Her dry mouth, an effect of the sleeping drugs, watered at the sight of steam coming up from the two bowls in steady waves. Absently, Tenten put the mostly empty glass back on the bedside table as Ririka slowly made her way towards them. Oh, so you are awake. Ririka smiled through the steam rising lazily towards the ceiling. I had a feeling, but... She shrugged and placed the tray on the side table. I knew Hinata-san was up and I heard voices. I thought you would be hungry, Naru-chan said it was a possible side effect. Where would you like this? Hinata's stomach growled loudly and a light blush graced her cheeks in embarrassment. In my stomach. Ririka smiled and handed her a bowl. Thank you. Hinata began to lift the spoon to her mouth and it was almost there. The delicious soup was almost on its way down her throat, when Tenten reached forward and knocked it from her hand. How do we know there is no more sleeping herbs in it? Or poison? Ririka looked amused as she picked up the spoon that had fallen sadly onto the bedspread between Hinata and Tenten. She scooped up a small portion of the soup and sipped it from the spoon. Naruto-kun got me sleeping herbs to put into troublesome customers' bowls. Till the other day, I never had to use it for another purpose. Efficiently, she cleaned off the spoon and placed it back on the tray. He doesn't want you dead, he just wanted you to be safe. Safe? Is Naruto-kun in some sort of trouble? Hinata asked. Worry stretched painfully across her face. I don't know. All I know is that he had to go, and he didn't want you to follow. Despite his wishes, Tenten said, taking up her bowl and scooping the brew into her mouth at a fast pace, there is no way we're not going to follow our orders. We need to find him, and fast. We are hungry, starving, and you would deny my men food." Don Krieg shouted from atop his broken ship down onto Sanji, Zoro, Luffy as his men plundered the stores for ready-made food. He was a thick man with an even thicker head wearing gold armor and plain trousers. "We'll take anyway. Right, boys? We'll take it anyway. This ship will be our salvation to get one piece. With it we'll rule the Grand Line." And his men charged head first down the gangplank towards the three foes. "I would like to see you try," Sanji shouted, dropping his cigarette from his mouth and crushing it out with the heel of his boot. Seconds later he dropped gracefully into his fighting stance and swept the majority of the underlings away with a kick. "It's too bad y'all are so weak from hunger." He smirked up at Don Krieg. "Or maybe you would have been more of a challenge. Don't count your eggs before they hatch, boy." Don Krieg jumped off the ship and landed with a great big shockwave onto Barati's deck. He stomped over to the stores and started chugging down everything, whether it was prepared or not. It was obvious by the way he began to straighten up and the way his skin seemed to look healthier, that he was gaining. His ND Sanji were busy clearing the deck for any remaining underlings. Within seconds, it was Luffy and Don Krieg fighting. They shared blows, quick punches to their guts, sweeping kicks and tries to knock the other off balance. Luffy managed to hit him hard with a wide, Gumo Gumo rocket, punch straight to through chest. But Don Krieg quickly recovered and began to shot blasts out of his armor at the boy. The bullets bounced off the boy much to his enjoyment and grazed Don Krieg as he pranced closer to his foe. With one last kick he broke through Don Krieg's armor. But he wouldn't succumb to defeat. The majority of his men were defeated. They never wanted to fight anyway. They were hungry and starved. The only one still standing, the only one who refused to participate in the fight, was Krieg's first mate Jin. Jin refused to hurt the people who had generously fed him several days ago when he was half dead. He couldn't forget that debt. It was that debt that caused the Demon Man to drop from the splintered remains of his ship and stalk towards his captain. It was that debt that caused him to punch his old friend in the stomach, effectively knocking the wind and remaining life from him. He dropped into an unconscious heap at Jin's feet. "I'm sorry for Krieg Taicho, Sanji-san. Truly sorry for the trouble our men cause. Can you ever forgive me?" He dropped onto his hands and knees and begged for forgiveness to the blonde man. "Jin-san." To say that Sanji was shocked was an understatement. If he knew anything about pirates, he had learned it from Zeph. Zeph had been a pirate many years ago and had traveled the Grand Line. And one thing he knew from him, that turning against your mates, especially your captain, was nothing short of mutiny. And mutiny was instant death on the seas. He moved towards Jin and laid a comforting hand on his head. "It's okay. Jin. It's okay." But it wasn't. Suddenly there was a loud bang and Don Krieg's last remaining ship was blown to smithereens. The dust covered everything. Several of the remaining men began to choke on the smoke. And out of the smoke, as it began to slowly clear, came floating a coffin-shaped ship. A single man sat in there. A man with a long-rimmed cowboy hat, black hair and even blacker eyes. When Zoro saw him, he jumped away from his companions, using the debris from Don Krieg's ship to skip over to the man. "Are you Hawkeyes?" Zoro demanded. "Why did you destroy the ship?" There was no doubt in Zoro's heart that it was him. "You ask a lot of questions, boy," the man said, as Zoro drew his swords from its sheaths. "Hawkeyes is only one of the many names I go by. As for your other question," he smirked and stood, drawing his own sword, "I destroyed his ships for the fun of it." Ships? Yes, ships. All 50 of them in fact. In the majority of his 5,000 men. He used a wide-swept hand to take in the wreckage. "Too bad this is all that's left. Are you there, Nakama? Do you wish for vengeance?" "I could care less about Don Krieg's men. They're no Nakama to me." He brought his swords down into his fighting position. "I've waited a long time to beat you." To Zoro's surprise, Mihawk let out a great laugh and didn't even bother pulling out his sword. "You beat me?" Another laugh came and Zoro charged recklessly, swinging his left-handed sword up to his mouth and effortlessly catching it in his mouth. "You aren't strong enough now." He easily blocked Zoro's attack with a puny-looking sword, thin as a needle and almost as short as one. He drew from beneath his purple cloak. "And you never will be if you attack again." I promised, Kuina. I can't lose." Seconds later he was sent flying into the water by a powerful slash from Mihawk. Blood, spurting crazily from the wound. Maybe one day. He left before any of the others could break from their stupors and attack him. He was amused, at first, to see Naruto standing before him just after Nami arrived and said Naruto was nowhere to be found. He was used to this by now. If he wasn't, the blonde boy would be dead by his feet. Not like that would have worked. Arlong had tried it before. It would be interesting to try it again. Where were you, idiot? I was immensely worried about you, you know. Nami asked later that night in the privacy of the rooms they shared in Arlong's tower. She sat at the desk, doodling on a piece of paper. What were you doing anyway? A little of this, a little of that. He waved a hand as if it was nothing important. He faced down on the small cot that was his bed. Arlong had taken Naruto's proposition to protect Nami a little too seriously. He had put Naruto in the same room as her. Not that it wasn't big enough. It was just uncomfortable. I ran into a couple of old friends. Really? Who? She wasn't surprised that he ran into old friends. He was making friends wherever they went. It wasn't possible that he wouldn't have. He skipped a beat before he told her, and, when he did, he told it hesitantly. Tenten-senpai and Hinata-chan. I don't think you ever mentioned them to me. Not by name. He agreed, turning over onto his stomach so that he could watch her. They're friends from Konoha. Like always when he named his hometown, Nami stiffened up. Naruto had long since, long before he knew her, came to terms on how and why the villagers had treated him as such. And, though, forgiving them was tough the majority of the time, he still had good friends there. Tenten and Hinata included. There were plenty of people there who genuinely loved him. Iruka-sensei and Tsunade. He couldn't forget all they had done to help him. And what did they want? Her words were forced. He didn't want to know, didn't care. But she cared for him, and that was more than enough of a reason to ask. She turned to face him, her sad eyes drilling holes into his own soft and kind cerulean ones. Na-chan. He sat up fully this time and stretched a hand across the small distance between them and ran it softly down her face. Her eyes closed in momentary bliss. They weren't here to hurt me. At least believe that of me. I just fear for the day when you leave my side. She reached a hand up and cupped it around her wrist so his hand rested softly against her cheek and leaned into the warmth his hand provided. I fear that you'll die. Tears begin to leak from her eyes and run down Naruto's arm. Who would I have to lean on? Nami collapsed in his arms seconds later, her knees hitting the floor with a painful thunk, rough sobs crashing through her body. I won't let that happen, Na-chan. I won't ever leave you. Even if you ever want me to. She smiled through her tears and buried her head further into his chest. That's a promise. She was sitting at her desk throwing sake down her throat as if it was water as she studied the report in front of her. It had come as a surprise to her, to hear from Tenten and Hinata, but a large relief as well. She hadn't sent them hastily to their deaths. It was plus that they had actually made contact with Naruto. A larger minus that he had escaped from them. It was to the amusement of Hiashi and Jiraiya how he had did it. It was to the amazement of the former Konoha 11 that he actually drugged them. Of course, that didn't stop them from cheering. Konoha's number reckless ninja. It just proved she shouldn't have let Hinata and Tenten go and expecting Naruto to still be the same Naruto of 3 years ago. She almost hadn't known the latter was from them, wouldn't have if it wasn't for the code inside. Even then, she had trouble decoding it and she couldn't give it to Konoha's decoders as it was a top secret mission and any one of them could go to the elders with this. Tsunade-sama, we're writing to you to let you know we are safe. 5315-33-11-14-15-13-35-34-45-11-13-45. We have settled here in a small town in 2315-14-43-51-22-22-15-14-51-44 Southern Wind Country. We plan 2315-22-35-45-11-53-11-55 to get jobs here and plan to 45-51-43-44-51-15-23-24-33 starting early tomorrow morning. Right now we're staying at 21-35-44-45-15-43-21-13-24-55-35-21-23-24-44 a small il 13-11-45-13-23-51-41 have our own place soon. Wish us luck 53153232414515151345232433. Tenten and Hinata, yes, she was beginning to believe, again, that they could. If he let them, that is. 0 Itai. My head feels like horses trampled around on it, Zoro ed the next morning. Sanji had jumped into the freezing depths of the ocean and rescued him from its icy claws. His wounds had been treated by an experienced chief. I can't believe I let that guy beat me up. At least you're alive, Aniki. Johnny scolded him, trying to usher him back down into a lying position. Shouldn't that count for something? It would have been better if he just killed me. I wouldn't have to live with this humiliation. What humiliation? Luffy asked, his face popping out of nowhere in front of Zoro's, curiosity, and a little confusion, written plainly on his face. Are you feeling worse today, Zoro? He asked as the green-haired man cringed back into his sheets, holding his wounded sides. Zoro? Luffy asked again, this time poking him none too gently on the forehead. Baka. Don't do that to Aniki. Johnny jumped forward and pulled the black-haired captain off of Zoro. You might make his wounds worse. How could I do that? Neither of them noticed Sanji slide up to the bed and bend down low to whisper something in his ear. They were so caught up in their fight they didn't hear what was being said. Serious? Hey Johnny. Is it true? He called to his old friend, once again sitting back up. This time with the help of Sanji. As what true, Zoro Aniki? He stopped trying to strangle Luffy and, out of bland curiosity, Luffy stopped trying to bite his arm off and echoed, muffled, his Johnny's words. Did you and Yusako really see an orange-haired girl on the sea? You saw Nami? Luffy managed to pull himself from Johnny's grasp as he hurried to face him, pushing his face in his. Where? Johnny screamed, backing hurriedly away from Luffy till he was at a more comfortable distance from him. I don't know if it was some Nami, but some orange-haired girl saved Yosaku from scurvy and then went off in a ship by herself. Where? Luffy chanted over and over again, bouncing up and down on his feet as if he was a rocket impatient to get up towards the stars and heavens. Let me see. Johnny was tapping a finger against his chin and his right foot against the floor in a rhythmic pattern. Little orange-haired was heading towards, probably, Kokoyashi village. That, or Arlong's base. Arlong? The two Straw Hats chorused, sharing glances. Aniki. Didn't you spend the last 3 years hunting pirates? Zoro nodded, still staring at Johnny as if he had two heads. Arlong is one of the most feared pirates in East Blue. He's considered unbeatable. How do you not know that? I normally just fought the pirates that I happened across, collecting their bounties afterwards. I don't plan it. Johnny fell backwards in shock as Luffy laughed. Sanji just stood, leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette, watching how they react. I guess that's our next destination. Right, Taicho? Sanji asked of the black-haired captain after the room had calmed down. A large smile stretched across his face as he nodded happily at his newest crew member. There's some weird shark swimming around. Usopp called uninspired as he lay half hanging off the small ship the Bharati had lent them. It almost looks like a man. It almost looks like a man. His hand splashed through the water as he tried to catch a closer glimpse at the shark's profile. Except, its mouth is too long. So, it's a fish, right? The others nod, not paying attention to what Usopp was saying. Each caught up in their own activities. Luffy stuffing his face, Zoro was cleaning his swords mechanically, and Yosaku and Johnny were caught up in an argument. But it looks like it's wearing trousers. That's... What? Yosaku shouted, quickly scrambling away from his friend and towards Usopp, peering down into the ocean's depths besides him. Merman. Yosaku screamed, backing quickly away and pulling Usopp away with him. They tumbled over each other in a scramble to get away, not watching where they were going till they stumbled over the edge of the boat and into the rather lucid water below. A loud guffaw told them that their unorthodox fall had filled the others with mirth. Don't laugh, help. We have to get away fast. One of Arlong's murr. Before he could continue, a loud bang was heard from the other side of their small ship and the majority of the population fell out. The majority being minus Luffy, as he had quickly grabbed onto the small mast in the center of the ship, wrapping his arms several times around it. He wasn't so stupid as to let himself fall into the water and drown. They floated around till the water stopped churning so hard. Zoro! Luffy screamed as the merman banged into the ship a second time. This time the bang was big enough to almost capsize the boat and send Luffy to an icy depths far beneath the sea's surface. Shoo! What's going on here? A voice called from the other side of a ship by the merman. Naruto! Oi Naruto! Luffy called, unwrapping one hand and waving it at his friend. In the water, Zoro and Usopp shared confused looks. How did Naruto know a merman? We were worried about you. Is Nami here too? We came to get her back? She went off for something with the Going Merry? Idiot! Johnny thought as he looked around for a way to escape their current predicament. Obviously, this Naruto guy is with the merman. Meaning he is our enemy. A friend of yours, Naruto? Shoo! The merman asked as he resurfaced, smirking at the blonde human. Just because you are a part of Arlong's pirate crew, doesn't mean that can change in an instant. Naruto snorted, looking at Shu with a well-covered disgusted look on his face, as he carefully watched the area. I may have human friends if I wish, Shu. I don't remember Arlong Taicho ever say I couldn't. As Naruto spoke to the merman, he started to make hand signs under the cover of his long white trench coat, and a replica of himself appeared besides him. But these clowns are no friends of mine. Just as he began to speak the last part of his speech, he closed his hand into a fist. A bunch of people Nami tricked from their boat and money. I don't talk to fools. Naruto. What are you talking about? Can't you? Shut up, you foolish human. Shu shouted, his eyes bulging from his head in anger. Shu. Calm down. You don't want to ruin a chance for Arlong to gain more money, do you? I'll take care of them. Shu made a small sound of disgruntlement as he dived back into the water and headed towards Arlong's base. Naruto just stood there for several minutes, watching as he disappeared. You shouldn't have come here, you know. What the hell was that about? Nami and I lied to you. You should just cut your losses and leave now, before it's too late. He started to walk away then, one foot in front of the other on the raging ocean water, his clone easily disappearing besides him. Naruto, Zoro said, watching his friend walk away with wide eyes, what are you? No, Karen. Sasuke scowled at the only female member of Team Hubby as he carefully packed a small bag to carry into the other world with him. You can't come. Jugo can't come. And neither can Suigetsu. As a last-minute packing idea, he stuffed in an album of pictures of his younger days in Konoha before tightly zippering it. What I need you to do is keep an eye on Akatsuki and its movements. I want to know about every little thing they do. Who goes down the rabbit hole and why? I get that, Sasuke, but it could be dangerous there. You don't know what you'll find. A vast wasteland. It could be filled with war. He chuckled darkly, looking at the red head from the corner of his eye. I believe you're forgetting that this place, he waved his hand, trying to encompass the whole world in on his dialogue, is on the brink of war. Besides, he shouldered his pack and, we're missing Nin. What could be more dangerous than having thousands of ninja out for your head? Oh, I don't know, she said sarcastically, following out of the dark room that served as his and down the hallway. Being in unknown territory, Akatsuki, fights with that blonde boy, etc. Karen. I never knew you to be so pessimistic. I'll be fine on my own. Akatsuki, don't worry me, and Naruto's a lot weaker than me. He was, you mean? You can't know his strength anymore. It's been how many years since you saw him? 3? 4? He could have learned any number of things in that time. He could do practically anything by now. Or be anybody. And what if those Konoha nin find you before you find him? 2 against 1. You're rambling, Karen. Sasuke growled at the girl, to the point already. Even if it's just one of us, either Jugo or myself, you'll be safer and have a higher rate of success. Success? I'm going there to lure my murderous brother out. A fight none of you can help me in. Remember? You're all just a part of this team to help me end this. Or did you really forget? I didn't forget. How could I? They had reached the entrance to the abandoned mine they had been using as a base. Jugo and Suigetsu stood besides it, on guard so that no one could come upon them unsuspecting. But you still should take. He just walked by her till he stood by his other followers. She came up to them a moment later, looking extremely hurt. You know how to contact me. They nod, Karen begging him with her eyes to listen to reason. Good. I'll contact you after I find a base there. Don't let a single detail pass you by. Hi, Sasuke Taicho. The three chorused as Sasuke disappeared in the distance. Will he really be okay by himself? Karen asked herself, but the two other heard. Of course he will, Suigetsu said, showing off his pointy teeth to the girl. Even if he wouldn't be, he wouldn't tell us. Of course. She spat at his feet and stalked back inside. I'm going to pack my stuff. Be ready. We start tracking Akatsuki in 1 hour. Or else. The two men shared a look and quickly followed her inside. They knew she meant her threat very well. Are you sure you won't stay another day? Ririka asked Tenten and Hinata the next morning as they readied their packs on their shoulders, a breakfast of toast in their hands. Sometimes the effects of the drugs can come back up till a week later. You've barely AHD any rest. You should stay. We can't do that, Hinata explained to the woman and her daughter. If we stay longer we can lose the trail to Naruto. If we lose the trail we fail our mission. With those words Tenten scowled and looked away at the horizon. The sun was just rising. Tenten-chan doesn't like to fail missions. It goes on our records like a big red X and we might be picked for even better later on in life. But, Nichan always shows up here eventually, Rika said, tugging on the hem of the orange jacket. He said, one day he'll come back for this jacket for sure. Till then, take very good care of it. That's what he said. The two girls rolled their eyes and stifled giggles. That sounds like Naruto. But we have no idea when that might be and, during that time, Tot Idiot will get in countless amounts of trouble. Tenten smiled at the little girl. Take care, okay? We might see you again someday. Bye-bye, Rika. Hinata called to the girl as they made their way to the Ebok. I'm surprised, Tenten-san. Normally speaking you would want to compensate them for their holding you against your will. They're not shinobi, Hinata-chan. They were just doing what they believed would help Naruto the best. Besides, I like them. Tenten-chan. That's what, Hinata. Sort of sweet of you. Hinata giggled as Tehi stepped on the ocean water, activating her Byakugan to follow the invisible trail Naruto left. Tenten palaefully swiped at her head. This is going to be harder than it looks. How so? Tenten watched as her friend visibly paled, looking out at the sea as she tried to see what her friend saw. There are millions of chakra passes and a lot of them cross right over them. So, we follow the newest one. Tenten. The ocean doesn't hold chakra signatures very long, unlike land. So, Hinata shook her head. This is impossible, but they're all new. Tenten laughed. That's not impossible. It's Naruto. Obviously he used Kage Bunshin. Maybe. Or something else. Come on. We're not going to find him till we start. I just fear for the day when you leave my side. She reached a hand up and cupped it around her wrist so his hand rested softly against her cheek and leaned into the warmth his hand provided. I fear that you'll die. Tears begin to leak from her eyes and run down Naruto's arm. Who would I have to lean on? Nami collapsed in his arms seconds later, her knees hitting the floor with a painful thunk, rough sobs crashing through her body. I won't let that happen, Na-chan. I won't ever leave you, even if you ever want me to. She smiled through her tears and buried her head further into his chest. That's a promise. Yes, she was beginning to believe, again, that they could. If he let them, that is. Eniki. Didn't you spend the last 3 years hunting pirates? Zoro nodded, still staring at Johnny as if he had two heads. Arlong is one of the most feared pirates in East Blue. He's considered unbeatable. How do you not know that? I normally just fought the pirates that I happened across, collecting their bounties afterwards. I don't plan it. Johnny fell backwards in shock as Luffy left. Sanji just stood, leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette, watching how they react. I guess that's our next destination. Right, Taicho? Sanji asked of the black-haired captain after the room had calmed down. A large smile stretched across his face as he nodded happily at his newest crew member. Shoo. Calm down. You don't want to ruin a chance for Arlong to gain more money, do you? I'll take care of them. Shu made a small sound of disgruntlement as he dived back into the water and headed towards Arlong's base. Naruto just stood there for several minutes, watching as he disappeared. You shouldn't have come here, you know. What the hell was that about? Nami and I lied to you. You should just cut your losses and leave now, before it's too late. He started to walk away then, one foot in front of the other on the raging ocean water, his clone easily disappearing besides him. Naruto, Zoro said, watching his friend walk away with wide eyes, what are you? Will he really be okay by himself? Karen asked herself, but the two other heard. Of course he will, Suigetsu said, showing off his pointy teeth to the girl. Even if he wouldn't be, he wouldn't tell us. Of course. She spat at his feet and stalked back inside. I'm going to pack my stuff. Be ready. We start tracking Akatsuki in 1 hour. Or else. The two men shared a look and quickly followed her inside. They knew she meant her threat very well. Tenten. The ocean doesn't hold chakra signatures very long, unlike land. So, Hinata shook her head. This is impossible, but they're all new. Tenten laughed. That's not impossible. It's Naruto. Obviously he used Kage Bunshin. Maybe. Or something else. Come on. We're not going to find him till we start. Chapter 10. How it works. This complicates things. Naruto muttered to Nezuko as they walked about the almost completely destroyed town adjacent to Kokoyashi on the island. He had just finished telling her about his little run-in with the Straw Hat crew. Did all the villagers get out? No. Some are still buried underneath the rubble. Nezuko looked down in pain. The survivors are all back in our village, healing their wounds. And all because one person couldn't afford to pay Arlong's taxes. Nezuko nodded. Dato, what are we here for? A little boy ran FF. He was relatively unscathed, but his father was killed in the raid. Nezuko peered ahead into the dawn light, hasting her footsteps as she hurried to find the boy. I think he came here in search of a merman he could have ard as that. She let her voice trail off, not wanting to finish the possibility but knowing that Naruto would know instinctively. And he did. The boy will die an even worse death than his father's, Naruto. The Kyuubi was finally wide awake from his long nap. And he was more interested in the turn of events against the Straw Hats than even Nezuko was. But, more than that, he worried about Naruto. What might happen to him? Them. If those two Konoha Junin weren't here as friends but as enemies. But there was no way he could tell Naruto that. Naruto wouldn't believe him regardless of the proof. In his eyes, friendship, even an old one like theirs, beats all. Finally. You speak. The Kyuubi container whispered sarcastically back at the fox. It's about time, too. I was beginning to hope you died. Funny, Kit. Funny. The Kyuubi growled deeply in his throat as the boy chuckled. Nezuko looked at him with an eyebrow raised as they continued down the street. She wasn't sure if she wanted to know why he was laughing. The boy. What does he look like? Naruto waved a hand in her direction, trying to keep her talking but continuing to laugh himself. He's about 7 or 8, so he's around 4 feet tall. I can't say for sure, but my guess is that he has dark hair and eyes. He'll be the only child we'll find here either way. Unless other kids harbor vengeful feelings deep in their hearts. The joke was spoken mildly like it wasn't supposed to be a joke, but the deep set of the voice tipped Naruto off that it was indeed a joke. But what are the chances of that happening? Where would he most likely go? Probably around the waterfronts, where the mermen patrol for intruders. Nezuko's jaw tensed at the thought of the young boy actually finding a merman. Tell me more about these Straw Hats. You need a distraction that bad? He flashed his teeth at the girl in a fox grin before his face smoothed out to a rather peaceful expression. Nezuko smiled in reply and nodded. It would help keep my mind off of it. All right. If that's what you want. Naruto shrugged, shading his eyes with his hand to see into the horizon. There's not much to say. Luffy, the captain, is rather an idiot. Kinda like me, I guess. Zoro, his first mate, is an aspiring swordsman. Usopp, he's their sniper. He's also a big liar. But, still, they stick together through all odds. Nami was really happy with them, too. It was added on as an afterthought, but Nezuko heard all the pains and happiness in that one sentence. She was very grateful. I hope. Naruto looked at her with an eyebrow raised, semi-patiently, with a foot tapping, waiting for her to continue. I hope that one day Nami will find them again. With that, Naruto let out a great laugh and continued down the street ahead of Nezuko. And that both of you'll find your happiness. Naruto. Nami. Whatever happens to Kokoyashi is now in your hands. Nezuko. Did you say something? He looked over his shoulder at her, stopping in the middle of the street to get a better, clearer look at her face. You look a little strained. She smiled tight-lipped at him and continued on down the street. Let's find that boy, Naruto, and bring him back home. He nodded his head like a willing puppet and moved back beside her as they continued down the street. Together, they faced the future. Help me, Zoro. Usopp ran down the streets of the ruined city with a crazed and bloodthirsty merman hot on his tail. The same one from yesterday that had attacked them on the sea. Luffy. He called out name after name of his usual protectors to come to his aid, but no one did. Naruto and Nezuko had just turned a corner when they heard shouting in the distance. Is that? It almost sounds like. Usopp. Naruto grabbed Nezuko's hand and they ran towards the sounds. Ah. Oof. The breath left his lungs in a sudden harsh gulp as something hard and packed, like a shovel, was slammed hard into his stomach. Wah. Whatever it was that hit before hit him again, even harder on the head multiple times. H. Hell. P. 1. G.I. God. 4. Sakin. Stupid. Merman. I'll teach you. 4. Taking. Pa. Away. It was a kid by the sound of the voice. With each word he shouted he banged his weapon, a bented shovel, over and over again into Usopp's head. By the time he was finished he was breathing heavily and was bent over in exertion. The boy and his merman victim were both near unconsciousness. That'll teach you, for killing my pa. Shabakun. Nezuko shouted, breaking free of Naruto's grip on her wrist, and dashing to the shout was the last thing either of the boys heard. Anyo. Naruto-kun. Shu appeared besides Nezuko, with his fist pulled back from his head, ready to kill the girl with one of his inhuman punches at a second's notice. Naruto-san. What are you doing here? Shu's eyes flashed to his nakama and then back to the blue-haired girl kneeling besides Usopp and Chabo. And with humans no less. Naruto shrugged, his eyes fixing on Shu's face. I could ask the same of you, Shu. If I remember Arlong-sama's orders correctly, you should be with Hachi gathering this month's collection from the villages. Isn't it my day for patrol? He crossed his arms near the end of his little speech and looked up at Arlong's number 2 merman. Inside, Naruto was laughing. Arlong had given no such orders, at least for today. But Shu was gullible enough to believe him. Hachi better not tell Arlong Taicho. He'll be so angry with me. Shu looked about the street quickly, as if fearing Arlong would appear along the broken stones and cobbleways with a furious temper riding in his every step. Naruto-san. You won't tell him either, will you? Naruto smiled reassuringly at the merman. Not at all, Shu. Both looked down at the snoring long-nosed sharpshooter and the little boy. Leave these two to me, Shu. I'll make sure they're adequately punished. If you are sure, Naruto-san. Naruto just nodded in answer, still staring down at the two. After another moment's hesitation, Shu turned on his heel and started a quick dash back to Arlong's base. Nezuko, let's get these two back to your place. They'll be safe from mermen there. He muttered lowly to the girl as he bent down and shrugged Usopp over one shoulder. Think you can carry the little boy, or should I carry him too? He snickered as she made a swipe at his head. Let's just get out of here before they come back. There now, they're settled. Naruto wiped his hands after unceremoniously dumping Usopp in a corner of Nezuko's house. Nani? What's with that look? He pouted as he pointed to the amused and disbelieved look that adorned Nezuko's face. Naruto-kun. Couldn't you have been just a tad bit more gentle? She asked of him with a raised eyebrow as she looked down at the slumped and beaten form of Usopp. Don't you think he's been through enough? Already? Naruto laughed, also looking down at his former comrade. And he'll undoubtedly go through a lot more, Nezuko-chan. So, what's 1 or 2 more bruises? He started to back towards the door, his eyes still level with her, and a huge grin stretched across his face. I better head back to Arlong's base. It's probably best if I'm there instead of here when Shu figures out my lie. If he figures out my lie. Naruto added as an afterthought and chuckled darkly at the brainless mermen of Arlong's crew. Yane, Nezuko. Yane. Naru-kun. Nezuko happily shoved him out the door before turning back to her patients. Honestly. Can that boy be any sillier? She giggled to herself as she set up the pallet Naruto always slept in when he stayed her at her house. It took several tries, but she eventually got Usopp rolled onto it. But, then again, you two might be even sillier. She giggled to herself as she finished wrapping Usopp's wounds in sterilized bandages. What am I thinking? If it wasn't for Naruto. She broke her sentence off as the boy in front of her began to wake up and rearranged her expression into a more serious one. Well, good morning Chabo-kun. How are you this delightful day? Ah. Najik and you. Perfectly delightful. I took a walk earlier this morning with Naruto-kun around Gosa to watch the sun rise. You'll never believe what we found. She made her eyes round as if in surprise, but her voice was filled with mockery. We found a little boy, who ran away from home, beating the crap out of a traveler. Do you know who that boy was? Chabo shook his head furiously from side to side, his lips pressed into a tight line to keep himself from screaming. That boy. Her voice dropped to a whisper and she leaned forward till her mouth was right up against his ear. That boy. There is no doubt that boy was you, Choba-kun. Why would I do something like that, Najiko Onisan? The boy stammered as he gulped on the fear that was pooling up through his stomach and up to his mouth. He smiled widely, nervously up at her and twitched in his seat on her bed. How could I beat someone up? I'm so SM. He quieted instantly when Najiko's hand flew out of nowhere and slapped the boy across the back of his head. What, exactly, were you thinking? She seethed, slapping him again. Can't you understand how your mother would have felt if she lost you too? Or doesn't that mean anything? I'm sorry. The boy began to cry, holding the back of his head like it caused him immense pain even though she had barely hit him. It's just that. Just that. Papa is never coming home now because of those silly mermen. He's never gonna take me fishing ever again, or play hide and seek with me, or tag, or any of our usual stuff. And Mama. Mama is so sad now. And he collapsed in Najiko's arms, crying his heart out. All she could do in response to his tears is rub his back in comforting circles and whisper nonsense words in his ears. It's all right. Truly, it is. But it wasn't and they both knew it. All the same, it was nice to hear and even nicer to say. Nani. Arlong laughed out loud as several of his mermen brought in a beaten and bruised green-haired man. Found him, swimming outside our gates. Is he that stupid? Arlong laughed, soon followed by his underlings. Zoro silently cursed the merman in his head, longing for his swords that lay at Arlong's great webbed feet like an offering before God. Well, puny human? Are you that stupid? He couldn't believe he and Luffy had been separated again. Luffy had been messing around like usual on the ship, trying to keep the hastily swimming away members of the Straw Hat crew, and Johnny and Yosaku, in his sights for as long as possible. Zoro had been, of course, sharpening his swords underneath the awning of the ship when Luffy began to shake the ship back and forth in his excitement of seeing the island appear closer and closer to them. Neither of them noticed when Zoro had began to slide off the deck. Not till he was halfway to the bottom of the sea. When he managed to swim his way back up to the surface, Luffy had already disappeared from his view. He wasn't long after that he was picked up by a few of the mermen underlings and brought before their boss. His weapons had been wrenched unmercifully from his grips and thrown at Arlong's feet. He was now a laughing stock to a bunch of blue-skinned, guild freaks. How it made his blood boil. He was busy thinking of ways of breaking the iron grip the two mermen had on him when someone he never expected to see here waltzed through the door. Nami, her short orange hair fluttering about her head as she walked through, the eyes looked dead and emotionless, even to him. No longer full of the laughter they had been on the Going Merry. Nami, he shouted out to her in shock before he could restrain himself. She turned to him, her dead eyes meeting his for a moment before walked past him and the mermen without a word. Only stopping by Arlong for a moment she went inside, her lips tight and white with restrained emotions. As soon as she was sure she was out of sight, locked into her tower room, of both the mermen and Zoro, she slid down against the wall and let her emotions out for just a moment. A solitary teat slid down her cheek and hit the ground with a soft, resounding thud. Damn it to hell and back. Naruto cursed several times in his head. He had just returned to Arlong's base, happy he had beat Chu and Hachi here after all, and was in for the shock of his life. As soon as he had walked in, he had saw Nami walking out, a mulish angle set to her chin. That should have been enough to tip him off that something had gone wrong. A second clue was the almost dry tear track down her left cheek. But neither prepared him to see the sight of Zoro in chains being led into Arlong's tower to the dungeons all the prisoners are taken to. Till their families pay the owed money for living here. Or till their execution date. What happened? Naruto, his blue eyes wide, turned to his neighbor, a burly-looking merman by the name of Arya. A newer addition to Arlong's crew. The merman scowled at him, not wanting to answer but knowing that this human was higher up in Arlong's court and an unusually strong human kept him pleasant. He gave a tight smile that Naruto knew was fake but gave a bright one in return, and answered politely. Silently telling himself that one day he would be higher than him and see him at the bottom of the sea. Ryu found the poor human. He spat out the human like it was a dirty curse and quickly wiped his mouth on the back of his hand before continuing on, swimming outside the gate. He said, and this was to Arlong-sama's face, that he got lost. He thought he was swimming towards the village. When Arlong-sama asked what village, he just stood there, not saying anything. How stupid can a human be? Naruto quickly punched him in the stomach for the rude remark to both his race and friend. Zoro, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew too, may be the exact example of the merman's views of humans. Stupid, no sense of direction, have a harder time becoming stronger than merman. But still, his own kind, and his friend. Uzumaki. Arlong boomed. You're back from the pits of hell already? It was a well-used joke, since Naruto never informed Arlong where he was planning to be. To never be caught leaving the tower like any of Arlong's other mermen, whether it was by sea or land. The only explanation the mermen could come up with to describe his unearthly disappearances was to say that he was a messenger from hell and that he was periodically pulled back down. Or he was an escapee and he was caught but always escaped soon after. And they just kept after him. But all knew this was a lie so they wouldn't start to doubt that they, the mermen, are the superior species over them, the humans. Of course, my liege. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes as he gave an obvious mocking bow at Arlong. Of course, Arlong didn't show him any more notice than he would a fly. He just wanted that one remark to see if he could get on Naruto's nerves. When it didn't, he always turned back to whatever he was doing before. In today's case, discussing appropriate ways to punish Zoro, it was hard for Naruto to listen to it, even with the short time. Even shorter than Nami's time. With the Straw Hats he had become especially close to Zoro. Probably because both were so focused on reaching their goals. Naruto to protect Nami and Zoro to become the best swordsmen alive. It allowed them to connect. It allowed them to build a friendship. Can it all be lost so easily? 000000000 Sasuke took extra precautions, probably more than was needed, before he believed he was ready to go into that strange other world. He had had Karen pack an abundance of food and water, he had packed a great assortment of weapons than he could ever possibly need in one lifetime, and he had brought along anything he could possibly need in case the other world was barren. But that was unlikely. Or he would find Naruto dead and Naruto needed to be alive, for his ambitions. But he even took it above and beyond that when he was going there. He went in such a roundabout way to get to the Valley of the End, much like the one Tenten and Hinata had taken, to make sure he wasn't followed in Hinata. He actually checked every few minutes to see he wasn't being followed. He did this by sending out his chakra in a wave around him to detect anything out of the ordinary. He wanted to make sure no one besides Team Snake would know of his trip into this new world. He wanted his chance at Itachi just like Akatsuki did at Naruto. It wouldn't have been wise to let them see he was here. He would have to live in the shadows. A second reason for the supplies. Every time he had used his chakra to feel for possible enemies, there was no one nearby. Only a Hyuga could spy on him from a great distance and the only one he could think of from this distance would be Neji. And Sasuke knew for a fact he was in Konoha because Shugitsu was keeping an eye on whatever was happening in Konoha. He knew it was only a matter of time till other shinobi were sent after Naruto. It was best to know if they were on Naruto's side, the Akatsukis, or working on their own. The better to decide which side to fight with. He suppressed all his chakra inside himself and concealed it. He defiantly didn't want Naruto to know he was there or Itachi. It would defeat the purpose of him going there if he got caught so easily by his elder brother. He wanted, craved for, his chance to kill Itachi. And this might be the only time to do it. He was mildly surprised by the peaceful beach in front of him when the light cleared and his mind settled on the fact he wasn't in the fire country anymore, or anywhere else in his home world. It shocked him mildly to see his old classmate, Hyuga Hinata, and her cousin's teammate, whatever her name was, leaving the island at a quick-rate pace, following an invisible trail only seen by the Byakugan eyes. Of course, even shock wasn't enough for him not to follow their chakra moments later, hiding himself in the thin mist that always covered the ocean at early morning hours so they couldn't see him. Yes. This was the perfect way to find Naruto. Naruto. Arlong said, turning back to him several minutes later, knocking the blonde Jinchuriki from his thinking. The blonde man looked up and grinned at his captain. Giving him a look had plainly gave him permission to go on with what he wanted to stay. You saw that we have a guest visiting us, right? Arlong's tone implied that he had better have noticed or Naruto would be in trouble. Naruto smiled in reply and gave a quick nod before returning his gaze to the sea. Well, I've received word that a few of Kokoyashi can't pay this month's tax. Several of the other villagers, he spat the title out like it was a disgusting swear word, have plans today to help them raise some money quickly. So? Naruto asked, still searching the sea for answers. As long as you get your money, Arlong-sama, does it matter that they couldn't pay the day before the taxes are collected, but still pay it the next day? Of course it does, Arlong boomed, slamming his fist down hard onto the arm of his throne-like chair. Pieces splintered off and fell onto the ground and no one cared enough to remark upon it. They have all felt the burnt of Arlong's anger at one time or another when they had messed up at one of the many jobs that he piled on his underlings. Some aren't even alive to tell their tales anymore. The ones who messed up that badly weren't mourned and weren't prayed for, though every one of Arlong's pirates pray that they never end up like that. If they get away with this, they'll get ideas. If they get ideas, they might revolt. If they revolt, I lose my silly humans to tax. The merman nodded in agreement to his words and Naruto had to hid his true feelings behind a cheerful, oblivious face. Do you understand, Uzumaki? Isn't it better to put a stop to such things before they begin? Of course, Arlong-sama. He muttered, looking down to seem like he was being sheepish for his stupid question when he was really fighting to compose the angry and disgusted expression on his face. Inside, he was glad Nami had already left to check up on her sister. It was getting harder and harder for Nami to hide her anger as Arlong put more and more restrictions and distractions on her people. Naruto felt her anger and wanted to do something more to help, but knowing there was nothing he could do. Even though nothing would get better here if no action wasn't taken, soon. Arlong nodded, watching Naruto from the corner of his eye. I need you to stay here and watch over our little friend. Make sure no other guests arrive uninvited. I'm, also, expecting the Marines to stop by while I'm gone. I have a deal to make with them. Make sure the lieutenant is settled and happy. Give him tea and other such things humans associate with friendly visits. Keep him comfortable and happy. Understand? Yes, Arlong-sama, Naruto said, in a bowed-down position to his leader. A smirk on his face as he considered ways to use Arlong's absence to his advantage. Offend the lieutenant, maybe to the point he drops the alliance between them. His smirk became a mischievous grin as his thoughts continued to open up more doors and possibilities. Yes, he would do it in such a way that Arlong won't suspect him of treachery. This is going to be a bit of fun, Kit. I must admit that. The Kyuubi chuckled darkly. And it just might work, too. Of course it'll work, you mangy fox. Naruto taunted him as he straightened from his bow to Arlong and began to walk from the throne-like chair. It is my idea after all. And that's why I'm shocked, Kit. Your brain works on a different wavelength from ordinary humans. I wonder why. Naruto muttered sarcastically, cutting off the fox demon's thought, don't they? All have pissed off demons locked inside them. I doubt that, he replied, just as sarcastic as his container. It would make my life that much more boring. Don't you have a village to terrorize or something? Naruto asked as he watched Arlong and the mermen troops mustered together and rode out of the gates and towards Kokoyashi. I know I have work to do. Funny, Kit, funny. The Kyuubi muttered to him, pulling itself deeper into its cage. Just for that, I'll leave you to your own devices. And watch as your plans fall about your ears. Speak for yourself. Naruto muttered, pushing himself away from Arlong's base when he was sure they were gone, their chakra signals showing they were already a good mile off. All right, to get to work. Don't forget I'll be watching. He chuckled darkly as Naruto disappeared into the darkness of the base. 0 Kuso. Zoro muttered, tugging as hard as he could on the thick chains that bound him to the cold, wet stones of the dungeon. Everything was dark around him. He had no idea where the door to his cell was or which way to leave the dungeons or even where he was on the island. He was as good as blind down here. Damn. He cursed his stupidity at being caught. Then he cursed a third time at Luffy for being such an idiot. A fourth curse was for Nami for getting them into this mess. F. Naughty, naughty. Zoro-kun. Who would have known you would have such a dirty mouth? Naruto teased from the darkness. Well, that looks very comfortable. Try not to bend your wrists at that angle. You might break something and I'm no healer. There was a loud sound of wood scraping against stone and light filled the room. And we don't have much time to find one. Naruto leaned his weight comfortably against the jamb and smiled at his friend who blinked in shock against the sudden glare of the light. Naruto? Zoro asked, using his hand to shield his eyes from the light. Yep. Who else would it be? He twirled the key ring around his fingers a few times before he came into the room and unlocked Zoro. We need to talk, he said as Zoro hit the floor with a small oof. Sure, sure. Zoro muttered in response, picking himself off of the stone floor and rubbing his wrists where the shackles had chafed him. Why are you here? How did you get here? Are those fish-faced freaks gone? Naruto rolled his eyes in answer and led the way out of the dungeons and into Arlong's pavilion above. To see the sunlight again. How glow, you haven't seen the sun in weeks instead of less than an hour. Naruto said, sitting down cross-legged in front of the long arched open doorway. Zoro snorted in mild amusement and sat down beside him. It would really be best if you and the others just left. He started, pulling a Dentade flask from his jacket and taking a long sip. But you aren't, are you? We go wherever the captain orders us to. He wants to be here right now, so we're here. Zoro took the flask when Naruto offered it and took a large gulp. What is this? He gauged, bending over and fake gauging into a nearby plant. Poison? Nope. A special energy restorer made of tangerine juice. Najiko-chan makes it for me. Naruto smirked at him. A little too sweet for your tastes? Zoro's answer was a quick swipe at his head which Naruto easily dodged with a smile. I was just joking. He waved off Zoro as the older boy came towards him with an evil intent. Besides, if you kill me, you'll never know where your swords are. He smirked at his friend as the man dropped his fist as he thought about his words. Finally he nodded, and motioned for Naruto go on. Nami and I are in quite a mess. We figured that when you tried to kill us yesterday, Zoro said dryly, taking a second, smaller sip out of the container. It's not so sweet if you drink a little at a time. Naruto nodded in answer to the last part and started to watch the ocean with guarded eyes. What kind of trouble are we talking about? Big. When isn't Nami in big trouble? Naruto countered, leaning back onto his hands so he could give the sky the same attention he had the ocean. She's been in and out of trouble since I met her. Even before that. How she survived so long without help is a mystery. But it's bigger than normal. Bigger than Buggy. Bigger than her love for treasure. Zoro gave a low whistle to show how he was amazed. Naruto gave an amused chuckle, not looking at him. What I tell you, you can't tell anyone but the crew. All right. You see, Nami and I are stuck as Arlong's underlings. Me as her bodyguard and her as his navigator. Both of us could easily get out of our deals, but the people here would die. Slowly, but they will die. How? How did this come about? Are you sure you want to know? Zoro nodded slowly to show he did, and Naruto began to tell him. It hadn't taken long for Tenten and Hinata to reach the end of Naruto's first trail. It ended in the center of the ocean with no one for miles around. The second trail ended on a deer trail on a deserted island. By the end of the fifth trail, ending in the middle of a marketplace at night, Tenten was seething and conjuring up the many ways she would make Naruto pay when she saw him next. Hinata, though, had calmly turned around and began the journey back down the trail. She knew it wasn't long now when the trails would disappear completely. They were already fading a little by every hour that went by. He's doing this on purpose, you know. Tenten whispered to her companion as they walked back the way they had came only moments before. Why can't he just make this easy on us? Were we ever horrible to him? No, but many of the people of Konoha were. Hinata quietly cut her off, before she continued to verbally harass their friend. For all he knows, we're here to kill him. Tenten snorted in laughter to show she didn't agree. We may not be the strongest of Konoha 11, but that's what would give us a better chance to kill him than, say, Nissan or Shikamaru. Or Shino-kun. Or K. If you say Kiba, I swear I will laugh, Tenten said, walking backwards in front of the younger girl. Hinata opened her mouth to protest the cruelty to her friend. Fine, fine. I know, he's Anbu like Neji, but Naruto doesn't know that. Hinata smiled slyly at her friend from beneath her eyelashes. He doesn't know Neji is Anbu either. Big difference, Hinachan, and you should know it. Neji K. Neji is a hell of a lot stronger than Kiba. Always has been, always will be. Besides, Naruto beat Kiba in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. Naruto-kun beat Neji Nissan, too. And you almost called Nissan-kun. Didn't you, Ten-chan? Tenten sputtered loud protests quickly as her face heated up just as quick. And you were so fast to defend him. Shut it, Hinata. Tenten muttered, glowering at Hinata from frenzy eyes. Just shut it. And Hinata did, but with a pleased smile on her face. But the blush didn't disappear till they reached the docks where a tired-looking Ririka waited for them. Ririka-san, Tenten said, bowing politely to the woman. What brings you here at this time of night? No matter how many times I've seen Naruto-kun walk on the ocean, I still haven't wrapped my mind around it. It amazes me so much. I never thought anyone else could do it either, she said in reply as the two women moved closer to her. I've always thought him to be special. She gave them a tight smile as she sat gracefully down at the edge of the dock. Naruto-kun is very special, Ririka-san, Hinata said for the two of them as they slid down into sitting positions on either side of her. Just not in the walking on water way. All shinobi are trained to do that. It's a useful trick and has saved many a life. Ririka gave a dry chuckle and the trio settled into silence. I have something to confess. Ririka started after sitting in tense silence for several moments. I have an idea where Naruto has gone. What? Both girls said together, Tenten in a loud shriek and Hinata in a shocked whisper. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tenten demanded, taking over for both of them. Naruto is like family to Rika-chan and me. Like an older brother to her. Like the son I never had and never will. How can I be sure you weren't here to hurt him or kill him or take him away from us? The last part was said in a whisper so low the two girls barely caught it. If they weren't trained like they were, they wouldn't have. And you trust us now? Tenten said, her suspicious side taking over her normally cheerful personality in an instant. Not trusting the sudden turnout. Why? Well, she said, trying to buy time and wringing out her hands. While you were asleep, Tenten snorted to show her appreciation at the choice of words to describe their unwanted sleep. I'll admit I took some of what was in your bag to find out more about you. Naruto-kun seemed to trust you, but he's a very trusting boy and I just don't want him to get hurt. Her words came out in a rushing wave as she tried to explain her actions with her words. I'm sorry, but I had to. It's all right, Hinata said, placing a gentle hand on the woman's arm. What did you take? Bundles of paper, a leather-bound notebook, and a small red book, she said sheepishly, taking the things from the folds of her dress and handing them to Tenten on her right. The majority belongs to you, I think. Tenten quickly began to go through all the papers to separate hers from Hinata's and, sure enough, the majority of the papers belonged to her as did the leather-bound notebook, but the small red book went to Hinata, who looked surprisingly angry. That was my diary. How much did you read? The Hyuga's voice was quiet but the unmistakable anger rang in her every word. Enough, she admitted with a small smile. It really made me open my eyes to how bad Naruto-kun's early life was. He has always made so light of it. I am sorry for taking your stuff, but it was Naruto's way. Whatever his troubles were, he kept it from himself. Even when he was being really open with us, we rarely ever saw the real Naruto, Tenten said, going through her own papers and making sure it was all there. Did you also take a picture of me with two boys my age and an older man? Ririka shook her with her small smile still in place on her face. Good. She doesn't want anyone to see her picture of her boyfriend. Tenten flipped her shoe of her foot and, leaning around Ririka, threw it at her teammate. Hinata barely caught it, fumbling to get a hold on the slipper. She handed it back to Tenten with a light blush and a barely noticeable "Escow sorry," her old teammates. "Why don't you just tell us where Naruto is?" Tenten said, rolling her eyes at her friend's antics. "Before I do something I'll regret." Tenten shot Hinata a quick glare which was returned with a happy smile. "It's just a guess, but I heard Naruto-kun and Nami-chan one talking about the pirate Captain Arlong." "Nami?" Hinata inquired in a soft whisper. Jealousy, thick and strong, rolled heavily about her stomach and coated her mouth. Tears formed in her eyes and she used her bangs to shield them from the view of the two women besides her like she used to when she was younger. Anger followed next. How could he fall for another woman when she had loved him for as long as she has known him? Before he even knew her? Then came the calm acceptance. If Naruto truly loved her, she had to be a good person. She and Naruto are really good friends. Almost inseparable. I've only met her a few times since Naruto is rarely ever here. Recently Naruto told me, when I asked why Nami wasn't with him, that he and Nami were traveling with the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirates? Great going, Naruto. Tenten muttered to herself. Just had to find outcasts to live with, don't you? Tenten and Hinata shared exasperated looks before turning back to her. So, all we have to do is ask around for the Straw Hat Pirates? That will lead us to Naruto? Well. No, the Straw Hats have no reputation yet. They just started out a few weeks ago. Actually, right here in Shell City. Luffy-san recruited Zoro-kun and only a little later did Nami and Naruto join them. I don't even know if they have a ship yet. Naruto wasn't around much. He was using a small clearing to train. And this clearing? Hinata asked, tapping a finger against her chin in thought. Where is it? There could be clues there about where to find the Straw Hats and Naruto-kun. Doubtful. What little Naruto would have, he would keep, Tenten said, shaking her head at her friend's idea. Naruto knows. Not to leave incriminating evidence behind for anyone to find it. It's the basics of the academy. But Naruto-kun failed that class. Hinata reminded the older girl. And if Naruto-kun was in a hurry, because he felt our chakra signatures, it's possible he left something important behind in his haste to get out of there. No, he didn't. Naruto was only here for a few days before you came and he never unpacked anything. He wasn't going to stay long. Ririka said, instantly discouraging the girls to go look for themselves, and Rika-chan went over the place afterwards at his request. Anything that is left was there is something else. What? They asked in sequence, staring at her in shock. It's just a theory, but both girls prompted her with their hands, eyes wide with anxiety. As I was saying, I once overheard Naruto-kun and Nami-chan talking about Arlong. Who's Arlong? Tenten said, reaching forward and grasping one of Ririka's hands in hers. Tell us. He's another pirate. But unlike the Straw Hats, he's bad. Just about as bad as they come. He's not even human. The two shinobi shared a heavy look, not sure if she meant not human in a literal or figurative way. They hoped it was the second option. He does whatever he wants and not even the Marines will stop him. Just who is he? Hinata asked in an odd whisper. What does he have to do with Naruto-kun? The captain of the Arlong pirates. Ririka muttered, her lips white. He and his crew came from the Grand Line. I've heard rumors and tales that he has claimed an island as his base. The two girls whispered, impressed in spite of themselves. Whatever Naruto and Nami have to do with Arlong. It can't be good. What were they talking about? Tenten demanded, holding her hand tighter in her own. Ririka-san, what were they talking about? Money. It had to do with money. And she started to cry. I never told Naruto I heard. I couldn't. I thought for sure he would have come to me if he was, but he didn't. So he couldn't have been. But then you came. How much trouble is he really in? Naruto has been in trouble since day one of his life. Money is the least of it. Where can we find Arlong? I don't know for sure. Even living in a marine-based town, you don't heart his stuff. In East Blue somewhere. Probably closer to the Grand Line. An island south of here, I would think. Thank you. Hinata said to the older woman seconds before she and Tenten disappeared into the darkness. Naruto. Arlong yelled, as he stormed into the plaza a few hours later. Where is our prisoner? Naruto had been lounging on his elbow as he looked peacefully out at the calm sea as the sun set on another day. Where is the lieutenant and his men? What have you done? In his anger, Arlong strode across the grounds and picked up his blonde subordinate by the collar of his orange trench coat. Well, when I checked on the swordsman an hour ago, he was fine. Locked up in his cell, nice and comfy like. Maybe he escaped, but I didn't see him. And the lieutenant? Arlong screeched, his face just inches from Naruto as he shook the boy. Tell me. He never came. Which was true, much to Naruto's displeasure. He sent a messenger though, saying some trouble cropped up that he had to take care of. He'll be by later tonight, Arlong-sama. Naruto bowed his head in a strange version of a bow. I'm sorry, Arlong-sama. I didn't think you would return so soon. Every damn one of them had their money. Easily distracted, Arlong dropped Naruto roughly to the ground. It's as if they knew it was coming. Naruto hid his smile as he pretended to sweep dust from his clothes. At least that had gone according to plan. But how could they? A traitor in our midst, Arlong-sama? A merman suggested, sneering pointedly at Naruto. Maybe our human nakama had something to do with it. After all, the green-haired one did escape on his watch. Which could have happened to any one of us. Hachi pointed, coming to the defense of his sparring partner. Truthfully, it probably could have been me. But you're forgetting, didn't Shu say Naruto told him that today was the day he and Hachi had to collect the money from the humans when he was on guard duty? Another called out. At this others shouted their charges and Naruto straightened up with a concerned expression lighting his face. Inside he was gleeful. Yes, this will work in my favor. It might, Kit, it just might. The Kyuubi chuckled darkly. It would have worked better if you planned this. I'll remember that for next time. You need some fast talking for there to be a next time, Kit. Naruto's only response to that was a wide smirk. Come now, Arlong-sama, haven't I been faithful to you these past 3 years? Haven't I kept Nami alive despite herself? But you let the long-nosed man free, Naruto-kun. Arlong said, a strange glint in his eyes. Why is that, Naruto? I'll admit to that, Arlong-sama, that I succumbed to weakness in that one instant. But that one only. I would never let anyone free who wished you harm and was in actual danger. Little as it may be, he quickly assured Arlong as the merman drew himself up in anger. But the long-nosed was no danger to you. He was as harmless as a fly and the villagers begged that I have mercy on the man. He dropped himself down onto his knees and bowed down to Arlong. I would never have done it if I thought otherwise, Arlong-sama, or if I knew you would be angry. Forgive me please? I will do anything. Anything, Naruto-kun. By the way he sounded, smug as a bug in a rug, Naruto was sure this was exactly what he wanted. That was fine by him. I would never lie to you, Arlong-sama, if it wasn't to help Na-chan or myself, that is. You're lucky he can't read minds, Kit. Very, he agreed with a smile. Please, Arlong-sama. Anything to gain your forgiveness. All right, Naruto-kun, Arlong said, coming forward and patting the boy on the head with one of his webbed hands. He may have meant for it to be comforting, but it made Naruto feel mildly sick to his stomach. All you have to do. Arlong stopped there, snapping his fingers, and several other mermen Kamef or Wang, crying Usopp between them. Is kill this puny human for me. But it's bigger than normal. Bigger than Buggy. Bigger than her love for treasure. Zoro gave a low whistle to show how he was amazed. Naruto gave an amused chuckle, not looking at him. What I tell you, you can't tell anyone but the crew. All right. You see, Nami and I are stuck as Arlong's underlings. Me as her bodyguard and her as his navigator. Both of us could easily get out of our deals, but the people here would die. Slowly, but they will die. How? How did this come about? Are you sure you want to know? Zoro nodded slowly to show he did, and Naruto began to tell him. What were they talking about? Tenten demanded, holding her hand tighter in her own. Ririka-san, what were they talking about? Money. It had to do with money. And she started to cry. I never told Naruto I heard. I couldn't. I thought for sure he would have come to me if he was, but he didn't. So he couldn't have been. But then you came. How much trouble is he really in? Naruto has been in trouble since day one of his life. Money is the least of it. Where can we find Arlong? I don't know for sure. Even living in a marine-based town, you don't heart his stuff. In East Blue somewhere. Probably closer to the Grand Line. An island south of here, I would think. Thank you. Hinata said to the older woman seconds before she and Tenten disappeared into the darkness. All right, Naruto-kun, Arlong said, coming forward and patting the boy on the head with one of his webbed hands. He may have meant for it to be comforting, but it made Naruto feel mildly sick to his stomach. All you have to do. Arlong stopped there, snapping his fingers, and several other mermen came forward carrying a struggling, crying Usopp between them. Kill this puny human for me. Chapter 11. Darkness ends. And Naruto. Usopp screeched in fear as his eyes landed on his friend in Nakama. Kami-sama. Help me. The merman sneered at the human, and the two mermen holding him tossed him till he was on his hands and feet close to the edge leading into the streams of ocean. Naruto. Usopp looked up at him and Naruto looked down at him impassive. Why is it that he knows your name, Uzumaki-kun? Arlong sneered at his human underling, eyeing him with suspicion clouding the depths of his eyes once again. He was part of the crew Nami and I last tricked out of their golden ship. It was helpful to us, so we stayed with them for a while, Naruto said, smirking over his shoulder at the tall merman. Arlong nodded, his eyes still slitted, in understanding. Arlong-sama. How do you wish for me to go about it? Usopp shrieked, his eyes wide with terror as he started at his friend. He started to hurriedly back away from him, but when his hand slipped and almost fell into the icy ocean water, he froze every inch of his body. I'll allow you to make the decision, Naruto-kun. He sneered at the pathetic human in front of the group. Understood. Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Time for the second act. I'm sorry for this, Usopp, Naruto said lowly to the sharpshooter. I truly am. It wouldn't have come to this if you hadn't come after us. Oh well, he shrugged, his fingers moving easily in complicated hand signs, his chakra moving invisibly about him. This is the end. So, our friendship. Was that only a lie? Usopp sputtered, looking for a way to buy more time as the air got fuzzy around him. The merman laughed and Naruto smirked as he, quick as silver bullet, drew his blade from his sheath and down. 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 Usopp never even felt it. Slowly, Usopp opened his eyes and saw a sight that no man should ever see. His dead body being thrown carelessly into the ocean by a grim-looking Naruto. Nani? What is going on? Am I dead? Usopp asked, looking in shock as Naruto wiped his blade free of his blood on the edge of his dark trench coat. No, you're not. Usopp jumped around at the sound of Naruto's voice close to his. A second, Naruto leaned casually against the side of Arlong's chair. Far from it. But. You. The water. Sword. Blood. Usopp spluttered in shock as he pointed to the other Naruto who talked with Arlong. Mermen. Naruto threw back his head and laughed loudly and proudly. Usopp jumped, looking about to see if they had gained the mermen's attention. They can't see us, Usopp, Naruto said, wiping away the tears that came with his laughter out of his eyes. They can't hear us. Why? Usopp asked, his eyes round as he pointed dumbly at the mermen and the other Naruto. Why can't they? Genjutsu. Naruto pushed himself away from the chair and walked slowly towards Usopp. A technique I'm not very good at and won't last very long. You should get out of here before it wears off. Find the rest of the crew. Just go. And with a wave of his hand, Naruto followed his other self into Arlong's base, falling into step half an inch behind him, so they wouldn't notice when the genjutsu disappeared. With barely a backwards glance did Usopp run from the still pen gates of Arlong Park, almost without noticing the shell-shocked Johnny leaning around the gate for a better look. You Usopp? Yay. He answered without thinking to the man. But the man didn't turn to look at him. What is it? It was only then that he realized Johnny must have been under the genjutsu and thought he was dead as well. Oh. Was all he could say as Johnny struggled to his feet and set off at a quick pace down the street. After a quick mental debate, Usopp followed. This can't end up good. Where have ya been, Zoro? Luffy scolded as the swordsman struggled through the brush that surrounded the deserted stretch of beach where the majority of the Straw Hats sat. Have you seen Usopp? We lost him. Where were you anyway? You idiot! Zoro screamed, knocking him on top the head with the butt of his sword after, finally, making his way through the underbrush. Are you forgetting it's your fault we were split up? Don't go acting like it was my fault. Sanji chuckled lightly as he watched the two interact, and Yosaku ignored the group and continued to watch for the last two missing members of their crew, Johnny and Usopp. And, no, I haven't seen Usopp, but I saw Naruto. Naruto's here too. The rubber man shouted, forgetting about seeing him earlier when they had first sighted the island. Where? Where? Can I have a chance to tell you? Zoro seethed between clenched teeth. Luffy nodded obliviously to the green-haired swordsman, crossing his legs underneath him and placing his hands on his knees so he could lean forward and see him better. Naruto and Nami are in serious trouble. Isn't that obvious? Sanji asked, digging a hand into his suit and pulling out a smoke. Would they have left if that was otherwise? He lighted the cigarette and placed it between his lips. Taking a deep drag, he continued, so, what's the problem? I was getting to that, love cook. Zoro glared at the blonde cook, his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it out at a moment's notice. If you would shut it for a few moments, I would tell you. Sanji relaxed against a nearby tree and motioned him on. Zoro seethed as he plopped himself down on the ground beside Luffy. Well, after Luffy here, he jerked his thumb at Luffy, who smiled at him and started to pick his nose, left me drowning in the sea I was. Johnny. Yosaku screamed as Johnny came rushing through the underbrush. What? You, Usopp, he panted, bending over at the waist to try to breathe easier. You, Usopp, is. What? What about Usopp? Zoro stood back up. Where is that idiot? What trouble did he get in now? Usopp is dead. No sooner had the sentence left his mouth than was he surrounded by the Straw Hat crew. I saw it with my own eyes. Some blonde guy killed him. That can't be true, Luffy said, reaching forward and dragging Johnny up onto his toes by the collar of his shirt. What the hell are you going on about? It's true, Aniki. He was talking to Zoro, his eyes pleading as he sweated heavily. I saw it. Arlong challenged one of his men, human. He called him Uzumaki-kun. Zoro and Luffy exchanged heavy looks over Johnny's head at the mention of their friend. That's impossible, isn't it? Zoro asked, his eyes wide. Naruto wouldn't. Not to Usopp. But, they were friends. Luffy said, dropping Johnny and looking shocked out at the sea. He wouldn't, he couldn't. I don't believe. He threw back his head and roared at the heavens. But it's true, Luffy-san, Johnny said, his glasses hanging on by one ear. The one called Uzumaki, he sliced off Usopp's head in one slice. The group stared in shock as Johnny began to cry at the loss of Usopp. He apologized that things ended up this way and killed him without remorse. It's not true. This time it wasn't Luffy but Zoro. It just wouldn't make any sense in his head. Why would he save him but kill Usopp? This guy is nothing but trouble, Sanji said, drawing another puff of smoke from his cigarette. Naruto isn't a bad guy, Luffy said, his eyes downcast as he looked towards the sea. He would never do this. He couldn't. He's our Nakama. We'll believe in him to the end. I'm not dead. The genjutsu finally wore off of Usopp and they could see him jumping up and down waving his arms in attempt to catch the Straw Hat's attention when he was under the genjutsu. Usopp. You're not dead. Luffy threw his arms around Usopp's shoulders and cried it to the heavens. You can see me, he shouted, throwing his arms about Luffy's neck and giving him a tight hug. I'm so glad, he cried as the others gave him weird looks. So. Sanji raised his only showing eyebrow at him and drew another long puff from the butt of his cigarette. Afterwards he threw it on the ground and grounded it beneath the sole of his foot. Are you going to tell what the hell happened? Or are you going to dilly-dally all day? Sanji. Luffy shouted in a rather scolding manner. Let him get to it. Get to it. He shouted in anger at Usopp a moment later. The others all fell down in shock at the sudden change in their captain, not that they were all that surprised. He had been doing this off and on since they had met him, even more so in the past few days. He didn't like the thought of losing even one of his precious Nakama. And there was a high chance he could lose too. Would you just give me a moment to tell you? Usopp threw his hands down in exasperation at his crewmates. Geez. You all need to learn patience. Just tell us. Zoro seethed out between his teeth. Naruto that is. Faked my death. Naruto. The others hadn't even gotten a chance to put out their thousands of questions when a loud bang was heard from the direction of the village, followed by the loud scream. They looked at each other and then towards the village. Wasn't that? Zoro's brow was furrowed and his head was cocked to the side as he tried to catch another breeze that carried the scream. Nami? They shared shocked, wondering looks as they considered this. Something happened. To Naruto? Within another minute the earlier members of the crew were running towards where they heard the scream come from, with Sanji, Yosaku, and Johnny bringing up the rear. Yo Nami, Najiko. Naruto greeted the sister as he sauntered into the orange groves where they were diligently picking this season's harvest. He had been, much to his amusement, ordered by Arlong to stay within the base till further notice, but Naruto wasn't someone to take kindly to orders from anybody. Especially someone he didn't truly respect. He had barely stood orders from Tsunade and the third, Sarutobi. How could he be expected to listen to someone he couldn't even stand looking in the face? Arlong probably even anticipated that Naruto would steal off and prepared for it. Not that Naruto noticed, he had stolen off as easily as always. He had too little time to spend playing Arlong's games. Najiko smiled in greeting, but Nami turned her back on him with a scowl on her face, pretending she didn't notice the loud blonde. Naruto pouted and moved to stand in between the two girls, closer to Nami as he tried to get her attention. Nami? Nami? He slowly started to poke her in the sides in a gentle, but annoying pace. She tried to continue to ignore him, but her lips couldn't help but twitch in amusement. Why are you ignoring me? It's rude to ignore people, Nami. Naruto-kun, Najiko called as she moved further down the grove with a smile hidden behind her hand. Will you come help me down here? Naruto nodded towards her and started backing away with his still on Nami's face. Right before he turned the corner where Najiko was, she met his gaze. Her eyes were soft but her features haired. He smiled in response and pivoted on his heel and ran towards the older girl. When he reached Najiko, she playfully pushed him towards the ladder. Will you get the oranges near the two for me? Without a word he climbed the ladder in 2 steps and began to pick the oranges, handing them down carefully to the girl to place in the basket on the last rung of the ladder. She's pretty mad at you, Naruto-kun. She kept her voice low so that her sister, carefully picking the bottom rowed ones in the intervals between the oranges Naruto sent her. She can't understand why you didn't tell her the Straw Hats were here. It must have been a nasty shock for her. I didn't mean for that to happen. Didn't think that would happen. He looked sadly down the rows to Nami's solitary working. Do you think she'll forgive me if I say I'm sorry? Najiko giggled behind her hand and patted Naruto's leg. It's not really like that. She's angry at herself as well. She didn't see the possibility of the Straw Hats coming after her, or for getting into danger once again. Danger? Naruto dropped from the ladder to his feet with a low sound like a huff. What danger? Arlong, Naru-chan. She helped Naruto put the ladder under his arm and picked up the basket and continued down the grove till she found another ripe bush. She smiled at him as he jumped up the ladder once again. Most people tend to be afraid of him. Bah. He waved a hand down at her and threw an orange lightly to her. I can never understand that. He's not as scary as you all crack him up to be or dangerous. He's like a little lamb. He leaned backwards on the ladder so that Najiko could clearly see the mischievous smile adorning his face. I'm still alive after 3 years, aren't I? Or am I just fooling myself into believing I am? Yes, she agreed with a laugh. You are indeed very much alive, Naru-chan. But you are one of a kind. No one else could have ever done what you do daily. No one else could stand up to Arlong and live like you. Oh. Naruto smiled easily at her as he thought of the friends he made in the Straw Hats. I don't know about that. It's a really big world, after all. Where is it? Najiko had just opened her mouth to reply to Naruto's comments, not completely sure what she was planning to say, when the loud call and the sound of feet marching on the dirt road reached their ears. Naruto swiftly dropped to his feet beside her and turned to face the sounds coming from the front of the orchard, closer to the house than them. What? She called out weakly as Naruto grabbed her wrist and began to tug her towards the house at a quick pace. Within a moment they were standing a little ways from the house and a foot away from Nami. At the ending of the dirt road, crudely constructed when Belmere had first brought her girls to live there, stood a line of Marines with their hands on the butt of their guns, eyes hidden beneath the rims of their caps. Several of the villagers, including General and the doctor, waited a little off the side of them and looked at the Marines with barely concealed suspicion. Gen-san. What's going on? Tell me. Nezumi, Naruto and Nami recognized him from his numerous visits to Arlong on the occasions that they spent at the base, said as he stepped forward. Which one of you is Nami? Everyone there knew that he knew very well who at the two sisters confused with their very different bright hair. I am Nami. Her knuckles were white around her knuckles as she gripped her staff tighter between her fingers as she stepped forward a few inches, not even sparing a glance at Naruto or Nezuko as she did so. What is that you want with me? What do you want here? Her voice was as hard as steel, like the voice she showed around Arlong and his crew. Her facade. Her protection against herself. For herself. For her village. Keeping it up when her eyes showed her true vulnerability. He couldn't help but hate when this Nami came out in any circumstance that brought it forth. What do I want? The three whiskey-like mustache twitched up in an amused and sadistic smirk as he looked at the orange-haired thief in front of him. You are the infamous Nami, are you not, famed pirate thief? Nami nodded stiffly at the man, her eyes watching him suspiciously for his next move. The townspeople began to reach for their weapons. Hoes, sickles, staffs. All made their way into their personal fighting positions. Naruto, himself, laid his hand so casually down on the butt of his sword that none of the Marines even spared him a curiosity glance. I said that I was, so I am. It was only through many years of practice did she manage to keep the rising anger from her voice and features. But you still haven't told me what you wanted from me. Nami the thief, known far and wide amongst pirates for her trickery and cunning, as well as her skills as a navigator, that allowed her to steal a great treasure from some of the Four Seas' greatest wanted men such as Buggy the Clown. Over the years, our estimate is, close to 1 million berry. Nezumi clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the space created by the two groups. Nami had begun shaking in an attempt to control her anger and the Kyuubi's chakra had long since enveloped his container in an invisible, protective cloak. Do you deny these charges? Charges? She asked, raising an eyebrow at the man. For what exactly am I being charged for? Did you not hear me? Nezumi's smirk widened as he watched the young thief cross her arms defiantly over her chest, mentally preparing herself if it were to come to a fight. Men, the Marines stood at attention, hands in a salute at their heads, when he turned towards them, search the house and yards for signs of recent digging. Find the berry. Kill anyone who resists the seas. The last part was more stated towards the citizens who were steadily growing angrier by the second around them. Without another word the Marines rushed from the safety of their group and out in the surrounding area in groups of ones and twos. What? Nami's staff lashed out towards the Marines running into the Orange Grove closet to her in a vicious attack. They skidded off their feet with loud groans of pain. You can't do that. Her mental wall was collapsing, finally letting her vulnerable side out. Her tears coursed down her cheeks uncontrolled, the wall now finally gone. Why? All Nezumi could do was laugh and smirk in her direction. Both Nami and Naruto knew who was behind it in the same instant. Arlong. Do you think it's funny? It was Nami who shouted, but Naruto was shaking so hard from his anger that General had stepped forward and clasped his wrists in his hands behind his back. Gen restrained him so that he wouldn't provoke the Marines into a fight. Do you think it's funny that my people are suffering because of him? And you're making a profit off of this? She took several hesitant steps towards them, her hands gripping her staff even harder in her hands. Captain. A call came forth from deep within the orange groves as Nami began to lose what little control she had left on her temper. The calling Marine came forth a moment later following his call, panting with excitement and dirt upon the knees of his white pants. Captain. There's freshly dug dirt down these roads. Well, what are you waiting for? Dig it up. Nami was attacking the men before the words were fully out of his mouth, knocking down Marines left and right. She didn't even notice Nezumi till several loud bangs came from the end of his pistol. Nami. Seconds later she was pounded into the ground off her feet. The bang knocked the breath out of her and all she could see was black for several long seconds before all she could see was red. Blood, and it wasn't hers. She saw blue hair and Nezuko falling to her knees, blood leaking from a shoulder wound. She saw Naruto half on her and half off, blood leaking from 2 wounds on the leg, already healing fast. She saw the rush of bodies as everyone, including Naruto who ignored his own wounds, rushed over to her sister. She saw Naruto grab Nezuko before she fell flat down on her face. She felt herself, like she was disjointed from her body, stand up and stumble over to where Naruto was supporting the half-conscious Nezuko. She clutched at the arm holding Arlong's mark, wanting to tear it off with her bare hands and never see it ever again. She wasn't sure if she was pulled to her knees or dropped to them, but the next thing she knew she was kneeling besides Naruto and Nezuko, afraid of how bad it was. Why? Nezumi seethed to the air surrounding them. Why did you take the shots, girl? He took several angered steps toward them, everyone else watching in mild shock. Why? No one answered, afraid of giving him more reason to be angry, not foreseeing that this would cause his anger to erupt, having the opposite effect than they had hoped. Nezumi raised his foot when he reached the spot where Naruto supported Nezuko to kick the duo. Naruto quickly raised his free hand and caught the foot before it could jar the injured Nezuko. He twisted the foot painfully in his grasp, putting increasing pressure on it till Nezumi was practically crying from the pain of it. It wasn't long till a small crack was heard as the bones began to give out. Naruto used his inhuman strength to send the marine flying towards his men, who barely managed to catch him. That money isn't for you. Naruto's scream set off the riot that had been building within the villagers for the last several minutes. It built up to the exploding point as the marines began to file out of the orchard and back towards the village, the gold on their backs. Their hope was fading fast away. The doctor gently took Nezuko from Naruto's arms, freeing him from his temporary restraint. The doctor tried to get Naruto to relax so he could care for his wounds already. But Naruto wouldn't let him. His wounds already well on their way to being healed. Regardless, it wasn't smart for him to move around like he was planning to. What are you? The villagers, long used to Naruto's strange if not inhuman acts, having seen him use those techniques of his on numerous occasions, watched as he charged the suddenly frightened marines with chakra pouring from his very pores, now visible to the eye. His fist flew out and landed straight on the jaw of a scared rookie, sending him flying back several feet. Return the money or pay for it with your lives. The ones carrying the bags filled with gold did double takes between Nezumi and Naruto for several minutes, weighing their options and their best chance of survival. Within seconds they had decided. The ones holding the gold dropped the bags and began to back away from the blonde demon container at a remarkable fast pace. What do you think you are doing? Nezumi shouted through his pain at his retreating men. Are you men or dogs? Get back here. He hobbled about on his one uninjured foot as he tried to twist his footing so that he was facing the direction of his few remaining men and the direction of the ones who had ran off. Well, even marine dogs won't listen to a cowardly rat. A civilian called out to the shell-shocked captain. After all, it's not hard to tell a rat from a dog. The crowd jeered and laughed at the man as he stared pathetically after his men. Nezumi looked back and forth as the rest of his marines turned to follow the other. See, come back this instant. Act this very instant, I will have you court-martialed. Though the marines feared the consequences of returning, fearing the blonde man with the very fiber of their beings, being court-martialed was the worst thing that could ever happen to a proud marine. It was enough to make them return and take up their posts once again around Nezumi. Get the treasure and return to the ship. And someone help me. I can barely walk. What right do you have? Naruto jumped forward till he was right in Nezumi's face, his hands clenching the man's white and blue suit. Several of the returned men made their way forward with the idea of helping Nezumi, but a glare from the normally easygoing Naruto sent them scurrying back. What right do you have, Nezumi? To steal another's freedom from beneath their very eyes? To destroy what hope they have held onto these hard years? What right? I am captain of the Marines, Nezumi, and I had ordered the collection of the stolen goods to benefit the Marines and the public for the better good. His hand reached up and clasped Naruto's and began to drag his hand free from his clothing. That is my right. Bastard. His eyes turned a deep red as he flung himself forward, tackling the man to the ground and pinning him by his neck. Give it back, give it back. Naruto. Nami shouted in horror as she watched in seemingly slow motion as Nezumi reached beneath his white coat and pulled forth his revolver. She wasn't sure if there was any sound when the revolver went off again. And again. And again. Till his upper body was filled with holes leaking a river of blood, but she could swear there wasn't. Naruto. She stumbled her way forward on suddenly shaking legs and fell down beside him. Naruto. Her own world turned to black as she took in the ashed pallor of his face, the way his mouth grimaced in pain. She was so far into it she didn't see the Marines slip off. Neither did any of the townspeople. The only thing she could see clearly was the blue Arlong crew mark on his arm. The one he had been branded with when he had joined the crew. For her. To help her through the hole she had dug for herself and her people. But how did she pay him back? By getting him grievously hurt. Maybe even killed. Wah. What happened? She knew that voice but she didn't want to. It wasn't as familiar to her as Najiko's or Belmere's or Gen's or Naruto's. But she knew it all the same. What happened to Naruto, Nami? Only one person besides Naruto had ever spoken to her in such a way. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. And that was when she lost it. How could they be here on top of Naruto being hurt? The anger she had held so guarded all these years spilt over its carefully built wall and filled every space of her being. No longer was her mind guarded against itself. She struggled to her feet, the majority of her wanting to be with her sister and greatest friend, but she overcame that part of her and dashed off towards Arlong's base. It was past time to end this. Once and for all. Arlong. Nami, in anger, had stormed across the island's terrain towards the base. Her crew mark on her arm showing for the first time in years, since she had first gotten it many years ago. He looked up, disinterested at the girl coming towards him, hands clenched in her anger and ill intent in her every mood. He had already guessed what would happen when he discovered Naruto missing from the base and was very much interested in what Nami was here to say. Naruto-kun. Isn't with you, Nami? The smirk on his face told Nami he already knew Naruto wasn't within the base. And probably the reason why too. Is something the matter? You know. Arlong. She shook with anger as she took calculated steps towards him. You already know what happened. It's because of you, isn't it? I just don't understand why. Her clenched fist seemed to fly out of its own accord without any conscious thoughts from her brain. Be you, of course. Arlong easily caught the fist with his hand. He lightly patted it with a sadistic smile planted firmly on his face and continued to hold it within his own. You broke our deal. You broke it. Even when you said you never would when money was involved. Why? Just tell me. Why? The tears, hardly held back till then, flowed down her cheeks. Naruto. Naruto is dying and it's all your fault. Naruto? Die? The mermen laughed at the joke, not believing the man they thought to be a demon could ever possibly die. Nami. What are you going on about? I broke no promise of mine to you. Besides, who could ever hurt Uzumaki-kun? He's a monster after all. Naruto. Naruto isn't the monster, Arlong. Naruto is very sweet and kind to everyone he meets. He cares for even pathetic little me and is willing to sacrifice everything, but you greediness. Your greediness may have killed the only man who has ever cared for me. She dropped to her knees in front of Arlong, her hands sliding free of his grip. He promised me he wouldn't leave me. How can he look so pathetic? Naruto-kun. Gomen. I'm so sorry. All the merman looked on in shock at the normally impassive girl they had known for 8 years of her life. Never before had they seen, or heard, a crying peep from her since she had first joined the crew, since her mother had been killed and she had been torn from the only family she had left. Nami, you're not making any sense. What happened to Naruto? You. Nezumi. This whole thing. Why did you have him steal the money, Arlong? Why did he shot my Naruto? Why? Answer me already. None of them expected Nami to jump at Arlong with a knife out. Arlong laughed as the steel blade grazed off of his skin and curled up into itself. Why? Why did you come here of all places? Why Belmere-san? Why Gen-san? Why me? It was true she had only met Naruto because she was doing work for Arlong and collection money along the way. It was true she had convinced him to be her bodyguard. It was true she had been secretly happy when he had joined Arlong's crew to protect. It was true that she was immensely grateful for every moment he spent around her, as her friend and protector. It was true she never wanted to see him go. So how did it end up like this? Naruto wounded and Arlong smirking down at her with his all-knowing eyes. Why did he ever have to come into their lives? And mess with them beyond repair? You know something, Nami, you are a great treasure to me. The greatest I could ever ask for. You, Arlong stood to his full height in front of her and pulled her up to her feet forcefully, are worth more than this worthless village to me. Unfortunately, even Naruto is expandable when it comes to you. Compared to you he is nobody. What had I expected? That he would life up to his mess and give me and the village our freedom. That he would genuinely care that Naruto was immensely hurt? She didn't want to make sense of it in her mind. She didn't want to hear the words that poured through his mouth and cemented her soul to him. So, Naruto is nothing to you as long as you get what you want. A little crude, but yes. He stroked his chin in thought and looked down at her from the corner of his eye. He has never been anything but a toy. 0. It's gone on long enough. The Straw Hats had barely been there a few minutes when the townspeople had gathered in groups a little ways from them. Naruto, followed by the injured Nezuko and the doctor, was taken to the doctor's help for more care. They, wanting to be with their friend, had tried to follow but were held back by several of the villagers. Look what has come of waiting these years. Nothing. Gen-san. It's long past time to fight back. One of the men pushed himself forward so that he could face the man called General. Hasn't Nami-chan and Naruto-kun been through enough? It's our time to protect the village. There were murmurs of agreement from the people behind him, and Gen nodded his head as he thought about what they should do next. To fight or not to fight. To win or to lose. To live in slavery or die in Northeast. Either way, there wouldn't be another chance like this again. He rubbed his chin in thought, looking in the direction where Arlong's home lay. He thought about the past. What the resent would be like if Arlong had never come here. What would Nami be like? Nezuko? Himself? Would they know Naruto? All the questions were, of course, unanswerable. Yes, it's time. An hour. 2 hours went by as they planned their next course of action. The doctor returned from his house with the news that Naruto was stable and not in any life-threatening danger any longer. As long as he took it easy for the next few weeks, he'll be as good as new in no time. After hearing that, the Straw Hat crew relaxed against the side of the small blue house, and Zoro and Usopp finished telling what had occurred to them while exploring the island. For the most part, the villagers ignored them. For what reason they neither knew nor cared. Almost 3 hours later, Nami appeared in front of the villagers with a large, obviously fake, smile adorning her, waved to everyone, ignoring the Straw Hats like the villagers, and strode up to the group. Everyone, it's all right. All right. Did Arlong agree to leave the village in peace? One of them called out to the girl. Nami shook her head and, though tears brimmed in her eyes, continued to smile in peace at them. Then, nothing is settled. Na-chan. Gen stepped close to the girl and rested a hand softly on her shoulder. We know. We have a ways known. The sacrifices you have made in the attempt to get us freedom once more. She jerked a little in his grip but otherwise showed no reaction to his words. We didn't want to put too much pressure on you. Didn't want you to have our hopes hanging over you in case you wanted to run. We were hoping you might run. What are you saying? She averted her eyes, hiding the growing panic that was clearly stated in her eyes. I don't understand. It over, Na-chan. Gomen. We've already talked it over between ourselves and we're going to win our freedom back from Arlong. Nezuko appeared from the back of the group as she finally returned from the doctor's house where she had been watching Naruto as General finished telling Nami. It'll all work out, Nami. She placed an arm about her shoulders, trying to give her some comfort from the horror that was steadily growing in her chest. You'll see. No. She whispered, reaching forward and grabbing her sister by the collar of her shirt. Do you want to get hurt worse? Do you all want to die? I can easily make the money. I get better and better at stealing from pirates with each run, and Naruto. He's going to be okay. Nami. Would I be here otherwise? Nami unclasped her sister's hands from her shirt and held them between her own. We all will. Please. Please. Don't do this. This time no one of the group answered her, knowing that what they said would have no effect on her. She dropped her knees, the tears once again flowing from her eyes, and watched in horror as the villagers collected their makeshift weapons. She clutched at the dirt as they all filed past her without any words. Was this the last day she would see any of them alive? Please. It wasn't long till the only ones remaining were Nami and the Straw Hats. They watched her silently as she worked through the feeling raging inside of her by pounding the ground with her fists. They hid their emotions behind masks even when she pulled a dagger from within her pockets, but watching carefully if they had to stop her from killing herself even though they couldn't see her doing that. She casually, as if only going to itch herself, used the knife to stab herself where she had been branded at a young age several times. Her arm was bleeding heavily when she finished. She collapsed against the ground with her arms over her head, in her attempt to block out the world. Luffy stood from the shadows of the orange grove where he had been silently watching the exchange between the villagers and Nami's little outburst. He stepped close to her and silently waited for her to acknowledge him. Why? Why are you all still here? Didn't I tell you to leave? He just continued to look down at her. Luffy. I don't want them to die. Naruto-kun. Najiko-ni-chan. Gen-san. I can't lose them all. Her body started to tremble as she tried to fit her fear back in the small cavity of her body. I just can't. Please, Luffy. She added when he didn't offer his help. Help them. Me. Naruto-kun. Help me get rid of Arlong and the merman, please. His answer was to lift his hand to his head and bring down the hat he got from Shanks and place it lightly on her head. Don't worry, Nami. Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and I will take care of this mess. Sanji? She questioned, reaching up and tugging on the brim of the hat till it shadowed her face. Who? It's all right. He's our nakama. And he walked away on the road that the villagers had used a little while before. Take care of Naruto and my hat. She nodded, watching them. The tears finally drying up as she struggled to her feet and towards the doctor's house a few minutes later. She planned to do just that. Where am I? The room where he lay. A long white room filled with several plainly adorned beds surrounded by pulled-back white curtains. The room was dark so its interior was hard to see, though Naruto didn't need light to know that the walls were painted in off-white and that pictures of the seaside hung on the walls. He could see the outline of light from the cracks in the doorway and the shutters on the window, so he knew it was still daytime. But day? Naruto. Are you all right? Nami spoke softly from the shadows, reaching over him and turning on the lamp. Her arm was lightly bandaged where she had stabbed herself and Luffy's hat was clutched tightly in her hands. Are you in a lot of pain? Nami, what happened to your arm? He reached forward and hooked a hand around the top of her arm and pulled her down beside him. What time is it? You've only been out for 2 hours. He stared at her, waiting for her to answer his first question. I was being stupid. She carefully laid a hand on the injured arm and moved from the bed and stopped a foot away from him. I think I may have sent them to their deaths. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. He swung his feet from the bed and placed them on the ground, levering himself from the bed. She was at his side in an instant trying to get him back into the bed. I'm fine, Na-chan. The bleeding has even stopped. Believe it or not. Please. He rolled his eyes, but sat back down on the bed. I sent them after Arlong. She perched on the edge of the bed. They collected another crewmate while we were gone. Some Sanji guy. Zoro did mention something about a cook. Maybe that's him? Maybe. So. He eyed his sword which was laying down on the bed opposite him. So. Is that all I missed? No. A few tears escaped from her eyes and made trails down her face. I tried to stop them, but they told me that they've always known. They've always known that I had joined Arlong's crew to save them. They wanted to protect me, you know. She was trying to sort out today's events in her head, get her head wrapped around some details. They decided to fight Arlong. Naruto threw back his head and laughed. It's about time, too. I was beginning to think they had no backbones. Letting a little girl take it all on her own. How pathetic. He stood and grabbed Nami's hand, pulling her to her feet. He was bare-chested and his torso was heavily swathed in bandages. He causally glanced around for a shirt but couldn't find one, but he did spot his black trench coat all battered up but folded neatly on the doctor's desk. Knowing that he didn't have time to run to Najiko's house for his bag to change, he gathered his coat and buckled his sword to his belt, already halfway to the door. Nami trailed after them. How about we go lend them a hand? We wouldn't want to be the only ones not having anything to do with Kokoyashi's freedom after all. Naruto, Shaved cried as they continued down the street. You were waiting for an opportunity all along, weren't you? Yeah. How did you guess? And this time she did laugh. Everything would be all right with him by her side and the Straw Hats having their backs. 0-0. Where's Luffy? Nami gripped at the sleeve of Jen's jacket as she and Naruto returned to Arlong's base. Nami searched wildly around but Naruto stood at the edge of the pool looking down into the water. What happened to the others? Is everyone okay? I don't know if they're all right, but the Straw Hat Kid is sinking to the bottom of the pool. The blonde guy, no offense Naruto, is in there fighting off Hachi. The long-nosed fellow was chased out of the base by Chu, and the green-haired swordsman is holding down Arlong. Luffy is a devil fruit user, Jen-san. He'll die if they don't get him out soon. Don't worry, Na-chan. Naruto threw his trench coat at her and it landed over her arm in disarray. He handed his sword to Najiko and began to do warm-up stretches. I'm already half-dressed. I'll go down and rescue him. Nah. Naruto. But it was already too late. At the end of his sentence he jumped forward and used the force from his jump to send himself down to the bottom of lake. He was there only half a minute till he saw Hachi chasing down a struggling Sanji. They noticed him at the same time. Sanji stopped where he was, easily pumping his legs as he locked eyes with Naruto, unsure if he was here as an enemy or a friend. Hachi stopped and was debating whether he should swim away fast or slow. In his eyes Naruto would make mincemeat of Sanji fast. Naruto smirked and threw a nod their way before continuing swimming down towards the bottom. Naruto? Sanji smirked as he saw the opening that Naruto had helped him find of the 8-armed swordsman. The merman was now staring openly at his old sparring partner as he swam towards the half-conscious Luffy. Naruto reached his arm forward and began to concentrate on forming the chakra in his arm. Of course, Hachi had a clue as to what he was doing. No, Naruto, don't do that here. It was already too late, of course. The water began to form a tunnel around his hand that pulled all free-floating creatures toward him, including Hachi and Sanji. Mizu. Rasengan. And he pounded the Rasengan down with all the force of his natural strength into the boulder surrounding Luffy's feet. Before the man-created whirlpool could catch Luffy in its deathly grasp, he grabbed at his neck and began to swim to the jump to the surface before the water gave way when its source did, grabbing Sanji on the way and letting Hachi go. Hachi stared in shock, not able to believe that Naruto would leave him behind even after he saw that Usopp had still been alive. Naruto. That was dangerous. The villagers weren't sure whether to laugh or not as they saw Nami whack the blonde boy over the top of his head. They weren't sure if they should scream in horror as Arlong stopped fighting Zoro, tossing him aside as if he was rag doll and stepped dangerously close to the boy. Naruto. You've betrayed me. Luffy and Sanji were dropped to the ground unceremoniously and Naruto's sword found its way into his hand. You let that maggot of a pirate live. You saved 2 others' lives. You attacked Nezumi. I'm beginning to believe that you actually set free the green-haired one. He took a dangerous step closer to the blonde boy and stuck his face closer to his. Did I not give you a place within my men when you asked for it? Have I not fed and clothed you these past 3 years? Didn't I always make sure you had medical care? Didn't I give you more freedom than you deserved? No more. And he reared his hand back and brought his webbed hand crashing down onto Naruto. A loud puff of smoke covered the area for several minutes and then the body of one of Arlong's mermen appeared where Naruto had been, body cleaved in half. And I told you 3 years ago. Naruto landed lightly on his feet behind Arlong, his sword drawn and pointing at the man. Anyone who made her cry would face my wrath. He slashed down and managed to bring a small cut down his arm before the merman managed to move away. You're no exception. It's too bad, Uzumaki, that you're fated to die here. You've made me a good underling these past years. You managed to protect Nami. It's too bad you're just a human. Otherwise you may have beaten me. And who said I was nothing more than a human, Arlong? I think you have the wrong idea about me. He had shown his Kyuubi side to the mermen for a brief second to show them what they were really dealing with. It's too bad. You won't live to see your mistake. The Kyuubi's chakra was going through his system, giving him its strength and power without completely taking him over. His eyes turned a deep red and became silted like a fox's. His body was encircled by the protective gear of the Kyuubi's chakra and Naruto was more than ready for the kill. He stepped forward and disappeared into air. It wasn't like his chakra empowering his jumps in the way that this time there was no way for others to get a clue to where he was going to land till he landed. It was like it in the way that few other humans in this world could do it. Scrapes appeared along Arlong's body before he had even an idea that Naruto had been there. His sword flashed out and ran a deep slash down the merman's side. Arlong became confused and started circling around in confusion trying to pinpoint the enemy he couldn't see. And failing to. Blood ran freely down his sides from the cuts and he began to get dizzy from the blood loss. He just needed one chance. One little chance to finish the boy in one blow. And then, it came. Naruto stopped moving, making it seem like he was out of breath but really thinking over his next move. Arlong spun around and took several great lumbering steps towards him with ill intent in every molecule of his body. "It's over." But it wasn't Arlong who shouted this, though his hand did whip forward. It was the combination of Naruto and Luffy. Luffy had finally managed to get his bearings back about him but was standing wavering a little ways from the pool. Naruto too looked a little done for. His fists flew a ways from him and then back forward, hitting the shocked merman squarely in the chest, sending him flying back several feet. He could still do it. He was sure he could. But then Naruto appeared above him with his sword in his hand and sent it plunging towards his chest. Arlong rolled away at the last minute and sprung to his feet. He chuckled as he faced the two. He smiled cockily at them and reached up and pulled free a set of his teeth. Seconds later a second pair grew to replace them and he pulled them out too. As the third pair grew back, he rearranged his teeth in his hands so that it looked like his hands had grown teeth. "Awesome." Luffy laughed as he watched the merman. "How did you do that?" "He's a shark-type merman. Like sharks, they have the ability to regrow their teeth if they were to fall out," Naruto said, lining his body so that he was in a comfortable position to both attack and defend. "Be careful. His teeth can cut through metal." Luffy nodded in understanding though his eyes still shone brightly. Naruto smiled a tight grim smile as he collected himself for the upcoming battle. Arlong jumped forward, teeth ready to claw at the two boys, as he attacked. Naruto and Luffy easily dodged the first wave but Luffy was caught in the side as Arlong came about again. Though Naruto took forward of the opening and sent a roundhouse kick at Arlong's head that was quickly followed up by quick punches in his gut by Luffy. Arlong swiped his hand up and gripped Naruto's forearm with the teeth in his right hand. He barely held back a grimace from the pain as he used a replacement jutsu to free himself from Arlong as he pulled back and aimed for the throat. Another of his men took Naruto's place and Arlong growled angrily down at the underling, kicking his body out of the way. Naruto fell from the air and slashed at Arlong's exposed back, digging in yet AOW lead, twirling around in anger as he clawed desperately at the boy, trying to find purchase for his teeth in his skin. Naruto blocked every one of his desperate blows with the back of his sword, slowly backing towards the base. He jumped to the side seconds before his back hit the wall and Arlong crashed into the wall, easily collapsing it. Before he could recover, Naruto and Luffy were on him, hitting him with attack after attack with no remorse and no breaks for him to recover within. He was a little shocked to say the least when the attacks just suddenly stopped. He looked though blackened to see Naruto's blade covered to the hilt with red chakra as it grew longer and longer. Sharper and sharper. What are you going to do?" He wanted to back away but somewhere in the midst of their fight he had been backed against the remaining wall. He could break it and escape but he knew that he would catch up with him in no time. Unfortunately, he knew it was the end. The blade flashed forward, enhanced by the chakra it had no trouble piercing though his thick skin and into his heart. It gave a last feeble pump and then the heart beat no more. Without missing a beat the two turned around and used their strongest attacks, the Rasengan and Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, to tear down Arlong's base one wall at a time. It was just a pile of smoking stones within minutes. And the villagers were so happy that they were crying. Nami was in shock, holding Luffy's hat and Naruto's trench coat close to her heart. "Naruto-kun. Everyone. Naruto." Everyone turned around in shock as Tenten and Hinata, with the young violet-eyed young woman holding her hands tightly together for control as they stalked toward the suddenly grinning blonde. "What the hell? Tenten-senpai, Hinata-chan. I didn't think you would catch up so fast. Or at all for that matter." He laughed nervously as he realized what he said may have insulted the girl's abilities. Tenten growled as she stalked towards the boy, ignoring the growing unease their presence caused among the villagers and the Straw Hat crew. "Baka." And she pounded her fist on the top of his head. Nami couldn't help it, she would swear for years after that she didn't. But she burst out into a fit of giggles, falling to her knees as she laughed. Relief that it was finally over and Naruto was still alive. "Is that girl all right?" And then Naruto was laughing. And Nezuko. And the villagers. And, finally, the Straw Hats. Till all that was left was a shocked Tenten and Hinata. "Naruto-kun. Why are you all covered in bandages?" Hinata asked when his laughter. "Oh. These little things." He made a distracted hand wave down over his body and walked a little ways from them. He helped Nami to his feet before he took his trench coat back and shrugged it on. I was shot. Shot? By who? Hokage-sama will kill us when she hears you got shot when you were supposed to be under our protection. Baka. And for good measure she stomped over and hit him on the head. What were you thinking? Hey. Stop that. He was laughing as he was trying to get out of the rain of her heavy blows. His arms covered his head as he backed away towards the gate, trying to get free of his old friend. Come on. Leave me alone. He slammed into the body of a man and instantly became serious, recognizing the chakra of Nezumi behind him. Oh crap. You're still alive. Where's Arlong? He sneered, looking past Naruto and the angry villagers. Wah. He stepped around Naruto and looked down in shock at the dead merman. He took a step back in shock, looking around at the villagers and trying to pinpoint the killer. His eyes finally landed on the still bloody still inside the merman's body. Whose sword is this? It's mine. No, it's mine. You're all a bunch of liars. It's mine. One by one all the villagers present stood up and claimed the sword within Arlong was his or her own. Staffs and pitches clattered to the ground as they flocked around Nezumi, cutting him off from his underlings. They pushed and shoved at him, using their words as their weapons to release their anger. It was more than that they were just angry. It was retribution for the money and everything else that he, and other Marines like him, had helped along get away with on their small island. Where was the world government's protection when they needed it most? Stop it. He backed away at a quicker pace than they could match and bumped into a growling Zoro, his sword tapping against his shoulder as he looked down at the man. I'll have all of you arrested. He ran from Zoro and bumped into Luffy, who was messaging his arms as he prepared for another round. You'll all live to regret this. Men, come forth and arrest these fiends. As if I'll let you. Naruto appeared in front of him and slammed his hands, full of his own chakra, into the man's chest, sending him flying back several feet into the rubble of Arlong's base. Naruto was beside him within moments, landing blow after blow on various parts of his body, cracking bones here and there as he came across them. Nezumi screamed in a mixture of pain and rage as his right arm was broken in half. Return the money or you die here. The words weren't only for Nezumi but for all the Marines present. Before the order came from their commander's mouth, a few were already running to the ship and collecting the money. Bringing it back in, ignoring their commander's flaming eyes, they left it near the feet of the orange-haired girl, its original owner. Good. Collect your weakling of a commander and never return to this place. If I ever hear you did, I'll hunt down each and every one of you and kill you in the most horrible way I can imagine. He sent them a chilling smirk as they cautiously made their way forward and collected their captain that made them wonder how horrible it would be. You'll regret this, Uzumaki. He knew his name from various meetings with Arlong over the years. It was helping him now. You'll live to regret you messed with me. All of you will. As they passed by Nami, he spat at her feet. Naruto growled and was beside them in a second. The Marines dropped their captain in the fright and quickly backed away. When Naruto made no move against them or their captain, they moved cautiously forward and collected him again. Clamping a hand over his mouth, they scurried like rats back to their ship. Hee. That was fun. Luffy shared a smirk with Naruto and Zoro. Wonder where Usopp is. The four men didn't bother to ponder on that, knowing he would return soon enough. I figured I would find you here, Na-chan. Naruto smiled softly down at her, his hands in his pocket as he slid down beside her in front of her mother's grave. She must have been a great person. Wish I had a chance to meet her. Nami, crying a little, slid her head down between her knees, but still managed to send a smile his way. Do you think she'll be mad at me? Confused, Naruto rested a hand lightly on her shoulder. She was a Marine, but I want to be with the Straw Hats. I want to travel with them. Make my map of the world. She was crying harder by then, her words slurred by the harsh tears that flowed down her cheeks. I want to make Belmere-san proud. She is proud of you, Na-chan. Naruto scooted closer to her and pulled her to him, her head resting on his chest and his head on hers. How could she not be? You sacrificed so much over the past few years. Suffered so much. Just to save your loved ones. How is that any different than what she wanted? To protect you and Najiko-chan even at the risk of her life. Does it really matter if you're a Marine or a pirate if your goal is to protect what you love? To see them, physically or spiritually, grow and follow into their dreams. Supporting them no matter what their choices are. That's a mother's job. She laughed without amusement as she used the trailing ends of his trench coat to dry her tears. Naruto. What would I ever do without you? You didn't even know me when you agreed to protect me. How am I going to go on without you? What do you mean? Yeah, till the end, Nami. He held her tighter to himself. Unless you don't want me here. He squeezed her once more before he let her go. The sudden cold after the warmth from Naruto left her shivering heavily, but not as much as the deep pain she saw in his eyes. Do you want me to leave? Her tattoo, proclaiming her allegiance to Arlong's crew, had been removed hours before. She had packed her bags and left the money behind in the center of her room. She had already said her goodbyes to Nezuko in general. When she came here tonight, she came to say goodbye to two important people. Her mother and Naruto. She had no doubt he would be leaving with Tenten and Hinata come first light. Though he never said so to her, she knew it was a dream of his to return to his formal home and his friends. How can she compete with the love he had for his home? After Tsunade had sent the Hyuga girl and Tenten after Naruto, Jiraiya had left the village for a mission of his own. It was an almost impossible mission, but one he knew he had to finish as soon as possible. Traveling non-stop for weeks, he eventually made it to a small town in the outskirts of the tea country. The town, if it could be called that, was made mostly up of shacks held together loosely. Mud, thick and slimy, dug into the base, helping to hold the unstable structures up. Children, well-fed but covered head to foot in the same slime and mud that surrounded their homes, peeked out at him as he walked on by. He paid them no mind. The house, or shack, he had searched for so long was set back away from the rest and was decorated a lot differently from the others. While most of the shacks carried little to no decorations save for the odd-plucked bird or beast skin hanging out to dry, this sake had herbs hanging down from every free space available. Wooden carvings, some older and rough and other new and polished, stood about the meager yard, making it hard for anybody to walk about. An older man stood in the doorway brushing the stray mud from the small stoop that served as the doorstep. "Excuse me," Jiraiya called pleasantly as he walked towards the doorway. A hand raised in greeting. The man scowled at him and continued to sweep, waiting for the Sennin to meet him. When he did, the old man didn't say anything. For once Jiraiya was at a loss at how to proceed with this. "Well, will you please tell me, is this where Hashimoto Shisho lives? If it is, who calls upon Hashimoto-sama?" This man, Jiraiya decided, looking him up and down, was loyal to his mistress to the point where it was beyond annoying. But, knowing Hashimoto, she enjoyed his company and crankiness. Didn't she take care of him after many of his own stupid accidents? She could easily handle a cranky old man like this. The Toad Sennin, Jiraiya. He bowed low to the man, watching his reaction from beneath his eyelids. The man, who he soon learned always looked like he was chewing a sour lemon, didn't react visibly to his name. Only giving a curt nod and disappearing around the doorway, closing the door with a soft thud behind him. Villagers walked by at a comfortable pace on their way to the fields or mines that lay nearby to the village, sending him curious looks as they strode past their head woman's house. It was hard to believe how much time had gone by since he had last seen the old woman. More years than he cared to remember, but he couldn't have been much older than Naruto would be now. She had been a top healer in their village during the Great Shinobi Wars. She had been taught the basics of healing alongside Tsunade, but had branched out on her own in different decrees. She went on to study different, more impractical, types of medicine. She started to base the types of medicine or healing she doled out on the patient's birthdays and astrology, one time. Another time, she based the medication she gave out by chance. One day it would be this. The other day another. Surprisingly, it always seemed to work. She once told him, on a mission when she helped him over a fever caused by a rusted blade buried within his shoulder, that most injuries and illnesses are within the head, such as his fever at the time, and if a person believed they were being treated and were getting better they would. Mind over matter. She had just disappeared one night without a word to him or Tsunade. Or any of their old friends. For years he believed the third had sent her on a mission above her level and she had died. That is, till he heard the story days before he left the village himself. She had grown tired of the constant fights with the other shinobi villages. Tired of the constant healing and suffering as they died within her arms. In this way she had resembled Tsunade. So, she traveled far and dedicated to helping anyone in need. Even though he wished greatly for it, never in his travels had he searched her out. Until now, that is. Jiraiya. He hadn't heard the door open, but there she was in front of him, dressed in a simple white kimono with her long white hair piled lightly on top of her head. She had the figure of a woman who never had children of her own and had kept herself well fit. She was short, and if she still had the dark blue hair that had been her crowning glory, she could be mistaken for someone much younger. Her eyes were a piercing blue that shot through the very soul of anyone looking within them. "It is nice to see you again. How many years has it been?" She did not bother asking how he had found her. They both knew he had his ways. "Too many." He smiled as she ushered her within her home. Her home was even more cluttered than the outside. Bamboo plants, some almost going to the ceiling from where they rested on the floor and others barely an inch from the floor. Herbs hung on the rafters and on the small bed's posts that lay in a darkened corner. A fire burned brightly in the hearth over which she hung a kettle and prepared a tea for the two to drink. The man was gone, having disappeared through an invisible door. Unless he was her all along. "Last time I saw you didn't even have a gray hair, let alone white. I wish I could say the same about you, Jiraiya-kun." She laughed, reaching forward and twirling a lock of his hair around her fingers. "And how is Tsunade-chan? I had heard she had been made Hokage." "Yes, about 6 years ago." He shrugged, sinking down into the chair she pulled out for him with a grateful sigh. "Though she's still the same old Tsunade. Just like you are the same, Jiraiya." He chuckled deep in his throat, watching her from the corner of his eyes as she bustled about the one-roomed house making the tea and pulling out a batch of fresh biscuits. "May I ask something, Jiraiya?" He nodded, meeting her eyes as she placed the worn china cup in front of him. "Why is it that you wanted so badly to come here?" "I don't know how to put where to start." He sighed, bringing his hand up and rubbing his tired eyes. It's Naruto. The Kyuubi boy. It's amazing how well you've kept so up to date on events in Konoha when you were so far away." He smirked at her, giving her a slightly knowing look. "At the time, well, I was in the area. Other times." She met his smirk with a secretive smile. "Passerbys told me of." Her tone implied it was something more than passerbys, but, by the look in her eyes, he knew better than to push her for answers she would rather keep to herself. They stared at each other, each trying to push the answers out of the other's eyes. Even if it was impossible. Same old Jiraiya. Just as stubborn as the day we met. "I can say the same about you, Maya-chan." With a soft smile she stood from her chair and padded over to an almost unnoticeable chest of drawers. "I should hear the reason you need it, but I trust you, Jiraiya-chan." She pulled open the first drawer and dumped its contents on the ground, a small pile of scarves, and reached into the drawer. There was a small tearing sound and, when she pulled forth her hat, she held a small box. "This was given to me by my godmother as she lay on her deathbed. She told me to care for it and give it to one of her own would come to me with open arms. A bit of a prophetic she was. I shouldn't give it to you for it doesn't really belong to me, but when you're done, take my job over for me." From the box she pulled forth a necklace with a frayed rawhide cord acting as its chain. In the dim light the blocked windows let in, Jiraiya saw the light purple stone shine brightly. This one moment made the past few years live able. He could see his silly student again. "Baka Naruto." 0-0. Tenten-chan. Hinata called up lightly to the sulking brunette. She craned her head, trying to see past the shadows of the night and through the tall oak's branches to her partner. The girl grunted down to Hinata to show she was listening but did not pull her face into the slim strip of moonlight that shone softly down onto the ground. "What do we do from here?" As the Senor Junin, she had the right to decide their actions while out on a mission. Hinata heard a soft sigh from above and several of the tree's branches creaked in the wind in answer. Tenten sifted her eyes from the moon and down to the girl at the base of the tree. "You can come up, you know, Hinata-chan. I thought you would like to be alone." Hinata placed her hand on the lowest branch and used it to help her onto the tree. She climbed her hand over hand till she reached the branch where Tenten sat. Tenten's eyes were closed, but she shifted closer to the tree to make room for the other girl when she became closer. Sitting beside her, waiting for her to talk, Hinata reflected on what happened these past few hours. He had become a lot stronger than any of them had imagined in Konoha. The man he had become was as different as the child he was then was humanly possible. Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan. Tenten's voice cut through her musings and brought her back to their present problems. What do you think Naruto will do now? She lifted her head to the sky, hoping to find the answers hidden somewhere in the stars above. Naruto-kun is essentially still Naruto-kun. Tenten nodded in agreement, opened her eyes and staring back into the moon. Imagining the faces of the past, how everyone had once been before being changed irreversibly by Naruto, she turned to Hinata, now a confident young woman, and saw the shy girl she once was. Had she, too, changed much in the 3 years since they had seen Naruto? Or would this mission be the one to change her? He'll always do what he thinks best, whether it's what we think he'll do or not. Hopefully, Tenten answered with a wry smile at the younger woman, his decision doesn't include killing us. Hinata couldn't help but giggle. Yes, that's very true. Both stared pensively at the sky for several moments. They thought of their past, their present, and their clouded future. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun wouldn't abandon any of his friends. He'll go out to sea with those pirates in the morning. Yes. Tenten's eyes closed again and she leaned her head back against the tree's bark, allowing the wind to play lightly across her face. And to answer your earlier question, that's what we're going to do too. Their past. Their present. Their future. They're all connected, they're all one and the same, and it all depends on them. Their own fate. The fate of their home. And, most importantly, the fate of their friends. Hi. Tenten-chan. Hinata pushed back her billowing hair and looked up at the sky with a renewed smile on her face. After a moment of deliberation, Tenten joined her. Together, they could handle whatever was thrown their way. Their laughter rang through the trees as they made their plans for the next day. Report. Tsunade stood with her back to the doorway as her old friend and teammate stepped into the room. Her anger at not being informed of his decision to leave Konoha, no matter how short the trip out was, coursed through her veins and laced her words. No, damn it, she shouted before he had a chance to open his mouth and tell her what he had planned. How could you do that, Jiraiya? You could have easily been captured by Akatsuki or worse. You could have died. Did you not consider what your actions could have done to Konoha? You could have jeopardized everything we have been striving for. She pushed angrily from the window and faced him with her anger full on in her face. These past 3 years we've spent working hard on establishing trust with the villagers and Naruto, to bring our boy back. But your own silly, selfish move, almost wiped out all of that. The elders saw your disappearance as the perfect opportunity to place their doubts within our allies' minds. Do you know what you've done? Yes. He cut in before she could continue her tirade. I very well do realize what I may have caused. And I'm not sorry for it. Jiraiya. She stomped forward and slammed her fist down on the top of his head. As he fell down to the blow, his legs giving out beneath him, she grabbed him by the labels of his robe and jerked him to his feet and then into the air so that his feet barely grazed the floor with the tips of his toes. If you can't repent your stupid mistakes on your own, she slowly pulled her fist back with her anger contorting her every feature, I'll make you. And she brought her fist forward and slammed it into his face, letting go of his lapels so he could fly back towards the wall. With a loud bang he hit it and, with a small popping sound, disappeared. Lightly, he chuckled from behind her. Sitting on top of her desk, just out of immediate range of her, he wiped his bloody nose on the sleeve of his jacket. Bloody damn good punch, Tsunade. She growled at him and took a menacing step towards him. Now hold on, Tsunade. Can't you at least give me a chance to explain? Tsunade threw a hard glare his way but did not advance in her steps. You have a minute, Jiraiya, and counting. To prove her point, she slammed her fist down onto the desk. Its top, starting from where her fist had hit the center of the table, sent fissures of cracks scattering down the table. He gulped before laughing nervously at the damage the Hokage had caused with one punch to the heavy oak desk. 59 seconds, 58, 57, 5. Not, Tsunade, you need to calm down and listen. Her eyes narrowed dangerously at the remark he made. I am calm. She growled at him from between clenched teeth. He nodded hastily and backed away from her again. Are you going to explain or not, Jiraiya? Time is wasting away, you know. Well, I think I found a way to prepare Naruto for the upcoming confrontation, but it required me to move fast so the person with it would not move about again. Person? Jiraiya. Tell me you didn't visit someone who will bring you into bad light again. No, it was Maya-chan. Maya-chan. Confused, Tsunade plopped down into her chair and placed a hand on her chin. Maya is still alive. I thought she died many years ago. Nope, she's just hiding out in an obscure town. She sent her greetings. Either way. She swiped a hand in between them. Top signified they were getting back onto the topic on hand. What could Maya have that could help us with Naruto? Simple. She laughed as she saw the dangling jewel. You and me are going to see if some old legends are true. Heave ho! Zoro shouted as he threw the crate carrying several of their supplies up onto the ship. They were almost done and were going to leave minutes after the last box was loaded. The villagers of Kokoyashi were standing in idle circles around the deck, wishing to say final goodbyes and thank yous to the Straw Hat crew. And a big thank you to Naruto and Nami who, despite their wishes to be nakama with the Straw Hats, had yet to appear. Hey, Zoro. Watch what you're doing. Usopp leaned over the ship's railing to complain. You could have killed me with that. Barely messed me by an inch. Zoro grunted and bent down and picked up the last box. Watch out. He tossed the heavier box up into the air and Sanji reached out and grabbed it as it reached its peak a few feet over the deck. Happy now, Usopp? Usopp glowered down at him but moved away from the deck to continue taking the smaller. Throwing the last box up, Zoro quickly climbed up the thrown-down rope ladder. That was the last box. Luffy, he called to their captain as he sat on the head of Mary watching for their missing friends. Should we prepare to leave? He was silent for a few minutes, watching the crest of the distant hill that led to the village. I guess they aren't. Hey. It's Nami. Nami. A villager from the crowd called, recognizing the figure before any of the others. His call caused the others to call out to Nami as she stood panting. Luffy. Her voice rang clearly across the group to the ship's crew and captain despite the distance and the din that should have covered her words. Everyone, set sail. What? You can't be serious, Nami. You can't just leave without letting us thank you. Despite the villagers' protests, the Straw Hats finished getting the ship ready and set it off. Nami started down the hill at a steady jog, dodging around the villagers as they tried to stop or hinder her progress. She made her way slowly through the crowd with her head down, and despite what they called out to her, despite when Jen or Najiko called out to her, she didn't stop for them. Are you sure it's all right to let her say goodbye this way? If this is how she wants it to be, then it's fine, I'm sure. Besides, this way is way more fun. Zoro grunted and turned to watch as Nami launched herself from the deck and came flying onto the ship. Now, we have to wonder where Naruto is. Even Zoro couldn't help but chuckle as the orange-haired girl lifted up her shirt and the town's wallets came falling out. He found it strange that they hadn't noticed the weight disappear. Then again, it wasn't like he ever carried much money to worry about, and that might be the reason why he couldn't comprehend how they didn't notice it. Didn't you know, Zoro? Luffy yawned, crossing his arms behind his head and walking away. He was up in the crow's nest all along. Hey! Sanji yelled, running from the kitchen before Zoro could react to the news that Naruto had left him to do the hard labor all by himself. You'll never guess what I just found. The others blinked at him before they continued to do what they were doing before. Those two girls from yesterday are asleep in the kitchen. What? Nami screamed, stamping up the steps to see for herself. Zoro and Luffy looked at each other and laughed. It seems this would be a rather interesting journey to the Grand Line. The darkness was depressing, weighing down on his lean and muscled body heavily as he opened up his eyes. The first thing he saw was nothing. There was not a speck of light around anywhere in which to see his surroundings with. To find where he was. The last thing he had known, he had been fast asleep in the crow's nest atop the Going Merry as he waited to set sail with his companions. The very thought that he was suddenly in an unknown place put a deep fear in the depths of his heart. So, the voice, so familiar yet so different to him, called out in the darkness. Its direction unknown. You finally came. A light flared, seeming like miles and miles beyond his reach, but what could be no more than a few meters to his left. It was less than an inch in diameter and didn't light up even the ground below it. Or would it be above it? Before Naruto could think more on that thought, the person, or at least he thought it was the person, took several steps towards him. His, or her, he corrected himself. Steps were heavy and slow and clicked each time the feet were placed back on the floor and snapped every time he, or she, picked them back up. It made an interesting sound, a mixture between a horse and sandals. He knew he heard this somewhere before too. Where it was? Well, it just wasn't coming to his mind where. As the man, He was sure it was a man. The closer he got, for the chakra was more dominating than a woman's normally was. Came closer, he could feel his muscles tense as if for an upcoming battle. This man was taller than him by several hand lengths, which was a feat in and of itself, as Naruto was now a tad bit over 6 feet. He was, also, pure muscle, while Naruto, though muscled as well, was leaner in his body than him. Even with the darkness pressing around him, even though he could not tell up from down, left from right, he could feel the chakra, almost see it, rolling off of him in waves and pressing in on him. Why was it so familiar? Why was it so different? He had no doubts in his mind that it was a shinobi, born and trained to kill, like him. For some reason, I don't think I had much choice in the matter. If he could just see him, even if it was for only for a moment, he was sure he would know him. Almost like it was acting on his thoughts, several more flares of light sprang to life around them. Alighting just enough for him to see the rough outline of his companion. I guess you haven't changed much, taller now, but trouble still follows you around like a forsaken lover. Laughter was evident in his voice as he looked down the few inches at the blonde. And you changed? I think not. It's good to see you again, Ero Sennin. The dim lights had given enough light in which to see several of his features, and combined with that cheesy line. No one but him would ever say a sentence like that. How have you been? Wait a moment. Why am I asking you this? It's just a crazy dream. Naruto chuckled lightly, hitting himself lightly on top of the head. The lights finally went on all the way, showing Jiraiya almost like he remembered. He was older looking than before, his eyes more heavily lined than Naruto remembered. But he still wore those same old clothes and his hair was styled the same way. If it weren't for the serious look within those old eyes, and that strange new chakra, he would have believed Jiraiya was still the same old Jiraiya he had once known. But he wasn't. And they both seemed to know it. This is no dream, Naruto. The smile he sent Naruto was sad and a little chilling, but it was still oddly reassuring to the lonely blonde man. Come now, we have a lot of work to do and very little time to do it. Jiraiya swept his arm out and a scene different from before printed itself into existence, and a place he had never hoped to see filled his eye. Zero. Oi. Naruto. Zoro kicked his friends, and occasional sparring partner, in the side repeatedly as he tried to awaken the blonde. Let out a deep groan, half from suppressed pain and the other half from annoyance at Zoro, and rolled over so that Zoro's would hit the small of his back. We're needed below deck. Really now? Unsure if he should do it, but doing it anyway, Zoro reached down and hooked his hand into the collar of Naruto's shirt and hefted him easily into the air, carrying him like he was made of feathers. I'll give you to the count of 5 to answer me. 1, 2, 3. Zoro grunted a little as he placed Naruto on the ledge of the crow's nest, smiling wickedly down at the others on the deck. Quickly, the ones below scrambled away from the center of the deck. Tenten and Hinata pulled themselves onto the railing and Luffy laughed as he stretched his arms to sit atop Mary's head, the others sitting alongside Tenten and Hinata minus Nami and Sanji. 2, 1. Bombs. Away. And with a hard push from Zoro, Naruto did a free fall towards the deck. The wood cracked with a horrible sound as Naruto hit the deck head on. He rolled, grunting all the way, and hit the railing at the base of Tenten's and Hinata's feet with a painful sounding thud. Goddammit, Zoro. That killed. He jumped to his feet with a variety of scratches and bumps littering his body and pointed an accusing finger up at the laughing swordsman. Placing his own feet on the ledge of the crow's nest, Zoro jumped nimbly down besides the damaged part of the deck. Smiling in amusement, Zoro crossed his arms over his chest and looked over the damage Naruto had caused from his impact with the wood. Not too bad, I guess. Better than I would have thought. And you're already healing, Naruto. Not sounding at all surprised because of his and LNG rates. Hey, Zoro. Why did you freaking do that? Mary is our trusted nakama, too? Usopp fretted around the gaping hole, as he worried on what to fix him up with and how to go about it. Naruto wouldn't wake up. He answered with an uncaring shrug as he casually leaned on the railing nearest to the laughing Luffy. Captain here wanted to see us all. He explained his actions to the grumpy Usopp and the agitated Naruto. Captain, Nami muttered, coming out of the kitchen with a rolled-up scroll tucked under an arm and was closely followed by Sanji carrying a tray full of drinks. Didn't call this meeting. I did. She sat down close to the dented boards, barely pausing in what she was doing to send it a scowl, and laid out the scroll. It was a completed map of East Blue, one of the few maps she was able to recover after Naruto and Luffy had destroyed Arlong's base, and showed a blank spot where the entrance to the Grand Line was supposed to be. First off, I think we should get to know our two little tag-alongs. Luffy, who had started to get excited at the sight of the map, cocked his head and gave the ship's navigator a strange look. But why? Naruto knows them and that's enough for me. Do you know their names then? She asked, a vein popping out of her forehead as she pointed to Tenten, and S' answer was an uncaring shrug. Exactly. Well? She pointedly looked at the duo. Tell all of us your names and purpose here. Tenten. No family name. Why am I here? She looked straight forward into Nami's eyes. That's my business, isn't it? Is that all? She finished with a shikamaru-like yawn and stretched her arms up to the sky. All Nami could do was glare at the older girl and turn to the other girl. Hyuga Hinata. I'm just with Tenten-chan. She gave the orange-haired girl an apologetic smile before turning her back on her and facing out towards the sea. Does it really matter why they're here, Nami? Naruto intercepted before Nami could do or say something she would later regret. Or vice versa with Tenten and Hinata. He was finally calmed down from his unplanned free fall with vows to make his friend Zoro pay for it later on. They're here now and that's all that counts, right? No, she shouted, using his words to make hers have more impact. They could be here to kill you. I mean all of us, in our sleep. They had plenty of chances already. Sanji pointed out, blowing a smoke ring up into the air after a long drag from his smoke. If they were out to kill any of us. Despite his words, everyone's eyes cut to Naruto, who pretended to not know what they were talking about. Numerous actually. All of us were out of it after the party finally ended last night, making us very easy targets. Personally, I don't care if you trust me or not, Tenten stated, eyeing each of the Straw Hats in turn. But know this as a simple fact, if I or Hinata-chan had aimed to kill any of you, you would be dead already. With or without any obvious opportunities. You would not have even known it was us. Tingling feelings ran up and down Nami's spine as she looked into Tenten's eyes, and Naruto laughed. Both knew it was true in that one instant of their lives, but each with their own reaction to that information. That's going a little too far, Tenten One-chan. Naruto pouted as he hastily wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes because of his hard laughing. I may not be the best at detection when we were younger, but I have improved. Didn't I notice when you two first landed in Shell City? Tenten sent him a soft, complying smile. Fake, of course. And so have I, Naruto. So have I. Of that, he smiled back at her, genuine, I have no doubt. But that doesn't solve anything. Nami cried, throwing her hands up to the sky in defeat. Nothing at all. Do we ever? The rest of the crew answered back with Tenten and Hinata watching on with amusement. Silence reigned over the ship for several moments, each of them judging the other's reactions. And then, laughter exploded outwards. In this sense they had confirmed to themselves that they never truly finished anything. Moving on, then, I guess. Nami called across the laughter a few minutes later as they died down to light half-hearted chuckles. Next is, sleeping arrangements. Nami-san and me. Sanji perked up as he thought of him and Nami alone in a room all by themselves. He stood straight up from the hunched position he had had moments before with little hearts dancing in his eyes. As if, Naruto strode across the deck and pounded the blonde cook on the head. Sanji tumbled down but sprang back up within moments of his fall, fire now brimming in his eyes where the hearts had once stood and cursing up a storm at the other blonde boy. You'll never be allowed near her in such a way, you perverted cook. Perverted cook? Sanji hooked a hand in the lapels of Naruto's coat and dragged him a couple inches closer to him. Who are you calling a pervert, you blonde monkey? Blonde monkey? Is that the best you can do, pervert? Naruto's smirk dared Sanji to hit him, but just as he raised his fist to do just that when Nami appeared behind them and slammed a fist into both of their heads. There was a small giggle to the side and, then, a full-blown laugh as the crew's silliness finally took their toll on Hinata. Okay. This is so enough now, Nami said, throwing a glare over her shoulder at the two boys as she walked away and sat back down in her seat. I already finished the sleeping arrangements. And, since there is no other place for them, those two, she jerked her head with a glower at Tenten and Hinata, will share the lower room where I slept before and you all will continue to share the gallery. Moving on, we have to decide on where to go next. There are 3 islands on the way to the Grand Line where we can stock up for the trip. Who knows when we can stock up afterwards? I suggest Logue Town. It's the closet, but the downside is that it hosts a marine base and, if what Nezumi said was true, they'll be on the lookout for us. It's up to you, Captain. Logue Town sounds good to me. Any objections? They're on the run and yet they're running straight into the net. Hinata whispered in shock to Tenten. And Naruto-kun is going too. Hate to tell you this, Hinata-chan, but so are we. And it seems like we have our work cut out for us, she added as she listened to the continued plans between the group. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.